Elf Century, the qualified god at the beginning. 1 Set out, Changpan Forest, please ask for flowers. Changpan Forest is a beautiful land and a talented person, with beautiful mountains and rivers. It is located 45 kilometers south of Hanlin City. 100 years ago, it was rated as one of the top 10 treasure lands in China for its rich species of elves and the emergence of various rare treasures. Its appearance also established the status of Hanlin City as a first-tier city, and it has been visited by all over the country. People who settled in Hanlin City, and these people also promoted the economy of Hanlin City. Today, a school bus was heading to Changpan Forest. Zhang Feng sat in the penultimate row by the left side of the window, looking out the view outside the window. The sun is bright in the morning, shining on the earth, and occasionally a wave of waves can be seen flying past outside the car window. If you look at Zhang Feng carefully, you will find that his eyes were not moving at this time, as if the bird outside the car window could not attract his attention at all. In fact, Zhang Feng is a time traveler. He accidentally traveled to this magical world, and he grew up slowly as a baby. His 16 years of life have completely integrated into this world, adapted to his identity, and forgot the sadness of his previous life. In his previous life, he was an unknown little writer and his writing skills were extremely poor. He led a website to his minimum living allowance every month. In this life, he became a high school student who was about to graduate from Hanlin Elf High School. This world is a planet where humans and elves live in harmony. Elves will become human partners and grow up with their masters. After coming to this world, Zhang Feng immediately understood the history of this world. From 500 years ago, humans began to understand the elves more and more deeply, and even people gradually became able to become elves. Partner. The first person in the world to become a companion with the elves seemed to be named Selov. Then he established Selov Co., Limited and developed a special type called the Elves Ball. Container, can conquer the elves and become their own companion. The emergence of the Pokemon Ball not only made Serov Company jump into the world's strength and assets, but also made the elf trainer appear on the world stage and become the most popular profession. But the cost of the elves is high. An ordinary elves is priced at up to 10,000 Chinese coins, not to mention the chance of failure to capture. Cultivating elves is different from domesticating ordinary animals. Their food is specially made, and to make it stronger, you need various rare secret treasures. Similar secret treasures are basically outrageously expensive, and if they are rare secret treasures, they will inevitably attract competition from all parties, and they will not dare to make up for them without any wealth. It is precisely because of the harshness of becoming a elves trainer that there are still many ordinary people in this world who only raise those cute elves. As a time traveler, Zhang Feng discovered that he had a golden finger when he came to this world. Phantom of Pokemon, the qualification to be able to compatible with the world and games, detect secret treasures and elves within a certain distance for him. This is his golden finger. Click the Pokemon virtual interface. And a virtual box that can only appear in Zhang Feng's eyes. Suddenly, what caught my eye was the same interface as the Pokemon he played in his previous life, and he could also see his character status at all times. Click on the map and Zhang Feng can see that his villain character in the game is following road number 2 into Changpan Forest. At present, the world map is still pure black and you can't see anything. Regarding this, Zhang Feng guessed that it should be the same as in the game. After all, he has not obtained the permission to enter other places. Now that he has just turned 16, he has also obtained the qualification to become an elf trainer and is being arranged by the school to go to Changpan Forest with his classmates to recover his initial elf. In fact, Zhang Feng had already owned the first elf, and from the moment he came to this world, he received an elf egg given by the system. If it is not because the law stipulates that you cannot register to buy elf balls before you are under 16 years old, although there are some improper black market transactions that can be obtained, if you are caught, you will not only be imprisoned or even deprive your elf training for life. Teacher qualifications unless you join the dark organization. Zhang Feng had never considered this item at all, and he could communicate with his elves in the system. And in the past 16 years, he has accompanied the first elf hatched from the egg. Although he has never seen each other in the real world, he has long become his best partner. Looking at the scenery outside the car, Zhang Feng was a little excited and was about to start his journey to the elf trainer. Today is the day when the graduates of their class have elves, and it is also the only day in their lives when a mentor helps capture elves. The students on the entire school bus seemed extremely excited. Lu Bai, what kind of elf are you going to capture to become your first companion? Of course it's a little fire dragon. The flame-breathing dragon evolved from him is simply a representative of strong and handsomeness. Tisk, come on, just your little family background to cultivate a fire dragon? What about dreams? I guess I will be a little fire dragon for the rest of my life. Zhou Kang, who do you look down on? I look down on you? Can you encounter rare elves like the little fire dragon? Looking at his energetic classmates, Zhang Feng was a little funny, but in fact, his current mood was inexplicable. Moreover, he has the phantom of Pokemon, and he is like a fish in Changpan Forest. He can see the secret treasures and elf qualifications at a glance. Before, just because there were no elves, the Changpan Forest was too dangerous and was guarded by the elf government and refused to enter. Students, be quiet, you're about to arrive in Changpan Forest. Pay attention to order when you get off the bus later and don't run around. Their senior high school counselor is a beautiful teacher about 25 years old, named Jin Paipei. He has a very gentle temper and treats people with great sincerity. Sometimes when Zhang Feng chats with him, he feels like the silly and sweet things that people in his previous life say. Also, there are all kinds of strange elves living in Changpan Forest, as well as some teams of trainers who are mixed with fish and dragons. All students can only conquer the elves in the places specified by the school. Remember, if you mistakenly enter the territory of some powerful elves or even lord-level elves, even the teachers accompanying the team will not be able to save you. Did you understand all of them? No. All the students shouted excitedly, and they were warned many times when they came. They are beautiful teachers, everything is good, but they are really too verbose. The school bus slowly drove into the suburban parking station of Hanlin City. All students got off the bus in an orderly manner under the command of teacher Jin Paipei. Even if students are excited, they should pay attention to order in this public place. And Zhang Feng was also excited. I'm here in Changpan Forest. I will be the strongest trainer. To the handsome monarch snake, please ask for flowers. At this time, all the Hanlin Elf Senior High School students gathered in the square, with about 500 people, and Zhang Feng's class was also among them. The students were carrying backpacks, all of whom were full of excitement on their faces, and the elves that passed by their team from time to time, heading to Changpan Forest received their special attention. Wow, is that the monarch snake next to that blonde sister? It's too handsome, right? I'll go, that's true. What a huge body! And it looks so noble. This big sister must be very strong. She dares to go to Changpan Forest alone to explore. And she actually has a rare elf partner like the monarch snake, which is so envious. A small body about 2.5 meters high with a long snake-shaped light green body elf. Following the owner through the crowd, it had yellow patterns on its body, like the noble patterns of the royal family. The two rolled-up leaves near the neck are like the collar cuffs of a suit. The monarch snake's eyes are red, giving people a noble and domineering feeling. We have seen petite elves like Little Lotta, Fat Ding, and Walking Grass on weekdays. Today, we were naturally very excited when we saw the handsome monarch snake. I'll go, is this Haoli? I like it. Following the master Haoli, he seemed to find someone paying attention to him and comparing his muscles. All of a sudden, all kinds of elves were dazzled by the students. Changpan Forest is vast and is basically more than a little larger than Hanlin City. It is not only one of the top 10 treasure lands in the country, but also has beautiful scenery. The elves here are relatively mild, unlike other treasure lands where the environment is harsh, and it is also called the most suitable one. A place for beginner trainers to try. According to statistics, Changpan Forest is the treasure land with the lowest mortality rate among trainers over the years, but the chance of rare elves and secret treasures appearing in Changpan Forest is the lowest compared to other treasure lands. If you are lucky enough to obtain super rare secret treasures, keystones and mega evolution fossils, it will immediately attract crazy snatches from wealthy people all over the world, and even some families who are not born will take action. The map given by the Elf Association will also mark some powerful elite level or even lord level elves territory to avoid trainers from accidentally entering and accidentally killing their lives. Although most elves are kind, there are also some the vicious elves who actively attacked humans. Soon, in the square, all the students were divided into groups based on class. Not long after, a burly middle-aged man came over. As soon as the middle-aged man appeared, the tutors of various formations immediately bowed and signaled. The middle-aged man waved his hand, saw the students, looked at all the students and said slowly, "My name is Qin Tian, hello, classmates, I am responsible for everyone's safety in this initial elf capture event. I believe that safety issues are coming. Your teacher has emphasized to you many times. I won't say much, just follow me." After the middle-aged man finished speaking, the students followed him in an orderly manner. The name Qin Tian is well known in Hanlin Elf School. He is not only the vice principal of the school, but also the veritable #1 strongman in the school. It is said that all 6 main elves under his command have reached the peak of the elite level. It is rumored that his initial elves may have reached the level of a quasi-heavenly king. When he was young, he qualified for the biennial World Elf Championship. Although he was eliminated in the first round of the competition, he was also very powerful. The reason why the students know him so well was because he challenged a king in Hanlin City a year ago. Moreover, he forced the second elf of the Heavenly King with the 6 elves in his hand. Although he lost miserably, who can say what to lose in the Heavenly King? You should know that the entire huge China kingdom has only a few hundred heavenly kings, and basically everyone is a world standing tall. It was that battle that made the students of Hanlin Elf School remember their terrifying vice principal. Qin Tian started talking along the way. The dangers of Changpan Forest are marked on the maps issued by the school. No matter what, students are allowed to enter these places. This event lasts for 7 days, and the school gives each student 3 elves balls to conquer the elves. If you encounter danger and ensure your own safety, call the counselor and teacher immediately. Qin Tian kept telling the students what to pay attention to after entering Changpan Forest. Zhang Feng also listened very seriously, and he was a little looking forward to seeing the elf ball in this world. Soon, Qin Tian took all the students to a building with the Elf Association logo engraved on the roof, and asked all the students to receive belts and elf balls with their student ID cards. Fortunately, Zhang Feng was in front and soon received his elf ball and belt. This was a blue belt with a red and white ball with a diameter of only 2 centimeters. The belt was engraved with a red lightning sign. That was Zilu, the logo of the husband company. After wearing the belt, Zhang Feng felt pretty good. He drew a Pokemon ball from it, and immediately the Pokemon ball became the size of a palm. After playing for a while, he put the elf ball back into the belt. The students in his class had already received the elf ball, led by Counselor Jin Paipei, and Zhang Feng followed the team at the end. As soon as they entered the forest, the students' seriousness just now disappeared without a trace, basically looking impatient. Jin Paipei looked at her student's appearance a little funny, and also reminded her of the way she subdued the initial elf. Call. Zhang Feng took a deep breath and had to say that the air quality in the forest was good. The towering trees and the green environment make Zhang Feng feel as if he is in a primeval forest. Then I won't say much, let's start the event. All students can start catching the elves. Yeah. Let's go. Hearing the counselor's words, all the students cheered and entered the forest together. Soon Zhang Feng's good friend Lu Yu also came to him. Zhang Feng? Are you together? No. I'll go and see it myself. Zhang Feng politely declined Lu Yu. To be honest, his initial elf is in the system, I don't want anyone to discover that it is more convenient for one person to move. All the students scattered, and Zhang Feng followed the team at the end of the team and entered the forest. First meeting, the Quasi-God dragon, please ask for flowers. After seeing all the students entering the forest, an old man came to Qin Tian and said a few words. Qin Tian nodded, took out an elf ball from his waist and threw it out, and immediately made a white light. The outline of a bird-like elf emerged in the white light, and finally the white light completely disappeared, and a geek with a body about 2 meters high appeared. Compare. A loud tweet resounded. Bai Diao saw that he scanned the surroundings and saw his master Qin Tian coming up immediately and rubbed it intimately. Qin Tian smiled and touched Bai Diao's bird crown and said, "Go patrol around to ensure the safety of all students." Compare. Bai seemed to understand and flapped his wings and flew into the sky with force. The old man around Qin Tian said respectfully, "With the Vice Dean's Bai Diao, the students must be very safe." Qin Tian glanced at the old man without saying anything. At this time, Zhang Feng also avoided all his classmates. He had to say that more than 500 people disappeared as soon as he entered the vast Changpan forest. The further away from the camp, the more elves Zhang Feng could meet, such as Lotta, Shame Flowers, Bobo, and the trees became more and more dense. Finally, Zhang Feng stopped by a lake, checked around, and after confirming that no one came, Zhang Feng sat down cross-legged. As soon as I thought, the interface of Pokemon Phantom appeared. Click the map and a grand map spread out, and a red light spot on it was where I was. Zhang Feng exited the map and clicked on the elf backpack. I saw 6 grids appear, except for the first place where a little elf occupied the grid, the rest were all empty. Clicking on the elf and looking at the data panel, Zhang Feng was a little excited. This was Kuai Long, a partner who had been with him for 16 years. Zhang Feng suppressed his excitement and looked at the attributes of Kuai Long. Quick Dragon, Female Dragon/Flying System. Body size, 3.2 m/210 kg. Talent, Orange, Champion level. Level, Leave 55. Feature, Multiple Scale. When the elves are fully HP, the damage they take is 1/2 less. The trick, Dragon's Claws, Steel Wings, Destroying Light, Tornado, Dragon's Fluctuation, 100,000 volts, Dragon's Rage, Glaring, Electromagnetic Waves, Dragon God's Dive, Mysterious Guardian, Reverse Scales, Flame Fist, Frozen Fist, Lightning Fist, Lightning Fist. Zhang Feng was already very satisfied with the hidden features and good tricks. Kuai Long, who had never experienced combat, was directly from Leave 55. You should know that Zhang Feng can only interact with Kuai Long in the system in the past 16 years. And you should know that Kuai Long is a Quasi-God with a racial value of up to 600 in anime. He is a well-deserved king level. In addition, the strength of the dragon system is the top even among the kings. And a fast dragon in this world is even more priceless treasure, and the elf at the king level can make countless people lose their money. Zhang Feng couldn't wait to choose the concrete function under Kuai Long. The concreteness begins. The system prompt sounded. The dazzling white light began to flicker, and the figure of an elf with wings on his back was gradually forming in the white light. Zhang Feng used his left hand to cover his eyes with his eyes that were dazzling white light, but his face was filled with excitement. The white light dissipated, and a two-legged Pokemon, which was all orange-yellow and like a dragon, stood in front of Zhang Feng. The moment he landed, Zhang Feng could feel the trembling of the ground. Zhang Feng carefully looked at the Kuai Long in front of his eyes. There were 2 long and thin tentacles and a small horn at the top of its head. The Kuai Long's striped abdomen was creamy and extended to the tip of the long tail. It was thick. There are 3 claws at the ends of the limbs. Their legs and body junction are clearly bounded, but the connection between the arms and body is very smooth. Compared with its body, the wings of the fast dragon appear very small and have a winged membrane. The moment the Kuai Long appeared, Zhang Feng felt like he was connected to his bloodline. Kuai Long also shouted at Zhang Feng intimately. As he walked up, Kuai Long also bent down and Zhang Feng touched Kuai Long's forehead. Ba. Kuai Long closed his eyes and enjoyed Zhang Feng's caressing. The familiarity in his heart made it know that the human in front of him was its master. So the man and the dragon started chatting like this. After a while, Zhang Feng also took out the elf ball. Kuai Long, I'll travel with me in the future, okay? Ba. Seeing Kuai Long's face full of excitement, Zhang Feng smiled and gently touched the elf ball on Kuai Long's forehead. The hurried dragon turned into a red light and was sucked into the elf ball. The elf ball did not tremble at all, the sound of the two was successfully conquered. With his initial partner and a fast dragon of the king level strength, Zhang Feng was in a good mood. Of course, he would not make timid moves like Zai in the anime to prove his joy of conquering the elf. It felt too stupid. A white light flashed, and Zhang Feng released the fast dragon again to let it play in the lake. The dragon-type pressure that belonged to the fast dragon was filled with the surroundings and no elves appeared. Then, Zhang Feng opened the system map, and the entire Changpan forest was spread out in front of Zhang Feng, with the location of the Lord-level elves marked in detail, and Zhang Feng even released the detection function. The detection function currently seems to be able to detect all the secret treasures and elves within 100 kilometers around him. There is an elite abbot snake 67 kilometers southeast. There is a tree of orange fruit 42 kilometers northwest. Porn ball, advanced ball, injury medicine. Various secret treasures were detected by Zhang Feng, and there were countless elves. 4 secret treasure, stone of fire, please ask for flowers. Because the camp is on the outermost periphery of Changpan forest, it is unlikely to encounter rare secret treasures. Zhang Feng is not in a hurry to find secret treasures now, the important thing is the elf now. Let's go. Quick dragon. Zhang Feng said to Kuai Long who was still playing in the lake. Hearing the master's call, the fast dragon flew to Zhang Feng with its wings and bent down. Zhang Feng climbed onto the back of Kuai Long, patted its back and said, "Fly west first." When Kuai Long heard the master's order, he flapped his wings and left the ground directly. It is said that this is the first time Zhang Feng is flying in the sky in an elf. Although he is very excited, he is currently in a little embarrassed. Kuai Long seemed very happy when he came to the real world for the first time. At the flight at full speed, Zhang Feng could feel the airflow around him, and the strong wind hit Zhang Feng's face like a knife cut. There was no choice but to bury your head under the fast dragon's back and let the fast dragon fly slowly. The speed that can circle the earth in 16 hours is really unbearable, as a human being. At this moment, Zhang Feng had to envy the kings in the anime who could make moves while riding the elf flying. Soon, in less than half an hour, Zhang Feng let Kuai Long land. Perhaps it was because of the lessons of taking off, Zhang Feng still reminded Kuai Long to let it land slowly. Kuai Long also landed slowly this time. After landing again, Zhang Feng's face finally became a little rosy, and he felt much more comfortable when he stepped on the ground. He has begun to go deep into Changpan forest, and the activity lasts for 7 days, so he is not in a hurry. After recovering from his senses, Zhang Feng looked around and there was still a tree. The reason he asked the fast dragon to fly here was because he had been detecting it while flying, and the system detected that there was a fire stone here. Zhang Feng continued to move forward with the fast dragon, because the fast dragon was not irrelevant to disturb the wild elves. After crossing a bush, a 3-meter-high cave appeared in front of Zhang Feng. After Zhang Feng took out the flashlight from his backpack, he was about to enter the cave. The cave was a little dark and the visibility was a little low. Zhang Feng saw no problem with the flashlight, and Kuai Long followed closely behind. Soon, the detection fluctuation stopped under a huge rock about 2 meters high. Zhang Feng knew that the fire stone was probably under this huge stone. As expected, the secret treasures were hidden and not easily discovered. "Quick dragon, ruin it," Zhang Feng said. Boom! The fast dragon walked to the huge rock, and the lightning gathered in his hand. Zhang saw it blowing the lightning fist, and the huge rock immediately split into pieces, and a loud noise spread throughout the cave. As soon as the flashlight shone, he immediately found the fiery red stone. Zhang Feng was about to pick it up, but a roar interrupted Zhang Feng. "Yes, many dot." A grey Cocodora, covered with steel, appeared in front of Zhang Feng, with anger on his face, and the dragon blocked directly in front of Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng may have realized that his movement was too big, but after reacting, Zhang Feng picked up the fire stone and put it in his backpack, and stood up. After checking the qualifications of this Cocodora, this is an Level 32 Blue Elite, and it is obviously one of the top elves in this cave. According to the system's qualification standards, Grey, Novice, White, Low Level, Green, High Level, Blue, Elite, Purple, King, and Orange, Champion. If the blue Cocodola doesn't have any upper limit for adventures, it's the Quasi-Heavenly King. It may be very powerful for others, but it is not attractive to Zhang Feng. Cocodora, who was awakened by the noise while sleeping, seemed very angry and rushed towards the fast dragon blocking Zhang Feng's face. There is no choice but to do it. Zhang Feng thought that he didn't deliberately disturb this Cocodora. "Quick dragon, flame fist." Facing the rushing Cocodora, the fast dragon clenched its fist with its right claw and burned the flames, and hit the rushing Cocodora with one punch. The terrifying power of the fast dragon directly knocked Cocodora away and embedded it on the rock wall, and dust flew. Cocodola's vortex eye appeared, and he lost his combat ability with one blow. But it's normal to think so, it's fine if the attributes are incompatible, but it's still difficult to attack the king level fast dragon. Beat Cocodora to gain experience 500/117360. Looking at the terrifying experience of the fast dragon, Zhang Feng knew the reason why there were few trainers at the king level in this world. Looking at Cocodora who fainted, Zhang Feng didn't think much about it. The elves in this world were favored by nature. After fainting, they could recover soon as they did not continue to attack. After getting the fire stone, it was meaningless to stay inside. After walking out of the cave, Zhang Feng took out the fire stone from his backpack and looked at it. System data emerged. Fire stone, it is a stone containing a large amount of natural fire attribute energy. It can activate the evolution of specific fire elves. Other fire elves also have many benefits. This is also his biggest gain today. He once saw someone auctioning the fire stone on the Elf Dobao app, one priced at 800,000 Chinese coins. It's just a pity that it's not a dragon stone, otherwise you can give yourself a quick dragon. However, I was quite rewarding, and soon the sky began to get darker. I was afraid I couldn't continue searching today, so Zhang Feng told the counselor, Teacher Jin Pai, that he would be camping outside tonight. Kim Pepe also expressed his gratitude. Zhang Feng pays attention to safety himself. Since students want to subdue the elves and take the first step to becoming a trainer, they will always take some risks, and danger and opportunity coexist. Moreover, there are very few students who choose to sleep in the camp today. And they are basically looking for the little elite they like. At night, there were stars, and Zhang Feng fell asleep early on leaning against the fast dragon. Today, just riding and flying consumed a lot of Zhang Feng's energy. 5 Conquer, Kerr, please ask for flowers. The next day, early morning. The sun was shining, and I was still not feeling well in the forest. I was woken up several times by the elf screams at night. Zhang Feng woke up very early, with a hint of tiredness on his face. Zhang Feng ate some prepared dry food and led the Kui Long to a fruit forest not far away under the system detection. After walking through a bush, my vision suddenly became widened. There were many fruit trees in front of me, with colorful fruits on them, and elves such as the green caterpillar Bobo on them. Tree fruits are very similar to fruits in the human world. They not only have different shapes, but also have different tastes and colors. Different tree fruits also have different effects on elves. Moreover, the price of tree fruit is more than twice as high as that of human food. Zhang Feng only carries a backpack and can't hold much. The Kuai-Long was obviously a little hungry, and flew up with his wings. The quasi-dragon system was full of intimidation, scaring the Bobos on the tree away a lot. Zhang Feng smiled and let it go. Just as Kuai-Long picked a berry and was about to put it in his mouth, a black shadow flashed and the berry in Kuai-Long's hand disappeared. The black shadow fell on the branches. When I looked closely, it was a grey MKR. MK. While mocking Kuai-Long, the MKR swallowed the berries into her mouth. Kuai-Long's breakfast was disturbed, and that mood was evident. The green light flashed directly with his right claw, and the dragon claw slapped at Mukher who was falling on the tree. The furious fast dragon was extremely fast. Mkur couldn't react and was directly hit by the dragon's claws. As soon as he met Mkur, he was knocked out. Looking at Mkur who fainted on the ground, Zhang Feng threw out a phantom ball because he had just seen from the system that this Mkur possessed the qualification of Purple, King of Heaven. The elf ball bounced on Muk-Er, and Muk-Er was caught in it by a red light. The red and white ball shook 3 times and then shocked and successfully subdued it. But Zhang Feng was not in a hurry to release Mkur. After all, Kuai-Long's claw was knocked out and he fainted, allowing him to recover faster in the elf ball. Kuai-Long saw that the annoying Mker was subdued by his master, so he picked a bunch of tree fruits and sat under the tree and started eating. At this time, Zhang Feng looked at the detailed introduction of this Mkur in the system. Mkur, Xiong General/Flying System. Body size, 0.3 m/2 kg. Level, Leave 5. Talent, Purple, Heavenly King. Feature, Sharp Eyes. The Sharp Eyes featured elf uses moves that ignore the defense's dodge level increase. The trick, Fly Sand Feet, Peck, Impact, Flash of Lightning, and a Violent Storm. Zhang Feng was just curious why this Mkur dared to provoke Kuai-Long. It turned out to be a purple qualification. He knew how rare the purple qualification was. It was really surprising to be able to meet Mkur with purple qualification here. Happiness. After a while, Kuai-Long was full, so Zhang Feng released Muk-Er again. Muk-Er looked around with some confusion. And then looked at the human in front of him, and felt unconsciously intimate. Mkur, please give me some advice, I will be a partner in the future. At this time, Kuai-Long also came over with a smile and completely forgot about the unhappiness of being snatched from food. As soon as Muk saw Kuai-Long, he flew to Zhang Feng and hid. Zhang Feng was a little funny, and Mker seemed to be still immersed in the shadow of the dragon's claw just now. Zhang Feng comforted Muk-Er, and Muk-Er immediately flew to Zhang Feng's shoulder and stood still. Muk-Er is like a grey bird. Its belly is light grey and there is a white dot. It is very cute. The evolutionary Muk-Er is also very handsome. Once subdued by the elf ball, as time goes by, the elf will rely on the master more and more deeply, and they are even willing to sacrifice for the master. The higher the ball, the more obvious the effect. Of course, there will also be elves with wild personalities that are difficult to tame, and trainers who dislike elves and abandon elves. Zhang Feng had no choice but to take away the fruits all over the trees, but he picked some Kuai-Long and Muk-Er liked to eat. Muk likes to eat sweet orange fruits, while Kuai-Long likes to eat sour berries. In the next 3 days, Zhang Feng began special training for Muk-Er. Muk beat the green caterpillar, 120/1500 experience. Muk defeated the unicorn, 900/3000. In these 3 days, all the elves I encountered were handed over to Mkur, and when they met those who were a little more powerful, they were handed over to Kuai-Long to solve them. Mkur could also get a lot of experience. On the fourth day, Mkr finally rose to level 13 and also learned the new skill moving at high speed. After practicing here for 4 days, I didn't meet any elves I liked. Zhang Feng decided to try it out with the more powerful elves around him. With the fast dragon around him, there was basically nothing that could threaten Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng put away Muk-Er and released Kuai-Long. Open the Pokemon system. The nearest secret treasure is a leaf stone, 100 kilometers away from here in a forest. It seems to be the territory of an elite flying mantis. Zhang Feng rode on the fast dragon and flew towards the elite flying mantis, leaving only waves of dust flying in place. The bitter wind in the air was howling, and Zhang Feng lowered his head helplessly. He told Kuai-Long to fly slower, but that was just the slow in its eyes. Next time I must buy a set of riding protective equipment or catch a little elf who flies gently. Zhang Feng complained. 6-leaf stone, Xiaohimu, please ask for flowers. As long as it is a secret treasure discovered, Zhang Feng doesn't want to let go. The main fossil is worth about 1 million Chinese coins, which can not only allow specific elves to evolve but also enhance the strength of pets with the same suitability. Kuai-Long was very fast and arrived at his destination in less than 5 minutes. This is a wetland with lush grass and trees around it. Occasionally, you can see several marsh kings and Yibo playing in the wetland. Zhang Feng looked at a glance at the flying mantis resting under a big tree next to the wetland. Yezishi was also under the tree, as if he felt the pressure of the fast dragon, and the flying mantis also looked into the air. The fast dragon landed in front of the flying mantis, and the flying mantis immediately posed in a combat posture, as if it was facing a great enemy. Zhang Feng opened the system interface and took a look. Flying mantis, male, insect/flying. Body size, 1.5 m/56 kg. Talent, blue, elite. Level, level 41. Properties, premonition of the insect, when the HP of the monster with the premonition of the insect is less than 1/3. The power of using the insect attribute skill is increased by 50%. Skills, crosscut, shadow clone, swallow return, steel wings, lightning flashes, knife back hits, sword dance. Zhang Feng was quite satisfied with the other aspects of this flying mantis, but unfortunately he was a blue talent. If there was no adventure, he was destined to be the elite level strength that would be the Quasi-King. Zhang Feng was not prepared to include it in the main lineup. After all, it is best to cultivate it from the initial form to conquer the elves, which can not only cultivate emotions but also make the elves' talents perfectly utilize. The level of the flying mantis in front of him has reached level 41, and the cultivation value is really not great. Although it cannot be accepted as the main force, this flying mantis is valuable when placed outside. Zhang Feng still decided to conquer him. He is now going to cultivate the elf. I have to travel to treasure lands all over the world, and what I lack is money. The two sides confronted each other, and the flying mantis obviously couldn't hold back in advance. He waved his wings and rushed towards the fast dragon with one cross. Zhang Feng naturally had no ink traces, so he directly gave the order to Kuai-Long, K-Long, the dragon's claws ended. The fast dragon stood still, and the green light of his right claw formed. The flying mantis that rushed to the front of the fast dragon was about to hit the fast dragon. The crosscut collided with the dragon claws. In 1 second, the huge force of the dragon claws was directly the flying mantis fell to the ground, and the terrifying power caused the ground to collapse. Too weak. Seeing the flying mantis fainted, Zhang Feng threw out the last elf ball and threw it at the flying mantis. Defeat the flying mantis. The fast dragon gains 3500/117360 experience. After defeating the flying mantis, the fast dragon roared and celebrated the victory. The terrifying dragon was so threatening that the elves drinking water in the wetland next to them scattered like birds and beasts. The elf ball shook on the ground for 2 or 3 times and then shocked also meant that it had been successfully conquered and picked up the elf ball. After conquering the flying mantis, Zhang Feng also looked carefully at the location where the flying mantis had just been, and soon found the leaf stone from the grass. It has to be said that the green leaf stone fell on the grass is indeed the most perfect disguise. Not easy to be discovered. After solving the flying mantis, all the elf balls were used up. Zhang Feng thought about it and it was time to go back to the camp. Wait a moment. Zhang Feng, who had just stood up, was stopped by a whisper, and he didn't even notice that someone was approaching him. When he looked closely, Zhang Feng felt his eyes lit up. The woman was tall, light in shape, generous and elegant in words and deeds, her skin was like jade, and her beautiful eyes were full of hope. She showed an indescribable charm from her frown and smile. When you look closely, it is the blonde beauty with the monarch snake when she was queuing into Changpan Forest before. Little brother, can you trade the yezishi in your hand to me? Looking at the boy's eyes, the blonde beauty Xiaoximu smiled all over her face. The reason why she came to Changpan Forest was that she had a quarrel with her family. She came out to relax and subdue a water-type elf with better qualifications, but she saw Zhang Feng harvesting a leaf stone, which happened to be the only one that her monarch snake also needed leaves. The stone. If it were normal, Xiaoximu would have released the monarch snake and brought yezishi over. After all, the rules of this world have always been that the strong people with secret treasures have obtained it. But when she saw the Quasi-God Kuai Long beside Zhang Feng, she gave up this idea. She didn't know that Kuai Long was a king level as soon as she became an adult. Her monarch snake was struggling to deal with the flying mantis just now, and the novice trainer was Xiaoximu even doubted whether Zhang Feng was the heir to an ancient family if he could have elves like Kuai Long who basically stood at the top of the pyramid. Since he was unable to compete, Xiaoximu naturally chose to trade. What exchange are you doing? It would be useless for yezishi to hold it himself. He saw that this woman could have an elf like the monarch snake. The family should be very rich and the things she exchanged should be good. Xiaoximu took out 2 dark blue water stones from her backpack and said with a smile, I have urgent use of yes stones. Can you please exchange them with 2 water stones? Make a deal. Zhang Feng, this kind of business that is stable and profitable, does not lose money yet he agreed. After the 2 exchanged fossils, Xiaoximu looked at Zhang Feng's Kuai Long again and said, Little brother, is your Kuai Long your initial partner? Do you look big? Zhang Feng was a little dissatisfied with Xiaoximu in front of him calling her little brother, but he still replied yes. Xiaoximu smiled and continued, My name is Xiaoximu. Thank you yezishi, what are your name? Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng replied. The 2 chatted for a while, and Xiaoximu obviously wanted to get closer to Zhang Feng, otherwise she would not have given 2 water stones. Kuai Long is a king-level existence. The benefit of being friends with a king is too great. More. But Zhang Feng also has a bit of a straight manly look. At present, he seems to be more interested in elf than girls. After chatting for a few words, he was ready to say goodbye. It was Xiaoximu who took the initiative to leave Zhang Feng's phone number. Looking at Zhang Feng flying away in the fast dragon, Xiaoximu showed an inexplicable smile and said to herself. Zhang Feng, Hanlin Elf Academy, a young man with Kuai Long, Uncle Fu, he should be qualified. 7 Chamber of Commerce, speak nonsense, please ask for flowers. Zhang Feng is unable to get the 6 elves needed for the lineup now, because the 3 elves balls sent to him by the school have been used up, and now others cannot buy them in Changpan Forest. If you buy elves, you still have to register. Let's talk about the qualifications of trainers later. In this way, Zhang Feng opened the Pokemon system and began to find the closest place to him that is suitable for MCur leveling. He had a fast dragon in his hand, and there was basically nothing in Changpan Forest that could threaten him, so he was also relaxed. Finally, Zhang Feng found a group of Bobos. The leader was a Bibabai with a talented blue, elite level, level leave 23, and when Mukir saw the BB, he competed with it. Although MKR's talent is stronger than this BB, he is only in the initial form and level leave 13, naturally not a Bibabai who has evolved once and has a level far higher than his Bibabai. Every time, he was inevitably beaten by BB. Zhang Feng also suggested that this little guy start with Bobo first. It quickly beat Bobo and his experience was growing rapidly. Zhang Feng was also very happy to see Mukir so eager to become stronger. In this way, Zhang Feng arranged for Kui Long to pick a lot of tree fruits every day to allow his elves to eat, and at the same time he could treat Mukir's injuries. It is still small now, and the body will not be able to withstand the continuous overload fighting, so Zhang Feng naturally does not want it to leave hidden injuries. 3 days passed in a flash, and the event held by the school was about to end, and Zhang Feng was also preparing to go back. Mukir was not convinced and wanted to continue fighting with BB. In order to save time, Zhang Feng directly released a lightning punch to Bibabai for BB. He told Mukir that the goal was to defeat Kualong in the future. Ignoring Mker's resentful eyes, Zhang Feng put it into the elf ball, rode on the fast dragon and flew towards the camp. On the other side, the entrance to Changpan Forest. All the counselors from Hanlin Elf Academy are waiting for the students in their class to return. The counselors were also very good at living. And they all got together in an open space, spread a blanket on the grass and sat and chatted, and Vice Principal Qin Tian was also among them. Principal, I wonder what kind of elves this group of children this year can have. A middle-aged bald teacher asked Qin Tian. Qin Tian glanced at the old man, paused and said, Zhou Xian, I remember that the last graduate was a child in your class who had conquered the flashing little fire dragon, right? Haha, yes, Gong Jun's child is very smart and has good luck. He met the flashing little fire dragon in thousands. He came to my house to see me some day ago. When he came to my house, he followed him. Already a flame-breathing dragon. The old man named Zhou Xian replied immediately, although his tone was plain, his proud look could not be concealed. Many trainers become famous or become queens, and even his mentors can gain a lot of benefits. The most typical example is the current #1 business in China, the Xia Family Chamber of Commerce. Their president Xia Han has a student named Wang Jian. He became the king of heaven at the age of 25. The average king has at most 3 elves of the king level, while the growing king of Wangjian has all 6 main players. At the same time, he finally became the honorary elder of the Xia Family Chamber of Commerce. With such a powerful man as Wushu, the Xia Family Chamber of Commerce became bigger and bigger and became the most famous first Chamber of Commerce. Congratulations to teacher Zhou Xian. Maybe the child Gongjun will have the possibility of becoming a king in the future. A young female teacher also envied Zhou Xian's luck. If she could meet a seedling of the Heavenly King, the flashing elf was originally in the same clan. This kind of top quality elf would be crazy even if the Heavenly King learned about it. Oh! I'm envious. If I had this luck, I might be able to become a powerful trainer. A middle-aged male teacher next to Zhou Xian sighed. There are always many adventures in this world, but there are indeed very few elves who can be like Gongjun, who are flashing elves. Such civilian novices are basically the targets that major families are rushing to recruit. Zhou Xian glanced at Zhang Feng's teacher Jin Paipei, and his eyes flashed with a splendor, and then he said, Teacher Jin, if I remember correctly, the initial elves of the previous class of students you brought seemed to be all green caterpillars or bobos, right? Zhou Xian said with a smile, his eyes full of mockery, and there was a smile in the eyes of the teachers around him. They all knew the grudge between Zhou Xian and Jin Paipei. Qin Tian frowned when he heard Zhou Xian's words and said nothing. He had a disciple like Gongjun, so the school naturally would not offend him easily for a little bit of trouble. Yes. For a moment, see with the eyes of the teachers around him, the beautiful teacher Jin Paipei lowered his head and looked dim. Seeing this scene, Zhou Xian felt very happy. Bitch, My son is pursuing you, but you don't even look down on me. When Gongjun becomes the king of heaven, you can't be worthy of my son. Zhou Xian thought to himself. Compare. Just when the atmosphere was awkward, Qin Tian's Baihu suddenly flew to Qin Tian and landed at a rapid speed, raising a burst of smoke and dust. What's going on? Baihu. Seeing Bai Dao suddenly landing and having no time to hide, Qin Tian was a little angry. But seeing Bai Dao's nervous look on his face, he chose to listen to Bai Dao's explanation first. Compare. Bai Dao's voice became more and more rapid, and his face was full of anxiety, and his right wing pointed at the sky. Qin Tian looked along the place Bai Dao pointed to. I saw a black shadow as big as a bean in the air gradually getting bigger and the outline gradually became clearer. Then, is that a little elf? Zhou Xian asked in confusion. As the figure magnified, everyone widened their eyes full of shock and excitement. Everyone present had a rich understanding of the types of elves, otherwise they would not have become teachers at the elves' school. If they were right, this figure belonged to the legendary dragon-type Quasi-God elf, the fast dragon. Can fast dragons appear in Changpan Forest? Didn't the fast dragon appear in the Forbidden Land Dragon God Cave? I still have a chance to see the charm of the dragon in my life. After seeing clearly that the visitor was a fast dragon, Qin Tian's face became solemn. He had seen the king of heavenly King Nido when he challenged the king, let alone the adult fast dragon now. If this fast dragon is right, they had malice, and he couldn't stop them. Look, there seems to be someone behind Kuai Long. Maybe it was a powerful man who passed by. The teachers also started to talk. 8. The boy who conquered Kuai Long, please ask for flowers. Qin Tian was even more confused. You should know that it would be fine if it was an ordinary dragon-type elves, but Kuai Long was a purely blood Quasi-God level elves. Such an elf is extremely rebellious. Even if the powerful king conquers it with his strength, it may not be obedient and will even attack its master, let alone let people sit on its back. However, once the dragon-type elf admits it, it will admit it. A master is also the most loyal and will not betray him in his life. After learning that Kuai Long had a master, the teachers in the camp also relaxed a lot. After all, the trainer directed the elves to attack people was explicitly prohibited by the Elf Association. Once someone was found out after they violated it, they would be imprisoned for life, unless they were with the elves. The association is against the evil organization. Although they relaxed a lot, the teachers still released their elves to protect themselves. For a moment, the camp's white light masterpiece, Haoli, Rumblestone, Nido King, Pippi, Pikachu and other elves appeared. As soon as the elves appeared, they felt a powerful dragon power attacking, and their hearts were filled with fear. Humans cannot feel the pressure of the fast dragon, but Qin Tian observed it very carefully. He found the elves trembling violently. These elves of the teachers did not train much, and their natural quality was also very poor, but they could scare the elves. As he was like this, Qin Tian still felt that he was worthy of being a quasi-divine dragon, and his pressure was too terrifying. I wonder what this king is named. It must be the most powerful being among the heavenly kings. It is impossible for ordinary heavenly kings to have a fast dragon. The teachers were talking. In the sky, Zhang Feng was also thinking about whether he was too high profile, but then he thought that he would always use Kuai Long to fight, and it would be the same if he exposed it early. In about 5 seconds, the fast dragon landed in front of the camp, causing dust. Zhang Feng. Before all the teachers could see clearly, Teacher Jin Pei was the first to scream out. Teacher Jin, pay attention to the influence and don't offend the strong. Qin Tian was ready to stop Jin Pei as soon as possible. Some strong men had strange tempers. Although they would not kill them, it was hard to guarantee that they would not suffer a little. Yes, Teacher Jin, you are afraid you are dizzy. How does he exist? Will he be your student? Zhou Xian was the first to come out to mock him. After all, he was not happy with Jin Pai anywhere now. Kim Pepe didn't have time to refute them because she was now full of horror. As the smoke and dust settled, Zhang Feng jumped down from the fast dragon and met all the teachers' shocked eyes and smiled at teacher Jin Pai. "Hello, and everyone, I'm back, I'm not late." No, you came back the earliest one." At this time, Jin Pai's eyes were already a little dull. The teacher around her also had a chin all over the floor, while Zhou Xian's expression changed drastically. This woman was lucky. There was a student with Kuai Long. Thinking of the difficulties she had made for her before, her face immediately became ugly. Hearing the teacher's words, Zhang Feng looked around immediately. Sure enough, there were all teachers at this time, and none of the students came back. Kuai Long's speed was still too fast. Zhang Feng had already calculated the time and came back early. At this time, Qin Tian had the best psychological quality and was the first to react. "Student Zhang Feng? Is this fast dragon yours?" Qin Tian pointed at Kuai Long and said to Zhang Feng. Obviously, he could not help but ask, even though he knew the result. "It's my elf." Zhang Feng replied easily. He knew he would face a lot of interrogation before he came back. "How did you conquer it? You don't have that strength." Zhang Feng smiled and said, "I ran into the injured one as I walked. I wanted to help it heal the injury. At first it didn't let me rely on it. Recently, it accepted me later. When his injury healed, I asked it if it would be my elf, and it would drill into the elf ball by itself. That's it." Zhang Feng said it very easily, while the teachers doubted whether their ears were broken. So simple, they conquered a fast dragon? Seeing the teacher's unbelievable look, Zhang Feng curled his lips. They couldn't verify it anyway, so he just said it. At this time, all the teachers' expressions of looking at teacher Jin Pai changed. "Teacher Jin Pai, congratulations on having a good student." "Yes, Zhang Feng has a bright future." "Yes. Yes. Please take care of me in the future." The teachers who were preparing to watch jokes before complimented one by one. Just kidding, Gong Jun could only become the king level, but the fast dragon that Zhang Feng had was directly the king level, so it was clear who could not offend him at a glance. Qin Tian calmed down. The surprise Zhang Feng brought him today was too great, and he needed to calm down. The teachers wanted to continue to look at Kuai Long, but Zhang Feng directly put Kuai Long into the Pokemon ball and released Mook-er, because the students were coming soon, and he didn't want to be too arrogant. Seeing all the teachers' expressions of Mker were much more normal. After all, this was the normal elves that novices should have. Many students came back one after another. Looking at her kind colleague, Jin Pai's expression was a little emotional. She saw through the faces of her colleagues, but at least Zhang Feng's appearance made everything different. She just hoped to work hard without being disturbed. Zhang Feng gently stroked Mook-er's head. "MK." Mook-er rubbed Zhang Feng intimately, looking very enjoyable, and his relationship was very good for each person and his pet. "Hey? Isn't this Zhang Feng? You have conquered such a waste in 7 days." An arrogant and beating sound came from behind Zhang Feng, breaking this harmonious scene. "9 you, coyote dog, please ask for flowers." This arrogant voice comes from Yu, who is also a classmate of Zhang Feng's class. His father is said to be the boss of a small company and his family has some money, so he developed an arrogant and domineering personality. Students usually start with the Bobo and Green Caterpillar series. After all, they are gentle in character. As long as they are not particularly talented, they can usually conquer them by losing the ball. After all, students have no elves at the beginning, and they will also encounter stronger elves. Can't be conquered by fighting. This is also the reason why trainers are the most expensive profession. Unless civilians have adventures, they generally find it difficult to have a way to make a name for themselves. Children from wealthy families like you have a higher starting point. The family will help them take care of the teacher and use the teacher's elves to fight and conquer the stronger initial elves. Zhang Feng was not interested in paying attention to him, but he had no choice but to seek death. Stop teasing Mook Er, Zhang Feng stood up, turned his head and said coldly, which dog was barking just now? You dare to say that this young master is a dog? Yu was furious. He obviously didn't expect that Zhang Feng, who had always been silent in school, would dare to scold him so strongly. He was a little caught off guard, and more students came around. Oh! I didn't say that, I just said which dog barked, but I didn't say it was you. You see, you'll admit it first. Zhang Feng's tone was slightly mocking. It's outrageous. I want to teach you a lesson. While speaking, Yu took out an elf ball from his waist and threw it into the air. A white light flashed and a coyote dog appeared in front of everyone. Wow! Yu's elf is so handsome. Zhang Feng's mker is even more cute. What's the use of cuteness that can make you overleap? Zhou Xian and Jin Pei were also attracted by the discussion. They all knew that Zhang Feng's initial elves were a fast dragon. Zhou Xian was also curious whether Zhang Feng had any rare elves besides the fast dragon. Zhang Feng looked at the coyote dog and couldn't be interested. He was just a level leave 8, and his talent was even white. Mkul, you go and fight freely. Zhang Feng said to Mker, who flew into the air. Yu was already full of pride when he heard the classmates' discussions, but he felt even more angry when he heard Zhang Feng's casual command. The coyote dog teaches me a good lesson and bite it. The coyote dog howled and jumped directly at Mker in the air. Mker looked at the rushing coyote dog that was rushing towards him with disdain. His wings were flapping, and the violent storm started. The storm directly swept the coyote dog into the air, and the students around him were embarrassed by the dust because they were too close. At the end of the storm, the coyote's body fell directly from the air and fainted. Mkul defeated the coyotes and gained 1100 experience points, 3100/4500 experience. What? What the hell is this mkr? Zhou Xian was the first to exclaim. Can this powerful storm be emitted by Mker? I'm afraid that the fierce storm of BBBB is just like that. Seeing his coyote dog being killed by the waste in his mouth in one blow, Yu was stunned. He could not imagine that the elf he captured was so vulnerable. Looking at the eyes of the people around him, he only felt the face. It's hot. Oh, I thought I could withstand one move. Zhang Feng sneered. In fact, Zhang Feng knew better than anyone else that Mker's level had suppressed most of the students present under his special training for a few days, and his purple talent was even more destined to be crushed by the coyote dog. But after instant killing the coyote dog, Mkr gained so much experience, almost killing 3 times the wild elf of the same level. This conclusion surprised Zhang Feng. Can you gain more experience when facing a trainer? Then I kept catching Yu. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng looked at Yu a little confused. Seeing Zhang Feng staring at him, Yu felt a little angry and said, "Wait for me, I will ask my dad to buy me the best elf, I will want you to look good." After making a harsh statement, Yu left the crowd in shame and anger. Obviously, he was a little too embarrassed just now. Zhang Feng withdrew Mook Er in everyone's surprise and envious eyes, signaling everyone to disperse. After taking back Mker, Zhang Feng also began to think about it. He didn't know whether repeated playing a trainer could improve his experience. If possible, then his fast dragon is not far from being promoted to the championship. At sunset, basically most of the students returned to the camp one after another to gather for the teacher to count the number of people. After confirming that everyone in each class was all here, at night, Qin Tian also released his duck-billed fire dragon to help build a bonfire, set up the carpet, and took out various snacks and drinks to let all the students relax. Zhang Feng, who showed his strong strength during the day, was immediately favored by many beautiful girls, and they all sat close to Zhang Feng. This was because they didn't know that Zhang Feng had a fast dragon. Cough, cough. With Qin Tian's cough, all the students became quiet. This elf capture activity will be your first step to becoming a trainer. In the future, you may become a powerful trainer, or a knowledgeable researcher. Congratulations, you have all graduated. Qin Tian's words were very contagious, and everyone on the grass clapped. Looking at Qin Tian, Zhang Feng was also a little moved. After Qin Tian finished speaking, the scene became a sea of joy. The students each released their elves and started playing. Zhang Feng still released Mukir. Kuai Long was so shocking that it was not suitable for this kind of thing. Occasion. Taking advantage of the evening party, several beautiful girls came to Zhang Feng. Many family girls came to school to study, probably just to recruit civilian talents for their family. Zhang Feng's strength was barely enough for their requirements, so he had this. A scene. Zhang Feng also decisively sent it all one by one. He didn't have the idea of working for others. The girls just had the mentality of recruiting if they could, but they couldn't. In this way, no one next to Zhang Feng was concerned about it soon. 10 Parents' reaction, please ask for flowers. The next morning, it was a little brighter. At the exit of Changpan Forest, all the students gathered into square formations, and they were sharing their experiences over the past 7 days. The 7-day survival in the wild has tempered them, making them mature a lot, and it is the last group activity that everyone has together. Dear students, the event is officially over now, please get on the bus in an orderly manner. Qin Tian shouted loudly. At the same time, I wish you a smooth journey as a trainer in the future and a bright future. After saying that, Qin Tian took a deep look at Zhang Feng from the third squad. At this time, Zhang Feng was yawning. He didn't sleep well in the forest these days. He was already very comfortable sleeping in the camp tent today and had to get up early. He seemed to be in a bad spirit, so he naturally didn't feel in the mood to listen. Qin Tian's words. After saying goodbye to Qin Tian, all the students took the bus with their teachers and returned to school. After returning to school, the graduation ceremony was also very late. There were many performances on stage, basically showing off their elves. Zhang Feng was not interested and yawned repeatedly. Late at night, after the graduation ceremony, Zhang Feng dragged his tired body back home. As soon as he got home, his mother Shen Yu came up to take Zhang Feng's backpack, patted Zhang Feng's vest and said, "Graduation camping is very hard, right? Go to the sofa to sit for you, Mom makes a bowl of soup for you." After saying that, my mother went to the kitchen. It's over? It's a bit late today. My father Zhang Tian was sitting on the sofa and was watching the new issue of the Elf Daily, but the TV was not turned on yet. Today's school graduation party is a little late. Zhang Feng said with a smile. His parents' relationship has always been very stable. Although his family is not rich or noble, he is also considered a well-off family. Zhang Feng has been very happy over the years. Father Zhang Tian put down the Elf Daily in his hand, looked at Zhang Feng and asked, "How? What is your initial elf? Bobo or a green caterpillar?" Zhang Feng, "It's a quick dragon." Zhang Tian, "Oh. It's a quick dragon." His father Zhang Tianyi choked up and said, What? What is it to say again?" Zhang Feng. Zhang Tian's eyes widened so much that the boss seemed to want to find a sign of lying on Zhang Feng's face, until he knew that his son had never lied since he was a child. After a pause, Zhang Tian pulled Zhang Feng with a serious expression, and the father and son went out again. "Oh! Soup, drink the soup first." At this time, his mother Shen Yu also came out of the kitchen with a bowl of soup. The father Zhang Tian didn't care about letting Zhang Feng drink the soup, so he pulled Zhang Feng to the courtyard at the door. His son's initial elf was a fast dragon, which was too terrifying. His mother Shen Yu also put down the soup and followed him. At this time, it was already late at night, and you could still hear cicadas ringing in summer nights. My father Zhang Tian said anxiously. Child, show me your quick dragon. Mother Shen Yu also looked suspiciously looking at Zhang Feng, although she knew her son's character, the shock brought by Kuai Long was too great. Shen Yu was also a family child before, and she married her father Zhang Tian for the sake of true love. As a family child, she naturally understood what Kuai Long means. Even the head of the small family she came from was not qualified to have Kuai Long. She couldn't believe that her son had a king-level fast dragon. Looking at his parents who were nervous, Zhang Feng smiled and felt helpless. He would have known that he would have said it tomorrow during the day. Zhang Feng touched his waist with both hands, and the two elf balls became larger in Zhang Feng's hands. Come out! Mker, Kuai Long. As soon as he finished speaking, a white light flashed, and Mker and Kuai Long appeared in the courtyard. Mker flew around Kuai Long twice and then landed on Zhang Feng's shoulders as if he was showing off his might. After the sturdy Kuai Long appeared, he looked around and looked at his master with a puzzled look on his face. When the majestic Kuai Long appeared in front of the two, his mother Shen Yu and father Zhang Tian both stared at him. Is it really a fast dragon? Mother Shen Yu murmured. When his father Zhang Tian saw Kuai Long, he calmed down. Zhang Tian glanced at Zhang Feng and said, Child, put it away first. Zhang Feng put away the Kuai Long, while Mker wanted to play outside, so he flew back home with Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng also picked up the soup that his mother made for him, sat in front of the sofa and started drinking it. My father and mother also sat over. Father Zhang Tian calmed down and asked, Child, how did you conquer your Kuai dragon? Mother Shen Yu also looked at Zhang Feng. Her son had a legendary elf like Kuai Long. So she was naturally happy. She was also curious about why her son conquered the arrogant dragon-type elf. Zhang Feng took a sip of the soup, paused, and then said again what he had said to the teacher at the camp. Father Zhang Tian smiled and said, Oh. So, that's your chance. Mother Shen Yu also spoke, Child, you must treat your elf well. Once the dragon elf recognizes the master, they are the most loyal, and it will keep you safe all your life. Zhang Feng smiled and said, Mom, don't worry, I have a good relationship with it. At this time, the father Zhang Tian smiled and said, Child, we used to hope that you would grow up safely, get married and have children. It seems that we have underestimated you. Since you have the talent to be a trainer, let it go right. We will always support you. Zhang Feng was a little moved when he heard his father Zhang Tian's words. No matter how outstanding he was, his parents always care about his safety the most. After drinking the soup, Zhang Feng took a shower and went to bed first. He has been a little tired these days. 11 Team up, school beauties, please ask for flowers. Without camping, Zhang Feng slept very comfortably and even had a beautiful dream. In his dream, he became a champion-level trainer, sitting on Lai Kong, and was swimming in the sky. Ding, ding, ding. Zhang Feng stopped the annoying Bibabai alarm clock with one hand, stood up, and rubbed his eyes. MKMK. MKR at the desk saw that the owner woke up and waving his wings and chirping. Zhang Feng was a little helpless when he looked at the noisy little girl. After putting on his clothes and washing up, Zhang Feng took out some bread and a can of milk in the refrigerator. Usually, his parents went to work very early and would leave food for him in the refrigerator. Zhang Feng was eating and watching Mker flying around in the living room was a little funny. This guy was patrolling his territory together. Thinking of the fast dragon Zhang Feng, who has been in the elf ball, was a little helpless. After all, his home is not big, and the fast dragon has no room for activity when it is released, but it will be great when he starts traveling. After breakfast, Zhang Feng used his mobile phone to surf the internet and bought 2 energy blocks of 10,000 Chinese coins online from the Elf Association store. The energy block is equivalent to compressing the food of the elf. Although the taste is not very good, one piece can be worth the food of the elf for a month. There is no way Mukir and Kui Long have to solve the daily food first, and the transaction is completed. After buying the energy block, Zhang Feng's bank card had no money left. All the pocket money he saved and didn't spend. Unexpectedly, he just bought 2 energy blocks and disappeared. Zhang Feng had to sigh that trainers are indeed not affordable by ordinary families, and no wonder those talented civilian trainers basically joined the family in the end. After finishing his clothes, he still has a lot to do today, and today he has to register as an elf trainer first. After taking back Mker, Zhang Feng released the fast dragon and flew directly to the building where the Hanlin Elf Association branch was located. In the air, Zhang Feng was also used to this kind of flight. The surrounding scenery changed very quickly. In a quarter of an hour, Kui Long had already arrived at the center of Hanlin City. Looking at the towering building with the Elf Association logo, Zhang Feng also signaled the Kui Long to land. The fast dragon landed directly at the gate of the Elf Association. This scene shocked the pedestrians and trainers on the roadside. Many people gathered up and whispered, and many people even took out their mobile phones to record the video. Who is this person? A child from a big family. Can ordinary big family members have Kui Long? I guess they are the heirs of which ancient family? When they saw such a rare elf, they naturally started to talk excitedly. Every time I'm like this, can't I change my expression? Seeing all the surprised faces, Zhang Feng complained in his heart. Put away the fast dragon and quickly walked into the center of the Elf Association, opened the glass door, and looked around the hall full of trainers. Many students from Hanlin Elf School came to register as trainers today. Zhang Feng saw it soon. Zhang Feng also greeted his young acquaintances one by one. There are many people coming to register for a trainer, so Zhang Feng naturally lined up in an orderly manner. Zhang, is Zhang Feng you? A sweet voice sounded, and Zhang Feng only felt his shoulder being patted. Turning back, Zhang Feng was stunned. Clear and bright pupils, curved willow eyebrows, long eyelashes tremble slightly, fair and flawless skin reveals a faint red-pink, thin lips are as delicate as rose petals, and a light blue dress is smiling. Look at yourself. Lu Menghan? Is it you? There was a hint of surprise in Zhang Feng's tone. Behind him was the student Union Cotter, who was both good at character and academic performance in their class, and Lu Menghan, the well-deserved school beauties of Hanlin Elf School. Zhang Feng and Lu Menghan are very close to their homes. They often go to school together. They are also closer to school. Others mistakenly think that they are lovers. This makes the boys in the school grit their teeth. The most typical example is you and others, but in fact Zhang Feng and Lu Menghan are just ordinary friends. Yes. Zhang Feng, are you here to register as a trainer? Lu Menghan was obviously a little happy to meet Zhang Feng here. Yet, your family allows you to be a trainer. Zhang Feng paused and said, remembering that because he became a trainer, he had to travel outside all year round, and Lu Menghan's father opposed her going out. Lu Menghan nodded and complained, oh, my dad told me not to let me go out, but I asked my mother to persuade him many times before he reluctantly agreed. Zhang Feng smiled and said, I didn't expect that our Lu University School beauty will also go out for a trip. I just don't know which trainer has the honor to form a team with Lu University School beauty. Because traveling requires camping from time to time, and you will encounter many dangers, either attacks from wild elves, or having a cold or fever, trainers in this world usually form a team to take care of each other, and problems can be solved. This is all basic common sense. And having beautiful girls like Lu Menghan who are accompanying you on the road to trainers is much better no matter how you look at it. This. I haven't thought about it yet. And my elves are very delicate, and maybe someone is willing to travel with me. Lu Menghan quietly glanced at Zhang Fengqiang and said in a calm manner, with a hint of rosy on his face. No one? Are you going to set off together? I'm just about to set off tomorrow. Zhang Feng asked casually. Yes. Then go buy camping equipment together later. Lu Menghan said with a little surprise. She had no resistance to traveling with Zhang Feng at all. Her sisters all found male classmates with good strength to travel with them. Many male classmates also invited her, but she did not agree. When she mentioned boys, the first thing she thought of was Zhang Feng, who had the most contact with her at school. Now that Zhang Feng invited her, she agreed immediately. Zhang Feng was ready to ask with a try mentality, but he didn't expect Lu Menghan to agree so happily, but Zhang Feng was also very happy. There is a big beauty, at least the journey will not be so boring. 12 Get together, auction house, please ask for flowers. Soon, Zhang Feng and Lu Menghan were both lined up to get the trainer certification. The trainer certification is also very simple. You just need to take out your ID card and scan it for the staff, and then your identity information will be stored in the Elf Association file. Now, the initial elf Zhang Feng also directly registered Kuai Long. In the surprised eyes of the young lady at the window staff, Zhang Feng and Lu Menghan left the Elf Association. On the street, the two walked side by side, and Lu Menghan spoke first. Lu Menghan asked in confusion, Zhang Feng, after I just read the front desk staff member, what's going on with his expression on his face like he was seeing a ghost? I don't know either, maybe I'm handsome. Zhang Feng spread his hands and joked, without saying it clearly, thinking that you will know it sooner or later. Lu Menghan rolled her eyes and said, Tisk, it's so stinky. Next, the two of them went to the department store first and purchased the space ring. This space ring is said to have been developed by the Ancient Time and Space Temple family and mass-produced by the Shira F company for the convenience of travel for trainers. The 5-kilometer-long space can only store dead objects, and elves cannot be placed in it. In front of the counter of the elf department store, after the two of them chose a space ring that suits their size, Lu Menghan clearly saw Zhang Feng's embarrassment. Zhang Feng had no money. Lu Menghan smiled and said, I just took some more money, I'll pay together. This kind of space ring is naturally very expensive. The two space rings cost a total of 200,000 yuan, and Lu Menghan bought it directly by swiping the card. Lu Menghan's family is very rich. Her father runs a company and her mother is a full-time housewife, so she can also take out the money. The two of them put on the rings, and Lu Menghan also gestured after putting them on, and they looked quite satisfied. Zhang Feng scratched his head and looked a little weird. How could he smell like being kept? Then he said, this is how you do it. You can help me get some cushion first, and I'll give it to you tomorrow. Lu Menghan wanted to say something, but Zhang Feng stopped him. He didn't want to be a novice, and he could sell a lot of things, so he could just take out some auctions at that time. Next, the two came to the outdoor equipment store, with 2 tents, 2 sleeping bags, 2 mountain bikes, and folding tables, and then there were all kinds of daily necessities. When he arrived at the clothing store, Lu Menghan turned into a little girl and bought clothes, casual clothes, and threw them into the space ring one by one. In the end, it became even more exaggerated. He even bought several dresses, so he made Zhang Feng even gave a thumbs up. This is not a trip. Zhang Feng regretted the decision to walk with Lu Menghan in a little way. Later, Lu Menghan picked a few more clothes for Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng summed up and found that the total amount of money he spent was about 148,700. After the purchase, Lu Menghan was obviously much happier. Zhang Feng said that he had something to do, and Lu Menghan took a taxi and went home first. The two agreed to gather at 8 o'clock the next morning. After seeing off Lu Menghan, Zhang Feng wiped the sweat from his head. The most terrifying thing about accompanying girls to go shopping is that I don't know who said this famous saying in my previous life. He actually had something to do. He opened the Pokemon system and took Zhang Feng as the coordinates. All the 100-kilometer buildings around him clearly appeared in Zhang Feng's eyes. Zhang Feng quickly found the location of the Xia family auction house. The Xia family Chamber of Commerce can be said to be famous throughout China. Zhang Feng naturally chose his affiliated auction house if he wanted to sell things. Without hesitation, he summoned the Kuai Long and flew away in the shocked eyes of passers-by. In the air, Zhang Feng occasionally met a few trainers who rode the Baihu flying, and landed directly at the door of the auction house, attracting many people watching. After taking back Kuai Long, Zhang Feng went straight into the auction house. The two guards at the door looked strange. After entering the auction house, everything seemed in order. There were many people on the first floor choosing secret treasures furnished in glass cabinets, fire stones, earth hearts, and thunder stones. Zhang Feng was not interested in these things, and he had no money now, so he went directly to the second floor. The second floor is also a shop, but the things sold on the second floor are much more valuable than the things on the first floor. Even rare secret treasures on the market that can improve the attack power of the elf's attribute skills have begun to appear. Green talent. There are many kinds of elves. If there is a blue one, the Xia family will probably keep it and cultivate it. There is no need to sell it, but the things on the second floor can be seen from the Xia family auction house. Zhang Feng wanted to go up to the third floor but was stopped by the etiquette lady. "Sir, you must have a VIP with a black crystal card on the third floor to go up," the etiquette lady said word by word. Zhang Feng smiled and said, "Call you in charge, I have something to auction." Hearing Zhang Feng's words, Miss Etiquette looked at Zhang Feng and was a little suspicious, but she still went to call the person in charge. After all, she was rich people who could come to the Xia family auction house. Anyway, she would do whatever she asked her to do. After Zhang Feng waited for a while, the person in charge of the auction house soon came to Zhang Feng, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. "Sir, are you going to auction something?" Although the man complained about the etiquette lady making a fuss when he saw that the person was a child, his professionalism for so long still made him want to listen to what the child in front of him was going to auction. Zhang Feng said calmly, "Are the elite talent, the elite flying mantis of level Leave 41 interested?" "What? Really? Really?" Manager Xiaocheng was a little doubted whether he had heard it wrong and asked immediately. He has worked in the auction house of Hanlin Xia family branch for 10 years, and this is the first time he has received an auction from an elite elves himself. You should know that it is the elves that the Xia family also needs. The elite talented elves give it some. The powerful secret treasure has the opportunity to advance to the King of Heaven, and such a elves are also qualified to enter the lineup of the King of Heaven. Moreover, the flying mantis is also very popular among insect elves. It has both strong strength and handsome appearance. If auctioned, it is estimated that families in the surrounding city will come over. Now Xiaocheng's only doubt is whether what Zhang Feng said is true. Without saying anything, Zhang Feng took off the elf ball from his waist and threw it to Xiaocheng and said, "No. Use the elf machine to check it out." Xiaocheng barely caught the elf ball and suppressed the excitement in his heart, waved his hand to the waitress and said, "Xiaoyu, send the little brother to the VIP room 101 on the third floor for a while." Then, Xiaocheng said eagerly to Zhang Feng, "Little brother, I'll come when I go." After saying that, Xiaocheng grew left in a hurry. Zhang Feng didn't care. After all, he was at the Xia family's auction house, and no one dared to blackmail his flying mantis. He led the etiquette miss to the VIP private room on the third floor. 13 Auction. "I'm urgently using it, please ask for flowers." Walking slowly, Zhang Feng could be considered to have gone up to the third floor, and Xiaohu took Zhang Feng into a VIP room. The private room was decorated in gorgeous ways and could be called magnificent. Zhang Feng came to the two horizontal sofas facing each other and chose to sit down by the window. Xiaohu immediately poured the tea over, and there was a burst of rapid footsteps in the stairwell. Xiaocheng opened the door and walked in. Xiaocheng sat straight on the sofa opposite Zhang Feng with a happy face, and waved his hand to signal Xiaohu to retreat. The results of the test of the elf machine are exactly what Zhang Feng said. Xia Cheng was a little excited. This time the auction house released an elite elves, which would probably cause a stir. As the president of the branch, he also benefited the most. Suppress the excitement in my heart. Xia Cheng smiled and said, "Little brother, forgive me, it involves the elf level. We should carefully test whether the elf is as you said." Zhang Feng said lightly, "It's okay, I understand." Xia Cheng looked at Zhang Feng, who was calm and couldn't help but admire the boy in front of him. Xia Cheng understood the value of the flying mantis, and he believed that the boy in front of him also understood, but he could be calm and unlucky. In an instant, Xia Cheng's heart, the evaluation of Zhang Feng is much higher. Xia Cheng glanced at Zhang Feng and said, "I don't know what your name is yet." "My name is Xia Cheng. I am the president of the Xia family auction house in Hanlin City. If you have anything to auction you in the future, you can come to our auction house." This is the first time Zhang Feng has officially conducted a personal transaction conversation. It is fake to say that he is not nervous. After a pause, Zhang Feng said slowly, "My name is Zhang Feng. I have to leave the auction to you. I have only one requirement. The auction must be completed within today." Xia Cheng said with a puzzled look when he heard Zhang Feng's words, "Little brother, you know, this flying mantis is of high value. Maybe some kings will also be interested in it, and our auction house can now notify you. All families, but I am afraid that only families who can arrive are from several cities near Hanlin City. The competition is not fierce enough by then, and the value may drop a lot." Zhang Feng shook his head and stretched out 3 fingers and said in an affirmative voice, 3 hours. I'll wait for 3 hours here, and the auction will start 3 hours. Xia Cheng began to think about Zhang Feng's words. He felt really uncomfortable. If he was given 3 days, with his 10 years of work experience, this flying mantis would definitely be priced at a sky-high price. Zhang Feng was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the influence of the flying mantis was so exaggerated. In his opinion, it was not qualified to enter Zhang Feng's main lineup. He was going to set off for a trip with Lu Menghan tomorrow. He naturally hoped that it would be within today. Solve the money problem. Xia Cheng has also finished considering this. Okay. Mr. Zhang Feng, you will rest in the VIP room for 3 hours. I will contact each major family first. After saying that, Xia Cheng also stood up and left the VIP room directly. Then Xiaohu came in again and chatted with Zhang Feng. When he arrived at his office on the 3rd floor, Xia Cheng called all his managers directly, and the 3 of them stood in front of him. "Manager Sun, you are responsible for notifying the flying mantis of various major families and telling them that the auction will start at our auction house in 3 hours. Manager Lu, go to the official website of the Elf Association to announce this message to all trainers. Manager Li, take your servants to prepare some of the auction items you need next, the finale of the flying mantis." Xia Cheng finished everything anxiously in one breath. The 3 managers also understood and knew that the president was anxious and immediately took action. Tianlan City, Shangguan family, in a palace. The head of the family, the auction house of the Xia family branch of Hanlin City, sent a message saying that an elite talent level Leave 41 flying mantis was the lot, and it will be carried out 3 hours later. An old man dressed in a black housekeeper bowed and said, "Grandpa, I want that flying mantis to join my main lineup." A cool-dressed child said anxiously to the old man in the main seat. "Master, if there are 3 hours, Bai Dio's flight speed should be as high as that. Tianlan City is not far from Hanlin City." The old man dressed in a housekeeper spoke again. The head of the Shangguan family, who was sitting in the main seat, paused and said slowly, "Butler Tian, let Shangguan Ling set off immediately, be sure to shoot the flying mantis." "Yes, the head of the family." Butler Tian bowed and retreated. Autumn Yellow City. The Ximen family, a man and a woman, have already set on Baihu to go to Hanlin City. "Ximen Xiao, Ximen Shuet, you must bring the flying mantis back, it's easy to say. An old man said to the boy and girl. I understand, Uncle Wu. The boy and girl replied respectfully. The Xia family Chamber of Commerce has a connection all over China. Basically, families with names have had contacts with the Xia family. Xia Cheng's subordinates are very efficient and have notified them with his authority for a while. Hanlin City, the Elf Association Center, and trainers were also whispering to each other, and they were all talking about this matter. I heard that the finale of the Xia family Chamber of Commerce is a blue talent and elite level flying mantis. Yes. I heard it too. Do you want to go and have a look? There are enough elves of this level to enter the King of Heaven. I don't know which fool is going to sell such a potential elves. Who said no? Just join in the fun. Go and see how fierce the battle is. Most of the trainers in Hanlin City, including flying, bus, and walking, were rushing to the Xia family auction house, for fear of missing the good show. Our initiator was still teasing the young lady in the VIP room of the auction house, not knowing that the outside world had caused a stir because of his flying mantis. Zhang Feng, Miss, how old are you? Xiaohu, 23 years old. Zhang Feng, Miss, why are you here to work? Xiaohu. Xiaohu also knew that Zhang Feng was his president's VIP guest, so he didn't dare to neglect at all. Zhang Feng was handsome, young, and humble, which was rare among the nobles of aristocratic families. Xiaohu had seen him for so long in the auction house. Most of the young men of the aristocratic family are arrogant and domineering, so she has a good impression of Zhang Feng. 14 Official auction, please ask for flowers. In Hanlin City, at the entrance of Xia Family Auction House, more and more people gather, most of them are famous trainers in Hanlin City. Luu, it is said that an elite flying mantis appeared in the Xia Family Auction House this time. Orange Water is here too. He is a trainer with the strength of a Quasi-Heaven King. It seems that he has a lot of ideas about this flying mantis. No, who can't think? Although the evolutionary conditions of the flying mantis are a bit harsh, it's really nothing to these rich people. This time, because Zhang Feng asked for too much time, Xia Cheng didn't even have time to sell tickets for the auction house, but set up a payment point at the door and swiped the card to enter. One seat on the first floor was 10,000, and the second floor was 10,000 per seat, and the third floor can only have seats only if the VIP with black crystal cards are allowed. This time, Xia Chending's ticket price was 20% higher than usual, which also made many trainers who were preparing to buy tickets to watch the fun were a little angry. Some of them are also welcomed by Manager Sun personally to the VIPs on the third floor. Where do I say Xia Cheng? I only give you 3 hours to shoot something? Are you playing with me? A cold and unrestrained voice rang out. On the second floor, many people looked at the people who were talking. After all, it was rare for people who dared to cause trouble at the Xia family auction house. Sorry, Mr. Shang Guan, the president has something to do. Manager Sun also quickly came over and explained respectfully. Shang Guanling had fallen in love with a nurse in Tianlan City. He was about to start a move, but was ordered by the old man to immediately rush to Hanlin City to auction some flying mantis. He was naturally annoyed. Shang Guanling wanted to say something but was stopped by the old man behind him. He still had to keep a low profile in the Xia family's territory. Then the two followed Manager Sun to the third floor. On the other end, Xia Cheng's office. Manager Liu's entire auction was broadcast live, and I still remember to let reporters from Hanlin City come to report. Xia Cheng is also rare and serious. He can only try his best to do his best for 3 hours, otherwise he will be sorry for Zhang Feng's top-level auction items. After saying that, Xia Cheng also went directly to Zhang Feng's private room. On the way, he met many family children and said hello. He was different from those managers. After all, he was from the Xia family and the helmsman of this branch. President Xia, we're finally here. Zhang Feng said to Xia Cheng, who opened the private room door. As soon as Xia Cheng came in, Xiaohu also left the private room and closed the door again. After the door was completely closed, Xia Cheng smiled and walked to the sofa and sat down and said, "Brother Zhongfeng, you have already prepared. The flying mantis has attracted more attention than you think. Maybe it can be sold at a good price. Is there a better viewing location?" As the owner of this auction item, Zhongfeng also wants to see how rich these families are. "Of course, I will arrange VIP seats with the best horizon for my brothers. I hope that if my brothers have good auction items in the future, we will give priority to our auction house," Xia Cheng said, calling Xiaohu again and asked her to take Zhongfeng to a VIP seat where she could see the transactions in the venue throughout the journey. Next, Xia Cheng also went out to continue his work. It was not until around 5:30 p.m. that the auction officially began. Zhongfeng sat in the VIP seat and looked down. The empty venue on the first floor when he came in was already full of trainers, while the second floor was slightly better. A little. The venue of the Xia family auction house is also a circular venue similar to an arena. The central roof also has spotlights and an exclusive platform for the auction. In order to allow all trainers to see the auction items clearly, the huge electronic screen it is slowly opening. As for each VIP seat on the third floor, each room has an exclusive electronic screen. It can also see each item more clearly. Zhongfeng had to sigh that the Xia family was rich and powerful. This was just an auction house of a branch. When the time came to 6 o'clock, the lights in the audience suddenly turned off, and the central spotlight shone on the platform, and the eyes of all the trainers in the audience were attracted. At this time, under the lights on the high platform of the auction hall, a beautiful woman in a blue long dress was interpreting the electronic screen to everyone in the venue with the charming and delicate voice that made people feel a little numb. The first lot features. Xiaohu next to Zhongfeng immediately introduced the woman. Zhongfeng learned from Xiaohu that the woman was named Shen Ji, who was the chief auctioneer of their auction house. And it has to be said that this woman named Shen Ji is indeed a master at mobilizing the atmosphere. Her every frown and smile seemed charming. And the buyer who took the item would often give her a charming look. A water stone was sold by her at a price twice as high as the original price. Water stone, fire stone, leaf stone, green casey, green bobo, the same lot flashed by. The atmosphere in the venue maintained a climax under the leadership of Shen Ji. Shang Guanling, who was in the third floor VIP seat, also looked at the charming and sexy Shen Ji's eyes shining. This scene made the old man behind him look helpless. Soon, the auction items were basically sold almost. Shen Ji on the stage paused and continued, "There will be the highlight of today, and I believe everyone is here for it." Hearing Shen Ji's words, many sleepy VIPs on the third floor also sat upright and became energetic. As soon as Shen Ji finished speaking, 2 staff members appeared in the center of the venue with an elf machine. Shen Ji picked up Xia Cheng and put the elf ball that was equipped with the flying mantis for her and placed it on the elf machine. The flying mantis data instantly appeared in the sight of everyone present and suddenly caused a burst of exclamation. Flying mantis, male, insect/flying. Body size, 1.5 m/56 kg. Talent, blue, elite. Level, Leave 41. Properties, premonition of the insect. When the HP of the monster with the premonition of the insect is less than 1/3, the power of using the insect attribute skill is increased by 50%. Skills, Crosscut, Shadow Clone, Swallow Return, Steel Wings, Lightning Flashes, Knife Back Hits, Sword Dance. 15 Sky High Transaction, please ask for flowers. Wow! When all the data of the flying mantis was displayed on the big screen, the auction was officially the most at orgasm. Many trainers stood up and stared at the data on the screen, fearing that they would misread the details. Elite level, level Leave 41, I don't know which idiot sells such a top quality elf. The Leave 41 level alone requires the trainer to invest much effort to cultivate it. I don't know who can take pictures of this top quality elf. It evolved into a giant mantis so handsome. All the trainers on the first floor were shocked when they saw this data. To be honest, the flying mantis is definitely a powerful elf that can only accompany you for a lifetime. Zhang Feng on the third floor was a little funny to see everyone's reaction. To be honest, according to Zhang Feng's senior Pokemon fans, the characteristics of the flying mantis technician would be better. After all, the giant clamp mantis skills such as bullet punch can use this feature. However, the blue talent is indeed enough for most of the training families in the audience to spend their whole life. After all, the strong blue talent elf can reach the Quasi-Heaven King. The VIPs on the third floor are also ready to bid. In their opinion, the value of this flying mantis is worth the trip between the two cities. After all, in their eyes, the flying mantis still has a layer of mage potential. Although mage fossils are hard to come by, there is still a chance. I believe everyone has basically had a detailed understanding of this flying mantis. Friends who like the flying mantis seem to be impatient. The starting price of this flying mantis is set at 5 million Huaxia coins, and the price increase shall not be less than 10 per time. 10,000. Shen Ji was not affected by the chaotic scene and said loudly. As soon as the starting price came out, even the trainers who were mentally prepared on the scene were scared. Ordinary people might not be able to raise all the money if they lost 5 million Chinese coins. This is definitely a sky-high price. The venue was absolutely quiet at this time. No one spoke. Zhang Feng frowned. Is the price too high? To be honest, he kept looking down on this flying mantis. 10 million Chinese coins, I hope everyone will give the Ximen family a face, thank you. Directly west of the third floor, Ximen Xiao, a young man from the Ximen family, was the first to speak out. He doubled the price and raised the name of the Ximen family, which was equivalent to directly cutting off the possibility of purchasing by civilian trainers. Oh! Ximen's family? Is it amazing? 20 million. Shang Guanling also smiled and spoke. Wow! The trainers on the first floor were all in an uproar, and they were stunned by such an exaggerated price raising. 21 million. The Ling family bids 21 million. 24 million. Huo family bids 24 million. 30 million. Yunjia bids 30 million. Looking at the rising numbers, Zhang Feng's face twitched a little. To be honest, he really didn't understand the world of these rich people. He wouldn't let go of the Kokodola he had met in Changpan Forest before. 41 million. Cheng Shui frowned and shouted the offer, and looked at Shang Guanling again. To be honest, this price was already his limit, and the family behind him only gave him this amount. If he continued to lift it, he had to withdraw from the competition. 45 million. As expected, Shang Guanling still lazily shouted out a quotation. I saw Cheng Shui with a ugly face and withdrew from his seat. The competition has nothing to do with him at this point. 48 million. Ximen Xiao shouted out the price with a ugly face. Their family's strength is far less than that of the Shangguan family, so it would not be worth it if they continue to shoot like this. 50 million. Shang Guanling still shouted a quotation without changing his expression. At this time, Ximen Shui next to him also pulled Ximen Xiao and signaled him to forget it. The Shangguan family is competing with them, and I believe they can get a job when they go back. 50 million first time. 50 million second time. Shen Ji deliberately slowed down and shouted, and after confirming that no one was going to auction, she knocked down the hammer. The third time is 50 million. Congratulations to Shang Guanling from Tianlan City for obtaining this auction. Someone is depressed. Someone watched it with relish. Not every time can you see this kind of fighting between gods and immortals in various major families. The depressed ones are also these major families. The price actually exceeded the value of the flying mantis, so they gave up, but after a trip, it's really depressing not to get it. There is nothing you can do if you don't accept it, they are richer. Xia Cheng in the stands also smiled and said, let us congratulate the Shangguan family on taking the lead in this auction. You can also continue to stroll around the exhibition cabinet to see if you have any items you like. The auction held by the Xia family hastily ended, and the result was not bad. Fanfiction Mantis sold a high price of 50 million, and Zhang Feng suddenly became a rich man. This full-time live auction also had a significant impact on Hanlin City, and it once became a hot search in the Elf Forum. Netizens are also very curious about the players of Fanfiction Mantis. After all, this operation is too boring. After completing the transaction, Xia Cheng also directly asked Zhang Feng's bank card account and upgraded his bank card to the Black Crystal card permission. Zhang Feng directly bought 100 Pokemon balls from Xia Cheng for 1 million. After deducting 50 million, Xia Cheng transferred 46.5 million to Zhang Feng after deducting the 5% service fee. The message prompted by the mobile phone came soon, and Zhang Feng confirmed the balance, 46,500,000. Satisfy. If you have money, you can buy whatever you want. It's time to go. Brother Zhang Feng, remember to find me if you have any auction items in the future. As he said that, Xia Cheng took out a business card, Zhang Feng took it and said no problem and left the auction. 16 Elf Forum, please ask for flowers. After the transaction ended, Zhang Feng walked out of the auction and it was already a little late. Okay, Zhang Feng took the Kuai-Long directly and went home. As soon as he got home and opened the door, Zhang Feng found that the elf program that his father and mother were watching were very much the live broadcast of today's Xia family auction. Dad, Mom, are you all watching this? Zhang Feng approached and asked. Yes, today I heard someone talking about the 50 million flying mantis in the company. The price is indeed a bit amazing. His father Zhang Tian stared at the TV and said, after seeing Zhang Feng's Kuai-Long, Zhang's father seemed very calm. The mother Shen Yu smiled and said, Xiao Feng, the express delivery you bought was delivered today. I'll put it in your room. Oh well. Zhang Feng replied. Mother Shen Yu looked at Zhang Feng again and said, Fenger, don't learn from the owner of the flying mantis on TV that sold your fast dragon. The potential of the dragon-type elf is unlimited. 3 black lines appeared on Zhang Feng's forehead. He wanted to add a saying that he sold the flying mantis, but he was afraid that his parents' heart would not be able to bear it. Don't worry, he is my best partner. Zhang Feng replied. After saying that, Zhang Feng continued to say that he would prepare to start his training home journey tomorrow. Hearing Zhang Feng's words, Zhang's father turned off the TV and turned around and looked at Zhang Feng. Have you decided on tomorrow? Mother Shen Yu said with a little worried expression. His son is about to become a trainer. Although the outside world is wonderful, it is full of dangers. Not to mention a few vicious elves, there are a lot of evil organizations that cannot be completely eliminated by the Elf Association. Shen Yu is also a family child and is very clear about the cruelty of those evil organizations. Instructing elves to attack people and destroy corpses are their best. Although his son has a powerful fast dragon, it is hard to guarantee that he will not attract stronger people. Greed. Seeing that his mother was obviously a little worried, Zhang Feng said relaxedly, Yes, I decided, Mom, don't worry, Kuai-Long is with me. Zhang Tian also patted Shen Yu's back of his hand to comfort her and said solemnly to Zhang Feng, How is it? Have the companions who are traveling decide? It is also very important to have good teammates when traveling. Lu Menghan, we are the two of us together for the time being. Zhang Feng said. Hearing Lu Menghan's name, his mother Shen Yu's face obviously relaxed a lot. Is that kid? That's great. Try harder and marry Menghan home and it will be perfect. The father Zhang Tian, who was standing beside him, also started to make excuses. Originally, because the two families lived close together, the relationship between the two parents was also good. Before Shen Yu felt that her son was not worthy of the Lu family's daughter who was both good at character and smart. But now that her son has become a trainer, the initial elf is still a fast dragon, and her little thoughts have become active again. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes and said, "It's just a good friend, don't think too much." Mother Shen Yu patted Zhang Feng's head and said with a smile, "Your emotional intelligence must be inherited from your father. Since she promised to travel with you, she naturally has a good impression of you. And traveling together, living together is the easiest way to have arisen." Feelings. Zhang Feng felt a little headache, and his mother was teaching him to pick up girls. Next, Zhang's father and mother also told them to pay attention to when traveling, and Zhang Feng's scalp was numb. Zhang Feng also went directly to take a shower and ran back to the bedroom on the grounds that he had to get up early the next day. Did. He threw the express package containing the energy blocks directly into the space ring. As soon as he lay on the bed, Zhang Feng's cell phone rang. When Zhang Feng opened it, he saw that it was Lu Menghan's text message. "Zhang Feng, good night, see you tomorrow morning, don't be late." A smiley face was also attached at the end of the text message. After seeing this, Zhang Feng smiled, put his phone on the bed, moved the tablet on the desk to the bed, opened the elf forum and started shopping. Among them, the one that is topped today is the auction of Fanfiction Mantis. And the posts that can be hung on the first page are basically watching the frozen birds in Antarctica. I have witnessed a fire steel beast lying on the crater at the Sugmyo crater. I was awakened during a camping trip and saw Shui Jun on the lake. Basically, there are news about Quasi-God elves, and these are still too far away from Zhang Feng, so he is not interested for the moment. Next, Zhang Feng saw another post. The Kui Long trainer appeared in Hanlin City. Zhang Feng knew that his story had been spread, but he didn't care. Continue browsing, and soon Zhang Feng saw the information he wanted. About the guide to the major museum owners of China, these include detailed information about all the museum owners in China and the elves they use can be seen inside. The owner of the gym has good benefits and high authority. The official position is considered a citywide leader. If you want to become a gym, you must first have 3 elves who are at the level of the Quasi-King. Secondly, you must have outstanding performance on the elves. The contributions must also be strictly reviewed. To participate in the biennial Elf World Championship, you must collect 8 gym badges in your area. Soon, Zhang Feng settled his first destination and walked south from Changpan Forest to the nearest Tianlan city. There was a Shuolan gymnasium there, which was closest to Hanlin City. I went to the forum casually, and Zhang Feng also let go of the electricity. My brain fell asleep. 17 Lu Menghan's 6 Tails, please ask for flowers. Time came the next morning. Zhang Feng, who was lying on the bed, yawned, stretched his waist, looked at it at just 8 o'clock, and then got up from the bed. The things I needed to bring for travel were also prepared with Lu Menghan yesterday. After washing up, Zhang Feng went out with the standard trainer outfit. Walking on the way to Lu Menghan's house, Zhang Feng also called her directly. "Zhang Feng, have you arrived?" The phone was connected and a sweet female voice came from the opposite side. "It's almost downstairs for you, hurry up. I'll wait for you." After Zhang Feng finished speaking, he hung up the phone, and he had already walked downstairs of Lu Menghan's house. After a while, Lu Menghan came down. Zhang Feng looked at Lu Menghan. Today, Lu Menghan was wearing a casual dress, wearing a black and white dress, with long black hair tied behind his head, which looked very simple. "Zhang Feng, what are you looking at?" Seeing Zhang Feng staring at him, Lu Menghan's face turned a little red. "No, nothing, you're ready, then let's go," Zhang Feng said vaguely. The two of them set out formally. They put all the things they need to prepare in the space ring and just take them out when needed, so they didn't even bring their backpacks. In order not to waste time, the two of them called a taxi to Changpan Forest. Although it would be a little more expensive, it was nothing to Zhang Feng, who had just received a huge sum of money. Lu Menghan, who left her relatives for the first time, seemed a little nervous. She kept asking questions, and Zhang Feng tried her best to comfort her. After all, the little girl was traveling for the first time. After getting off the car, Zhang Feng did not choose the road from the previous school activities to enter Changpan Forest, but instead found a road to Tianlan City with the assistance of the Pokemon system. I just entered the primeval forest and saw a single species of elves, most of which were green caterpillars and unicorns, but Lu Menghan was still a little excited and looked left and right like a curious baby. As the two of them went deeper and deeper, they could see other elves from time to time. Zhang Feng quietly clicked on the Pokemon system, and the secret treasures and elves heading to Shuilan City could be detected by him. Zhang Feng took Lu Menghan to a cave and was the only way to Shuilan City. Changpan Forest was mostly made of trees and mountains. On the way, Lu Menghan wanted to conquer a Bobo, so Zhang Feng helped her pick a Bobo with blue talent, and Lu Menghan released her elf and started the battle. Lu Menghan's elf is a six-tailed, a small, four-legged Pokemon that looks like a fox. It has reddish-brown fur, brown pupilless glasses, big pointed ears, and dark brown inner ears. It has 6 orange, curly pointed tails. Zhang Feng also checked the qualifications of this six-tailed one as soon as possible. 6 tails, OK fire system. Body size, 0.6 m/9.9 kg. Talent, green, advanced. Level leave 9. Properties, burn, ineffective when attacked by the flame type skill, and the damage of the fire type skill increases to 1.5 times the original. The trick, sparks, lightning flashes, high speed movement, impact. The level of the other party's wave is leave 12. This wave was obviously a bit warlike, and the lightning flashed and rushed directly towards Lu Menghan's 6 tails. 6 tails, fire, spark. Lu Menghan was quite calm, and Liu spit out a fire, and Bobo flapped his wings and avoided it directly, then accelerated and hit Liu. 6 tails. Looking at the 6 tails that were knocked away, Lu Menghan shouted with pain. Lu Tai fell to the ground, and this Bobo gave Lu Menghan no room for any reaction. Directly the fierce storm rolled Lu Tai into the air again. At this time, Lu Menghan's face was very bad, and she looked at Lu Tai in the violent storm with a heartache. Zhang Feng was also a little stunned. He originally said that he could choose a Bobo with a talent for Lu Menghan, but he also chose the whole way, but he didn't expect that she could not beat him. The violent storm ended, and Lu Wei fell to the ground. Lu Menghan rushed directly to Lu Wei and picked up Lu Wei. Looking at Lu Wei, who was covered in wounds, tears almost came down. But Bobo had not run away, but landed on the canopy of the tree. Zhang Feng immediately walked up and said, "Menghan, take it back into the elf ball first, so that it can recover faster." After saying that, Zhang Feng took out an elf ball from his waist and said, "Leave it to me to help you solve it." Hearing Zhang Feng's words, Lu Menghan nodded immediately, picked up the elf ball and retracted the injured 6 tails. Here, the white light turned into Mukher. The battle continued, and Bobo observed Mukul on the canopy. "Mukul, solve it," the lightning flashes close to it and pecks the attack. Zhang Feng also ordered directly. Lu Menghan also stood up again and looked at Zhang Feng in the battle. Mukher turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the Bobo on the tree canopy. Bobo didn't expect that this Mukher was so fast. He was caught off guard and was hit by the lightning flash. He was being dropped and was repaired by Mukher again. A pecking attack. Mukul beats Bobo, experience 2800/3000. Looking at the landing Bobo, Zhang Feng turned around and shouted at the stunned Lu Menghan, "Submit it quickly." "Oh, okay, okay." Lu Menghan seemed to be attracted by the battle just now, and the person was a little distracted. The elf ball thrown accurately hit Bobo's body. Bobo turned into a red light and was taken in by the elf ball. After a violent tremor, Lu Menghan breathed a sigh of relief with a skip in Lu Menghan's nervous gaze. When he picked up the elf ball, Lu Menghan did not have the joy of conquering the elf. Lu Menghan said to Zhang Feng with a sad expression, "Thank you for your help, am I not successful? It's the potential of a trainer." Looking at Lu Menghan who was so close to her, Zhang Feng rubbed Lu Menghan's hair with a little amused and said, "You are stupid. You are very powerful when you are novice. Such failures are all small problems." Faced with such intimate contact, Lu Menghan's face was also flushed. 18 Ibrahimovic who was hunted, please ask for flowers. In Changpan Forest, after this little episode, the two continued to move forward. At noon, he arrived at the entrance of the cave, which was about 5 meters high. Facing the dark cave, Lu Menghan, a girl, was obviously a little scared and asked to eat something before continuing to walk. Girls are usually afraid of such places. In fact, if it is usually Zhang Feng, he would summon Kuai Long and fly over from high altitude. However, the orange light spot that kept flashing on the system map became what Zhang Feng had to enter. Reason: there is a championship talent in it. The two of them set up the table in the open area of the cave entrance. Zhang Feng put Kuai Long and Muk Er out together. The impact of Kuai Long on Lu Menghan as soon as Kuai Long came out was also huge, and Zhang Feng was not afraid of it. Lu Menghan also released the injured Six Tails and the Bobo who had just been conquered. Six Tails' injuries have recovered. The elves in this world are very strong in recovery. As long as they are not very serious, they will usually be injured. No need to go to the elf hospital. The Bobo who was released was obviously a little dissatisfied with Lu Menghan. After all, Zhang Feng knocked it out. However, she was soon captured by the special elf food that Lu Menghan took out. She prepared very well, and Kuai Long and Muk Er also had the types of food they liked to eat. The four elves had a great time eating. Zhang Feng and Lu Menghan brought a lot of dry food, and they also took some food to deal with it. After finishing eating and cleaning up, Lu Menghan also plucked up the courage to enter the cave with Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng took back Kerr, and Kuai Long followed them directly. Lu Menghan put away the elf and followed Zhang Feng. His vision in the cave was a bit bad, so Zhang Feng took out a flashlight and continued moving forward. Zhang Feng followed the system's positioning and moved towards the moving orange light spots. On the way, the two big-mouthed bats that occasionally flew out were also scared to the timid Lu Menghan screamed, and Zhang Feng also made the Kuai Long slap them with a dragon claw. Ibrahimovic, Ibrahimovic! Zhang Feng was attracted by a hurrying elf cry. Menghan, hurry up, there is movement over there. Zhang Feng pulled Lu Menghan's little hand and ran towards the direction of the scream. This cave is not much different from a maze. It is surrounded by many circles. The two of them came to a stone chamber with Ibrahimovic's screams, and Zhang Feng also saw someone. I saw a red-haired woman in a red suit confronting Ibrahimovic, whose purple tail was all over the top and creamy fur on her neck. Zhang Feng was immediately filled with surprise. It was actually a Flash Ibrahimovic. It was indeed not in vain that he insisted on entering this maze-like cave. Zhang Feng was ready to take action. As for the so-called come first and then arrive? Sorry, there is no such statement in this world. Just as Zhang Feng was about to go out, Zhang Feng glanced at the flame sign behind the woman and asked Zhang Feng to stop. The moment he saw the logo, Zhang Feng was also filled with shock. If he read it correctly, it was the Flame Team in the Carlos region of the Pokemon anime. This world seems to have a lot of animation worlds that he knows. Zhang Feng wants to see the situation first. The leader of this Flash team seemed to be called Viladali, a so-called peaceful madman, who finally angered the Z-God Kajerd and was killed. And Zhang Feng was still wondering why the Flash team appeared in Changpan Forest. Just as she watched, the woman in the uniform threw out 3 elf balls, and white light flashed by, the fork bat, the black ruga, and the poisonous dragon scorpion appeared at the same time, directly surrounding Ibrahimovic. The woman is a team leader of the Flash team. Recently, she was sent to Changpan Forest by Cotters to capture some elves such as ultrasonic bats for the newcomers who joined the organization. She and the team members acted separately because of the comparison of these elves in the cave. She chose this place, but unexpectedly encountered a flashing Ibrahimovic, which shocked her and was filled with surprise. The potential of the Flash Elf is usually started by the King of Heaven. If she catches this Ibrahimovic and trains it well, her status in the Flash Flame group will be higher. Ibrahimovic seemed to have noticed the bad person coming from the other side, and directly rushed towards Helyuga, the closest to it. Humph! Overestimate one's own abilities. The woman from the Flash team sneered, and then issued an order to the three elves, Hiraga, spray flames. The fork bat destroys the light, and the poisonous dragon scorpion cross fangs. After all, it is an evil organization. It is not at all important to catch wild elves, and it is just a group fight. A hot flame spurted towards Ibrahimovic, and Ibrahimovic jumped up and avoided it. The destructive light of the fork bat in the air rushed towards Ibrahimovic. Ibrahimovic saw a green aperture around him blocking the attack. It was Ibrahimovic who held his skills and finally bullied the poisonous dragon scorpion in front of him, but the cross-poisonous fangs were also avoided by the flexible Ibrahimovic. Zhang Feng's eyes lit up. He deserved to be an orange talent and reacted very quickly. Seeing Ibrahimovic avoiding his own series of skills, the captain of the Flash team was even happier. The stronger this Ibrahimovic was, the happier she was. What surprised Zhang Feng even more was that this little guy actually started to counterattack with speed. He moved at high speed and avoided a spray of flames and whipped Helyuga. Helyuga fell to the ground and showed a look of pain. The woman seized the opportunity to take advantage of the opportunity to attack Hiraga. Directly ordered the fork bat to use ultrasound at Ibrahimovic. After Ibrahimovic was hit, the speed slowed down. Seeing this, the poisonous dragon scorpion directly clamped Ibrahimovic with both clamps, followed by a cross fang and hit Ibrahimovic. Then, with a fierce toxin, the pliers raised Ibrahimovic and directly pushed Ibrahimovic heavily. Fall to the ground. Ibrahimovic showed a painful look, and at the same time, there was a trace of purple light on his body. Ibrahimovic might have been poisoned. This series of attacks made Ibrahimovic almost unable to react. The enemy was originally 3 beatings and the trainer's flexible command, so Ibrahimovic was no match at all. Looking at the painful Ibrahimovic, Lu Menghan behind Zhang Feng also showed an unbearable look, and grabbed Zhang Feng tightly. Zhang Feng realized that it was time for him to take action. Just now he just wanted to try how far Ibrahimovic could fight people from this evil organization. The situation is not good now, and he can't really let this person conquer Ibrahimovic. Quick dragon, do it, destroy the light. Zhang Feng was not polite at all and took action directly. There was no need to reason with the evil organization. 19 Flash Team, Flash Ibrahimovic, please ask for flowers. The woman of the Flash team was about to command the elf to give the poisoned and painful Ibrahimovic a final blow, but something happened suddenly. A destructive light that was extremely powerful hit Helyuga directly, and Helyuga was directly knocked away to the rock wall on the side, causing bursts of smoke and dust to fall to the ground. Who is it? The woman from the Flash Flame group took back the Helyuga who fell to the ground and lost her combat ability and shouted angrily. The flashing elf is about to buy it. The hope of being promoted to a cotter is right in front of you, but someone is making trouble. The anger is conceivable, and she has always been the only one who robs other people's elves, so no one dares to rob her. Seeing the person clearly, it was a pair of boys and girls. The woman also saw clearly that the elf attacking her, the Black Ruga, was actually a Kuai-Long. She immediately thought of something and her face turned pale. Are you the king of the Elf Association? So young. The man in front of him was really young and a bit too much, but he did have Kuai-Long. Zhang Feng tightened Lu Menghan's hand because he found that Lu Menghan was very nervous. Lu Menghan was naturally nervous. As a good student with excellent character and academic performance, when did she see this scene? When she encountered an evil organization on her first trip, she felt that she was really unlucky. I'm just a passing new trainer, but I'm interested in this Ibrahimovic. Zhang Feng said slowly. Just now watching the game, he had already used the system to scan the 3 poisonous dragon scorpions with the highest level of elves of this cadre, Leave 39, and the other 2 were Leave 35. Humph! Are you not afraid of offending our flame team? Usually if she encounters a king-level existence, she will run away directly, but this time, Ibrahimovic Flash really can't bear to give up. The Flash Elf has unlimited potential and she doesn't want to miss it, so she lifted out the Flash team and tried to threaten the other party. Hopefully the other party has heard of the Flash team. When Zhang Feng heard the words of the woman from the Flash team, he sneered and said disdainfully, "Quick dragon, take action, the dragon god dives." Zhang Feng didn't plan to pay attention to this female team member at all. As for the threat, I'll talk after hitting me. The fast dragon flew into the air with a roar, and its whole body was covered with blue light. The blue light on the head of the fast dragon turned into a dragon shape and directly dived downward towards the fork bat and the poisonous dragon scorpion. The terrifying dragon power of the king level was shrouded in two. The elf showed fear and was unable to move directly by the dragon god dived and hit him head-on. Boom! After a loud bang, the dust dissipated and saw the fork bat lying on the poisonous dragon scorpion and fainted. The woman gritted her teeth and aimed the elf ball at the fainted elf, took it back into the elf ball, and said, "I'm waiting for me," and ran away with the harsh words. There was nothing I could do if I didn't run. She was not Zhang Feng's opponent. The system sounded. Defeat the women of the Flash team. Kui Long experience 10,000/117360. As for asking her to escape, Zhang Feng didn't change it, otherwise it would be a troublesome to catch her. And even if she was arrested, she would be imprisoned for a few days and then released on bail. Seeing the woman being beaten away by Zhang Feng, Lu Menghan opened her mouth in shock. She had heard on TV how powerful Kui Long was. Now after seeing her, she felt that she was even more shocking than what she said on TV. The duels were actually all with one move. The power of the light just emitted was probably enough to smash the huge rock. At the same time, she was also glad that she agreed to form a team with Zhang Feng. Looking at the exaggerated experience of Kui Long in the system virtual interface, Zhang Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. This flashing flame ball has given him enough experience, but it is still much worse for Kui Long. Then Zhang Feng immediately took out the antidote spray from the space ring and sprayed Ibrahimovic. Its face recovered a lot and no longer seemed so painful. Lu Menghan also touched Ibrahimovic's head. Ibrahimovic. Ibrahimovic, who was covered in purple, lay on the ground and called intimately at Zhang Feng, knowing that it was this human who saved it. Zhang Feng also patted Ibrahimovic on his body and said slowly, "Ibrahimovic, be my elf. I will train you well." Ibrahimovic. Hearing Zhang Feng's words, Ibrahimovic stood up again and posed for a fighting pose. Zhang Feng smiled and said, "Okay, are you going to make a decision after fighting with me?" Ibrahimovic. Ibrahimovic nodded and shouted, "Okay, then let's start." Zhang Feng stood up, and Lu Menghan also retreated not far away. Kui Long shouted and was about to fight. Zhang Feng directly touched its neck and took it back into the elf ball, and said, "Haha, you don't need to come here." Zhang Feng took out the elf ball and threw it into the air. "Mkl is ready to fight." As soon as he finished speaking, Mkr flew out. Ibrahimovic looked at Mkr in midair in fighting pose. Mkl, a flash of lightning. Mkr accelerated into a stream of light and rushed towards Ibrahimovic, and Ibrahimovic once again held on to block this move. Zhang Feng knew that defending was a skill that might fail continuously, and then asked Mker to continue attacking. Ibrahimovic also used the iron tail to attack, but Mker narrowly avoided it. This Ibrahimovic was too fast, and Mker had aerial advantage. The next two pets were entangled. Ibrahimovic had just played a game with an obvious physical strength. And naturally Mker had some advantage in the protracted battle. Moreover, Mker had Zhongfeng next to help command. Good trainers had strong judgment ability. Can help the elves. After not avoiding Mker's flash of lightning, Ibrahimovic was knocked into the air, and Zhongfeng directly pointed it at Ibrahimovic and threw the ball. The elf ball shook symbolically on the ground 3 times and then shocked and successfully conquered it. Seeing Zhongfeng successfully conquering him, Lu Menghan was also happy for him. Zhongfeng picked up the Eddie elf ball, and at this time, Mker, who defeated Eddie in the air, had a white light and bright light, and the entire cave was illuminated. It's time to evolve. Zhongfeng looked at Mook in the air and said to himself. He had specially trained Mker in Changpan before, and his experience was enough. The experience gained from defeating Ibrahimovic this time made it directly upgrade to Level 14 evolution. The white light dissipated, and a Mukebird whose body had grown bigger and whose eyes changed from big eyes to small eyes appeared in front of Zhongfeng. Zhongfeng praised Mukebird and took it back the elf ball. When I turned on the system, Ibrahimovic's detailed data was also presented to Zhongfeng. Ibra, female general system. Body size, 0.3 m/6.5 kg. Talent, orange, champion. Level Level 15. Properties, adaptability. When monsters with adaptive properties attack with the same skill as their own attributes, the attribute bonus multiple becomes 2 times. The trick, a flash of lightning, move at high speed, hold on, iron tail, half reflection. Zhongfeng was a little happy to see Ibrahimovic's powerful panel, not to mention that Ibrahimovic has as many as 8 types of evolutionary forms that can be selected by Zhongfeng. 20 Meeting on the road, Li Yun, seeking flowers. After successfully conquering Ibrahimovic in the cave, Zhongfeng opened the system map and took Lu Menghan around for a long time and finally walked out of the cave. Call. At the exit of the cave, Lu Menghan opened her arms and looked at the green forest in front of her and took a deep breath. She really didn't want to stay in that dark cave. Zhongfeng looked at Lu Menghan's embarrassing look and it was a bit funny. She crawled around in the cave, and her delicate little face was covered with dust. It feels pretty good, right? Zhongfeng smiled and looked at the dusty Lu Menghan and asked. Looking at Zhongfeng who was smiling a little inexplicably, Lu Menghan rolled her eyes and said, "You are not as embarrassed as you are, and you still talk about me." Then, after resting for a while, the two continued to move forward in the forest. It has to be said that Changpan Forest is indeed a paradise for insect elves. Although there are elves from other elves, they are not as numerous as theirs. Green caterpillar, one-horned worm, iron-armored pupa, and thorn-tailed worm. Basically you can touch one in just 2 steps, and there are also many grasses hanging on the branches. After leaving the cave, Lu Menghan said more and more, and laughter often came from both of them. Zhongfeng did not meet the insect-type elf with a particularly talented person, so he didn't care. After all, he was satisfied to conquer an Ibrahimovic, but Lu Menghan caught another green caterpillar with green talent. This time, Lu Tai beat the green caterpillar hard. Then the two of them moved closer to the stream at Lu Menghan's suggestion. Zhongfeng also thought it was good. He also wanted to see if there were any good water-based elves. Moreover, both of them were a little dirty. The system was opened and the virtual interface was when it appears, all kinds of faint green lights flash on the virtual map, which represents each green talented elves, which is also the most reasonable part of the system. In this way, Zhongfeng will not miss any high-qualified elf around him, and the environment around Changpan Forest is also very clear under Zhongfeng's system. Soon, Zhongfeng found a stream under the system map that happened to be crossing the way to Tianlan City, and the two continued to rush. On the way, Zhang Feng also released the elf who blocked the road all the way. Ibrahimovic's experience grew rapidly and slowly. In less than half an hour, the two of them could already hear the gurgling sound of the stream. Lu Menghan seemed a little excited. She was about to set. She could take a good bath if she could find a stream. Even if she didn't take a bath in the wild, she still felt uncomfortable all over if she didn't take a bath for a day, let alone her and Zhang Feng ran in the cave for most of the day and was already covered in dust. This is also why water elves are so popular in the wild travel. Similarly, fire elves that can make fire are also trusted by trainers. When we arrived next to the stream, there were many trainers who were fishing with fishing rods, and they were distributed in small groups on both sides of the shore. There were also many tents on the shore. Obviously, there were many trainers who were preparing to spend the night here tonight. The water is very clear, and Zhang Feng doesn't need a system. He can almost see the elves such as the Carp King swimming under the water with his naked eyes. It has to be said that this earth is different from the place where he was in his previous life. Although humans are still studying high technology, there are also many factories, but the elves are working hard to maintain ecological balance. The environment is not polluted. For example, Shuahun, who can purify water sources, and Shwerubi who greens the forest. It is called Shwerubi here, and the rubi is not nice at the time. Fortunately, Lu Menghan, who suddenly appeared, has received a lot of attention. After all, the beauty is very popular everywhere. The two found a place with few people to wash their faces. The feeling of being covered in dust was really not very good. Not far away, a small team also leaned towards Zhang Feng. Menghan, you are here too. A girl's voice came. Lu Menghan turned around and saw two men and one woman having walked in front of them. The girl was Li Yun, her best friend in the elf school. One of the men was Zhang Feng's class leader, named Haoyu, who was very handsome. There are many suitors, the other is Li Yun's boyfriend Xiao Tian. Both of them have no interaction with Zhang Feng, so Zhang Feng didn't say hello to them. Oh, isn't this Zhang Feng? Are you traveling with Menghan? Li Yun shouted in surprise, and his expression on his face became ambiguous as he said that. Hearing the words of his best friend Li Yun, Lu Menghan's face turned red and she secretly glanced at Zhang Feng. The two men looked at Zhang Feng a little jealously, and they were a little angry at the school's famous school beauty and Zhang Feng traveling together. Haoyu was Lu Menghan's suitor. He thought he was an excellent student in school. Only Lu Menghan deserved him. He also invited Lu Menghan to travel together, but he was rejected. But now he saw Zhang beside Lu Menghan. Feng, his handsome face was a little distorted. Xiao Tian felt a little disliked by Zhang Feng because Yu Yu was his good brother. Zhang Feng defeated Yu Yu during a camping activity before. He naturally hated Zhang Feng, and he couldn't understand why the school beauties who have always been noble would do it. Travel with this annoying guy. At this time, Haoyu saw that Lu Menghan was a little embarrassed and said to Lu Menghan with concern, Menghan, are you okay? Did you encounter an elf attack on the road? At this time, Li Yun also spoke, Menghan, is that true? Why don't you and Zhang Feng travel with us? Haoyu and Xiao Tian are very strong. Lu Menghan forced a smile, and ignored Haoyu and said to her best friend Li Yun, no, I just encountered a small accident. Lu Menghan naturally would not tell Ibrahimovic about it without Zhang Feng's consent. At this time, Xiao Tian walked up to Zhang Feng and said sarcastically, haha, who knows? Zhang Feng, you are too weak. If you can't protect girls, don't agree to travel with them. Xiao Tian, what does it have to do with you? Zhang Feng was about to speak, but Lu Menghan spoke first. At this time, Li Yun clearly saw Zhang Feng's position in his best friend's heart. Although he was a little surprised, he immediately pulled away his boyfriend. Seeing Lu Menghan protecting Zhang Feng, Haoyu, who was standing beside her, looked at Zhang Feng more gloomy. Li Yun also wanted to invite Lu Menghan to put the camp together, and Hao Yu also showed an expectant look, so he had the opportunity to get close to Lu Menghan, but Lu Menghan glanced at Zhang Feng, hesitated for a moment and refused directly. In this way, the three of them did not continue to make things boring. They turned back to their tent and continued fishing. 21 System abnormalities, seeking flowers. Seeing the three of them walking away, Lu Menghan also looked back at Zhang Feng, stuck out his tongue and said cutely, "Don't be angry. Li Yun is my best friend, and I rarely contact Hao Yu and the others." Zhang Feng looked at Lu Menghan, who explained to him, and felt a little funny, and he let go of the slightest displeasure in his heart. Zhang Feng smiled and said, "It's nothing. If he doesn't come to cause trouble for me, I won't touch him." She felt relieved when she saw that Zhang Feng was not angry. Lu Menghan knew that Zhang Feng had an extremely powerful fast dragon. Most powerful people have their own tempers. Li Yun was her best friend, so she naturally didn't want the situation to be too ugly. Then, Lu Menghan also smiled at Zhang Feng and said, "Then I started fishing too. This is the first time I've caught a elves." After saying that, Lu Menghan took out a fishing rod he had bought from the space ring, hung it with a special bait, and threw it into the water. "I'll forget it, I'll prepare dinner." Zhang Feng spread his hands, setting up the table and making dinner, mainly because he scanned it with the system. It was just a stream here, and the elves were mainly Kita ducks, horned goldfish, carp kings, mosquito-repellent tadpoles, and they were not qualified. So Zhang Feng was not interested. The sun sets, and in the evening, Lu Menghan fished for a while, and only caught the carp king after 5 years. After this freshness, he felt bored. It has to be said that the carp king is simply a fishing cancer. It has a huge number of large quantities, and basically high-level bait is sent into its mouth. Most trainers have released it on the spot after fishing it. They don't know that the evolution of the carp king is a powerful Gyarados. But it is too difficult to evolve the carp king, who only knows how to splash and impact water. A capable trainer would rather capture Gyarados directly than I am willing to train the carp king, so that the carp kings will eat the trainer's bait strangely and unscrupulously, but will not be caught. Zhang Feng had expected this to happen. He simply made some food, but it didn't taste very good, but it was enough for 2 people to fill their stomachs. After dinner, we chatted for a while and it became completely dark. The 2 of us opened our sleeping bags, and Zhang Feng lay in the sleeping bag and opened the system interface when he was free. Seeing the elves' interface, the fast dragon, the Muka bird, and Ibrahimovic were all lying quietly in it, in good condition. Zhang Feng clicked the Muka bird's attribute panel to find the skill column. He remembered that the Muka bird seemed to have learned to upgrade. After a new skill, click to see. There was a swallow return in the Muka bird's skill bar. Exiting the elf interface with satisfaction, Zhang Feng suddenly found the one behind the backpack. There is a dark and unselectable option in one column, which is exactly the word plot. What's going on? Zhang Feng was very puzzled in his heart, and he knew his phantom system well. He was sure that the column plot suddenly appeared today. Plot. Zhang Feng began to think about the meaning of these 2 words in his mind. At present, in the eyes of old game fan Zhang Feng, the only word plot may refer to the original anime plot he has seen. And what is his current life that can best be linked to the anime plot? Zhang Feng began to recall all the previous ones. Flame Team. Zhang Feng exclaimed in his heart. The scenes of him meeting the daughter of the Flame Team and catching Ibrahimovic flashed in Zhang Feng's heart. That's right, only the Flame Team can match the plot he knows. And the time when the system changed was today, and it happened to be today when he encountered the Flame Team. Zhang Feng analyzed more things. Since it was a system option, it must be something that was beneficial to him. Does it mean that he could contact more people related to the plot to open this column? Thinking of this, Zhang Feng felt a little regretful that he had just let go of the woman from the Flame Team during the day. Zhang Feng, have you slept? A gentle female voice interrupted Zhang Feng's thoughts. I haven't slept yet. Zhang Feng also replied softly. Lu Menghan seemed to be unable to sleep. Zhang Feng, what happened during the day today made me realize that I don't understand you anymore. Lu Menghan said to himself. After saying that, Lu Menghan saw that Zhang Feng did not answer and continued, just talk about that fast dragon. I also heard from my father that fast dragon is rare, and I found that you seem to know the woman from the evil organization I met during the day. She. In Lu Menghan's impression, Zhang Feng was a very silent, talkative, and very ordinary boy. His family background was just average, but when he went out for a day with Zhang Feng, she was a little shocked to find that she didn't know how to get along with her for a long time. Zhang Feng. For example, during the day, Zhang Feng was not as strong as Zhang Feng she knew when facing that evil organization. Zhang Feng was a little surprised. He didn't know why Lu Menghan said this and said vaguely, well, Kui Long was saved by me in Changpan Forest, so it followed me. As for the woman in the daytime, I just seemed to have seen it on TV. Reports about her. Yet. Lu Menghan deliberately dragged the sound for a long time. Suddenly, Zhang Feng seemed to feel something and said. Let's go to bed first, Menghan, there's still a trip tomorrow. Seeing that Zhang Feng didn't want to say anything, Lu Menghan didn't continue asking, but instead curled up in her sleeping bag. At night, various insects ring in the quiet forest, and the moonlight shines on the ground of Changpan Forest. Two small teams in front of a cave, wearing white uniforms and with the words "R" marked on their chests gathered together. If Zhang Feng was there, he would definitely exclaim that this wasn't the rockets. Everyone in the two small teams looked at the man in blue uniform glasses at the same time. The man held his glasses and sneered, it is said that the Flash team has sent someone here. You should be careful not to have conflicts with them for the time being. We have our own goals here. Yes. The two men from the square array replied in unison. Obviously, the man with glasses has a high status. Hearing his subordinates reply, the man nodded with satisfaction. Suddenly, a dark purple elf appeared strangely in front of the man with a rounded foot. The elf that appeared was Geng Gui. GG. Geng Gui gesturing in front of the man with glasses danced and gestured a few times before the man waved his hand and said, okay, I understand, you continue to monitor them. GG. After screaming twice, Geng Gui disappeared into the shadow again. 22 rockets, night attack, please ask for flowers. Looking at the disappearing Geng Gui, the man in glasses smiled and said, there is a group of trainers next to the stream 5 kilometers away from here. This time the goal is to grab all the elves in their hands. The man in the lead glasses is Yuyun, who is the captain of the special forces of the rockets. Yuyun was a little excited. He was originally a trainer from an ordinary family. Later, after joining the rockets, he was also working hard enough after he assigned him a ghost stone. He has always performed his duties and cultivated ghost stone into Geng's level up to LV.40, so he was favored by a cadre and promoted to captain. This is also the first time he became a team leader to lead an action alone. He set his target on ordinary trainers. Although he could not catch rare elves, it was good to be able to catch many elves in one go. Remember, don't give them time to react when they do it, so as not to cause trouble. Yuyun said harshly. Receive. Seeing his subordinates nodding in unison to respond, Yuyun nodded. He liked to control others' feelings very much. If this action is successful, he will not let down the adult promotion. On the other side, beside the stream, Zhang Feng still did not fall asleep. Instead, he put on his clothes and came out of his sleeping bag. He began to be alerted around him. Zhang Feng's movement was very small and did not alarm Lu Menghan. In fact, just before going to bed, I was chatting with Lu Menghan. He found a Geng ghost from the Phantom system approaching their camp and was floating around the camp and observing everyone. Originally, Zhang Feng thought it was a wild Geng ghost. But then I thought that it was not normal to have Geng Gui's personality. After all, Geng Gui is very naughty and sometimes even fierce. They like to curse, prank, pretend to be someone else's shadow, and then make actions that are different from others. When its prey noticed, Geng Gui became happy because of the fear of his victims. Zhang Feng inferred that this Geng Gui had a high probability of having a master, and that during the day he had just had a confrontation with the Flash team. Zhang Feng had to be wary of whether she could not let go of Flash Ibrahimovic and brought people back to take revenge. When the blue light spot on the system flashed again, Zhang Feng frowned, and the Geng ghost appeared again. This was indeed too unusual. After thinking about it, Zhang Feng still came to Lu Menghan's sleeping bag. At this time, Lu Menghan was sleeping peacefully. Her body turned to one side, closed her eyes, and her chest was slightly undulating. "Wake up, Menghan!" Zhang Feng gently patted Lu Menghan's cheek. Lu Menghan usually wakes up easily when she hears a little movement when she sleeps at home. Zhang Feng's actions woke her up. Zhang Feng? What's going on?" Lu Menghan woke up, rubbed her eyes, stood up and drilled out of her upper body from her sleeping bag, and looked at Zhang Feng with some confusion and asked. "Cough, ache, Menghan, change the clothes first, there is something urgent." Looking at Lu Menghan wearing blue cartoon pajamas, Zhang Feng said with a little embarrassed expression. Lu Menghan realized something when she saw the embarrassment on Zhang Feng's face and blushed and said, "You can turn around first." Zhang Feng turned around and said slowly, "I found that there was a Geng ghost who had been monitoring our camp. It had just disappeared for a while and now it appeared again. I am afraid it has something to do with the evil organization during the day." Hearing Zhang Feng's words, Lu Menghan's movements in dressing were also 3 points faster, and she could hear Zhang Feng's cautious words. "Okay, come on." Lu Menghan put on her clothes and said with her messy hair. Zhang Feng turned his head and grabbed Lu Menghan and hid in the bushes. Lu Menghan had no time to clean up her sleeping bag. Hiding in the bushes, Zhang Feng continued to observe the camp. He wanted to see who wanted to target him, or in this camp, he had a fast dragon. And most people were not his opponent. What he was afraid of was that once he started a war with the other party, he would be unwilling to do so. Protect Lu Menghan. Lu Menghan saw Zhang Feng's serious expression and naturally knew the seriousness of the matter, and just watched quietly. After half an hour, Lu Menghan, who had been waiting for a yawn, looked at the quiet camp and said to Zhang Feng, "Maybe you are too nervous." Zhang Feng gave Lu Menghan a gesture of silence and said, "Don't worry, it's already here." As soon as Zhang Feng finished speaking, there was a sudden boom sound, and dozens of destructive lights attacked the camp at the same time. In the camp, some trainers screamed in pain for a moment. Before they had time to escape from the tent, they were hit by the damaged light and lost consciousness. Some people heard the movement and escaped from the tent in their pajamas. I don't know if this world is because of the elves or what happened. Human trainers have a very strong physique and are generally alive if they are not attacked by the elves. On the other side of the camp. Catch them all, don't let anyone go. Yuyun sneered at the training camp where he was raided. For a moment, all his men rushed to the camp. The rockets and the trainers also fought together, with various skills flying everywhere and sparks flying. Compared with the well-trained and well-prepared rockets, the trainers who were fighting in panic were beaten and retreated step by step. The elves in the trainer camp lost their combat ability. At this time, some trainers had been captured. Zhang Feng used the faint moonlight to barely see the uniforms of a group of people in the sneak attack camp. He was a little stunned when he saw the word R behind the uniform of the visitor. Isn't this the rockets? He originally thought that the woman from the flames was not giving up on his Ibrahimovic, and what was the rockets rushing to attack their camp? Zhang Feng held his chin and started thinking. At this time, Lu Menghan, who was watching the battle, saw the camp in chaos, and there was no sleepiness at all. It was as Zhang Feng said that someone came to attack. Thinking of this, Lu Menghan was scared. Fortunately, Zhang Feng discovered it early, otherwise he would have been attacked by the destruction light. It may be her. At the camp, the rockets quickly ended the battle and tied up everyone. The trainer was not a match for the rockets, and the trainer who was scared and prepared to escape was also caught by the rockets. 24 Solve Gengui and scare Yuyun, please ask for flowers. Coyote, look for this smell. Yuyun said to the coyote dog that the blue qualified elf has a great temptation to Yuyun. Looking at the coyote dog that was carefully sniffing the smell of Lu Menghan's sleeping bag, Lu Menghan looked nervous in the bushes. Zhang Feng knew that he couldn't escape, so he took out 3 elf balls from his waist and threw them into the air. MKMK. B.A. Ibrahimovic. The Mook bird, the Kuai Long, and the newly conquered Ibrahimovic appeared in front of Zhang Feng. The situation is a bit urgent. It's not that Zhang Feng cannot fight, but that he must fight under the safety of Lu Menghan. Zhang Feng is currently qualified to be invincible in the chaos of war. Once the war begins, he will not be distracted to protect Lu Menghan. Menghan, run quickly and try to find a place to hide. I will call you after the matter is over. Zhang Feng thought for a while and said, before Lu Menghan could speak, Zhang Feng continued to say to Ibrahimovic, Ibrahimovic, you should protect this big sister, it is best to take her to hide in the previous cave. Ibrahimovic. Ibrahimovic raised his chest and said that there was no problem. The cave was half its home, and he basically knew all the elves inside. Lu Menghan looked at Zhang Feng with a worried look on his face, and wanted to say something, but when he thought that his strength could only drag Zhang Feng back, he told Zhang Feng to be careful and then followed Ibrahimovic. At this time, the coyote dog was already approaching the bush with Yuyun. Zhang Feng looked at the rockets who were gradually approaching. A strange smile appeared on his face and murmured, then let's play with you. Quick dragon, from the east, the direction of 1 o'clock, output with all your strength, the fluctuation of the dragon. Zhang Feng said coldly. As Zhang Feng's initial pet, Kuai Long will execute any instructions from Zhang Feng without hesitation. The energy of the dragon's fluctuation in his mouth gathered and fired directly towards the place Zhang Feng pointed to. The powerful dragon wave shot towards the direction that deviated from the rocket's players, but the shock generated by the energy also attracted everyone in the rockets to see, and Yuyun's face turned pale the moment she looked at it. Gengui, run! Yuyun just finished speaking, the dragon's fluctuation of the fast dragon had hit Gengui's back directly. The powerful dragon's fluctuation directly made Gengui lose his combat ability and land on the ground. Who is it? Seeing Gengui's miserable situation, Yuyun immediately used the elf ball to retract Gengui, who had lost his combat power, and took out the elf ball from his waist to summon a cat boss and looked at the bushes that destroyed the light. Suddenly, the strange thing happened. Change made Yuyun, who had always pursued perfection, feel a little uneasy. The trainer, who was still tied to the ground in the camp, also saw this scene and felt hope in his heart. Seeing the quick dragon's fluctuation solve Gengui, Zhang Feng also showed a relaxed expression. The ghost-type elves are elusive. Zhang Feng does not have the ghost-type elves, nor does he have the superpowers to protect himself, so he chose to deal with Gengui, who can directly threaten him before the war begins. After solving Gengui, the remaining rockets players could not pose too much threat to Zhang Feng. Looking at the rockets players who were cautious and approaching the bushes, Zhang Feng directly looked at Kuai Long and Mu. Kabien ordered. Quick dragon, the dragon god dives and aims at a crowded place to take action. MK bird, you hide in the dark, if someone attacks me, you can solve the problem. MK. BA. The fast dragon roared and flew into the air. The blue light enveloped the dragon god, dived and rushed directly to the rockets' camp. Yuyun was the one who could climb to the captain's position at the rockets. He directly reacted when he saw the fast dragon rushing towards them from the bushes. Boss Cat, shadow ball, everyone attacks Kuai-Long with all their strength. For a moment, the flames, shadow balls, and the evil waves all kinds of attacks aimed at the fast dragon in the air. The fast dragon dodged left and right in the air. After the last shadow ball on the front, the fast dragon's dragon god dived and hit directly. Many Rockets players who had no time to avoid were basically killed. The members of the Rockets who were hit in the front were basically killed, and the powerful aftermath caused many Rockets players to be seriously injured. Yu Yun's movements were very fast. With the help of the cat boss, he escaped from the lock of the Kuai-Long. It can be seen that there was a terrifying depression in the place where the Kuai-Long stood. Zhang Feng's quick dragon's attack is not like the Rocket's half-baked attack. Every hitting hits a person in the front will inevitably lead to serious injuries or death. At this time, Zhang Feng also walked out of the bushes and looked at the dismal Rockets and said coldly, "Are you looking for me?" Zhang Feng walked out of the bushes and everyone present was surprised. Li Yun and the other two who were still tied to the camp were staring at the boss with a surprised look. They never expected that Zhang Feng could have a fast dragon. Yu Yun was also a little shocked. He was too young, and the boy in front of him was too young, and his elf was not Muk-Er, but Kuai-Long. But he didn't have time to be shocked, and Yu Yun said coldly to the remaining Rockets players with a look of horror. Some people besieged Kuai-Long, and the other people attacked the trainer. Most of the remaining Rockets members rushed towards Zhang Feng, and only a very small number of players used the elves to siege the fast dragon. Compared to facing the terrifying and invincible fast dragon, they were actually more willing to face Zhang Feng. Seeing that his team members rushed towards Zhang Feng and Kuai-Long, Yu Yun's eyes flashed with a splendor, and he turned around and started running away. He chose to sell his subordinates to win the opportunity to escape. This was him. It was decided the moment I saw the Kuai-Long. The moment he saw Kuai-Long, with his years of experience, he was basically sure that the other party must be a powerful king. If the king was asked to summon all 6 main players, all the Rockets members present could not escape. All the kings with quasi-divine dragons are the best among the kings. Yu Yun believes that Zhang Feng's remaining main elves will definitely not be much worse than the fast dragon. He made the most correct judgment. He thought was, that is escape, run away immediately, the farther you run, the better. 23 Betrayed, please ask for flowers. Yu Yun rubbed her chin and looked at the group of tied boys and girls. Some trainers tied together by 3 or 5 were angry and spitting lotus flowers. Some begged Yu Yun to let them go, while others were so scared that they didn't dare to say anything. Zhang Feng in the bushes was a little helpless. To be honest, this group of trainers who fished by the stream during the day were too weak. When they fought with the Rockets, all the little Lotta and green caterpillars came. They were even more powerful. It's just a magnificent power, a bird that is simply giving away a head. Zhang Feng mutest after a while. The trainer was basically twice the number of Rockets, and he actually solved the Rockets all in just one stroke. It was too cowardly. At this time, Lu Menghan, who was beside him, pulled Zhang Feng and glanced at Li Yun and the other two tied. "Let me go, I tell you, my father is the owner of the gymnasium in Kaihuang City. If something happens to me, you will die." Li Yun's boyfriend Xiao Tian shouted loudly while struggling. Yu Yun walked to Xiao Tian with interest, looked at Xiao Tian who was tied up and said slowly to his subordinates, "Oh? Not bad, this is a bit valuable, I will take it away later." Hearing Yu Yun's words, Hao Yu, who was tied up with Xiao Tian, was a little excited. He was not ready to catch them away after Yu Yun's words. After glanced at all the tied trainers, Yu Yun slowly said, "Listen, everyone here has handed over their elves to us. I will spare his life and die if they don't hand over them. I'll hand it over, I'll hand it over. Ba, Lu Cheng, the elf is our partner. You just hand it over to others easily. Destiny is important, or is it important?" After saying that, the first person named Lu Cheng handed over the 3 elf balls in his hand to a Rocket staff member holding a special pocket. Yu Yun did let Lu Cheng go. In fact, he knew that he had already figured out the bottom line of the Elf Association after so many years of actions. If you poach, grab the elves of the trainer, the Elf Association will not make a big move. At most, the search will be over in a while. Once you kill, the nature will be different. The Elf Association will definitely kill people at all costs. Uprooted. Although the Rockets have some background and are very strong, they cannot have the ability to fight against the Elf Association directly. Next, with the demonstration, the trainers moved very quickly, and they handed over their elves one by one. After all, just like Lu Cheng said, if the elves are gone, they can be caught again, and if their lives are gone, they will have nothing. Then Yu Yun also let go of the trainer who handed over to the elf. Looking at a large pocket of elf balls, the smile on Yu Yun's face became even stronger. In this way, fewer and fewer people were tied up, and basically only about 10 people were left who refused to hand over their elves. At this time, Li Yun and the 3-member team had some disagreements. Hao Yu wanted to hand over the elf and leave here before going to the Elf Association for help. Li Yun insisted on not handing over. Her Pippi was her best friend and she couldn't bear to bear it. Xiao Tian was taken away if he had sex or not, so he simply took his girlfriend hard. Li Yun, it's okay, I will help you. My father is the owner of Kaihuang City, and they dare not touch me. Xiao Tian comforted Li Yun with a look of pain. Hey, it's your turn, let the elves hand over it. A Rocket's uniform man came to the 3 with a special pocket. Get out of here, we won't hand it over. Xiao Tian said harshly. With Xiao Tian's lead, the rest of the people shouted. Yes, if you have the guts. You can kill me. The elf is my lifelong friend, I won't hand it over. Yes. Seeing that no one of the remaining people was willing to hand over the elf ball and shouting to protest, Hao Yu looked at Yu Yun's increasingly gloomy face and said in her heart, not good. When he was anxious, Hao Yu suddenly glanced at Lu Menghan's sleeping bag in her eyes, and recalled in her heart that he seemed to have never seen Lu Menghan and Zhang Feng since the beginning. Then, I have something to say. Yu Yun was about to speak, when Hao Yu, who was tied up, spoke first. Xiao Tian and Li Yun looked at Hao Yu at the same time. Say it, don't let me hear a word of nonsense. Yu Yun said coldly, his patience is a little exhausted. Hao Yu quickly pointed to Lu Menghan's sleeping bag and said, there are 2 more people who escaped, 1 man and 1 woman. The man has a super rare blue talent Kerr. What did you say? That's not the case. Li Yun, who was standing beside her, said hurriedly, she didn't expect that Hao Yu, who was usually gentle and kind, would show such an ugly appearance. Xiao Tian was very satisfied with Hao Yu's words. After all, it was not bad to drag Zhang Feng into the water. This scene made Zhang Feng's face in the bushes gloomy, while Lu Menghan looked unbelievable. After all, she remembered that the squad leader Hao Yu was a good person. Hearing the blue talent, Yu Yun suddenly became interested and looked at the sleeping bag that Hao Yu pointed at. Are you saying true? Yu Yun ignored Li Yun and said directly to Hao Yu. Hao Yu paused and continued, yes, that man is my classmate. I saw his Mkr kill my friend's coyote dog in one move. When Yu Yun heard this, a flash of light flashed in his eyes. He could tell from Hao Yu's panic-looking look that he was probably not lying. It was rare for Mukher to kill the coyote dog in seconds. There are only 2 situations where the elf can kill instantly. Level if the difference is too large, or the talent difference is too large, and if the talent difference is large at the same level, there will be instant kills. Thinking of this, Yu Yun's face showed a hint of excitement. His Geng Gui was also the only blue talent in his team. He would naturally not let him go if he had the chance to win the second one. Yu Yun glanced at Hao Yu and pointed at Hao Yu and the other 2 and said slowly, if you catch Muk-er, you 3 cannot hand over the elves, I will let you go. After saying that, Yu Yun turned around and walked to the sleeping bag with most of the people. "Good job, Hao Yu." Xiao Tian spoke immediately. Although he took out his father's name, he obviously didn't buy it. Now he has the chance to be safe, so he is naturally happy. Hao Yu didn't say much when she heard this. He was not in a good mood. After all, he still liked Lu Menghan, but he still put his life first. Li Yun looked at the coyote dog with a worried look and sniffed the breath left by Lu Menghan's sleeping bag to chase after him. She was worried about her best friend. 25 Rescue, discuss, please ask for flowers. Zhang Feng has excellent eyesight, and he has been watching the enemy leader, looking at the escaped Yu Yun, and seeing more and more elves surrounding him. Zhang Feng gritted his teeth and said coldly, "Hurry up. Dragon, come back, the tornado solves them." There was no choice but to let Yu Yun run away. If the fast dragon was too far away from Zhang Feng, the Mknu could not handle so many elves. When Kuai Long saw that his master was surrounded, he immediately became anxious. He flapped his wings and shook off the elf surrounding it in front of him and rushed directly towards Zhang Feng. Shadow Ball, Jet Flame, Air Cut. As the Rockets team members ordered, an attack of a fork bat, a Nura, a moon elf, and a fireball rat was aimed at Zhang Feng at the same time. The fast dragon had no time to return to defense. Behind Zhang Feng, the MK bird rushed to Zhang Feng as fast as possible. The fierce storm launched an attempt to resist the opponent's attack and resolved the crisis for his master Zhang Feng. The level of the opponent's elves is above level 20, and the power of the trick is much higher than that of the MK bird. The violent storm is directly cut and dispersed by the air. The jet flame directly hit the unavoidable Mukebird Hedon, because Zhang Feng was behind the MK bird, and it did not dare to hide. The MK bird, who was suffering from the jet flame, looked firm and still did not fall down. The last shadow ball also hit Mukebird and directly caused an explosion. Mukebird directly lost his combat ability and fell to the ground. Zhang Feng took out the elf ball and directly retracted the MK Baiyu, allowing him to recover his strength in the elf ball. He saw the MK Baiu's efforts. At the speed of the MK Baiyu, he could completely avoid these attacks, but it all followed. It was all because of the self behind it. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng's face had completely cooled down. At this time, the fast dragon also flew over Zhang Feng. Ba! With a roar, the dragon was completely invaded when he saw his companion being attacked, and the dragon-type pressure swept across the elves on the ground. I saw that the fast dragon flapped its wings, and the powerful tornado took shape instantly, directly covering the rockets on the ground and the elf. Even the surrounding trees were swept into the tornado. The gap between these elves who are not as elite as the king's fast dragon is as different as a cloud of mud. When the tornado passed, the scene was in a mess, and the remaining Rockets team members were all dead, seriously injured. Seeing this scene, Zhang Feng's anger subsided slightly, and the Rockets were dealt with. His eyes naturally looked at the remaining people in the camp. Zhang Feng patted Kuang Long and signaled that it could stroll around casually, and walked towards the crowd in the camp himself. "Thank you for defeating the Rockets. Fortunately, we escaped with you." The remaining 10 trainers spoke first and looked at Zhang Feng with thanks. They really didn't expect that the Loki boy with a beautiful woman during the day was actually in existence with a superstar level. Zhang Feng didn't say much, loosened them one by one, and also called Lu Menghan to tell her that it was okay and asked her to return to the camp immediately. Although Zhang Feng seemed to win this battle with the Rockets easily with the fast dragon crushing, Zhang Feng himself was almost in danger, thanks to Mukin's perseverance, and if Yu Yun was not in the forefront escape, but commanding the team members to fight in an orderly manner. It was Zhang Feng who could not handle the situation. This also proves that it was true that he asked Lu Menghan to leave in advance. This can be regarded as a warning to Zhang Feng. Even if he has Kuai Long, he still cannot be too proud. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng looked at Hao Yu who had just been loosened again. Hao Yu has been trembling since Zhang Feng took Kuai Long to play. He also didn't understand how Zhang Feng conquered a fast dragon, but if Zhang Feng had been in the bushes not far away, then he must have seen the whole process of betraying Zhang Feng. I am afraid that Zhang Feng, who has solved the problem with the rockets, will settle the score with him. Zhang Feng looked at Hao Yu coldly, and he was about to wait for Lu Menghan to come back to solve Hao Yu's affairs. Soon, the loosened trainers also found all the elves that had been confiscated from the seriously injured rockets players. Then, everyone started to pick up some firewood and lit the bonfire. Everyone expressed their gratitude to Zhang Feng around the bonfire. Li Yun also came up and said with gratitude, "Thank you this time, Zhang Feng, your Kuai Long is so powerful." "Thank you, Zhang Feng." Although she was a little reluctant, Xiao Tian was just rescued by Zhang Feng, so she expressed her gratitude. The squad leader Hao Yu lowered his head and said nothing. In less than half an hour, Lu Menghan, sweating profusely, also returned to the camp. Looking at the messy camp, she understood the tragic level of the previous battle, but after seeing Zhang Feng safe and sound, she was relieved. "Go down. Zhang Feng, are you okay?" Lu Menghan looked at Zhang Feng with concern. Zhang Feng smiled at Lu Menghan and said, "Of course, it's just a group of small people, and they can't threaten me." Hearing this, everyone present twitched in the face. The rockets just now were also the ones, then what would they be caught? Then, Zhang Feng looked at Hao Yu with a little playful thought and said, "Squad leader, are you okay? Do you want my Kuai Long?" Hearing Zhang Feng's words, Hao Yuexin also hung up and replied stutteringly, Zhang Feng, I have no choice, they just know it's our life." "Humph, squad leader, I really didn't expect you to be such a person." Li Yun also said coldly. Lu Menghan looked at Hao Yu in disappointment. Xiao Tian, who had been applauding Hao Yu's approach before, said nothing. The remaining trainers who were not familiar with Zhang Feng and the others saw the conflict between Zhang Feng and Hao Yu and did not speak out. If possible, Zhang Feng wanted to teach Hao Yu a lesson that he would never forget for his life, but now he had just experienced a war and everyone was a little scared, so Zhang Feng gave up and just warned Hao Yu. Next, everyone from the trainer's elf who was released by the rockets unanimously decided to hand it over to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng also proposed to wait in the city and put it in the elf association for them to collect it themselves. Everyone agreed. Next, after chatting for a while, everyone went back to their sleeping bags to sleep. After all, they were tired for the middle of the night. 26 Arrival, Tianlan City, please ask for flowers. A secret base for the rockets. A bang sound. A teacup was smashed to the ground. Yuyun, who left the team members in advance, knelt on the ground with a panic look on his face. Cotter Bishus, there is no way. On the way to the mission, we encountered a king with a fast dragon. All 6 elves took action, and I was the only one who escaped by luck. Yuyun looked at him sitting in a high position, with a cold expression on Bixia's, and his eyes turned to explain quickly. Humph! I promoted you up not to make things difficult for me. What are the characteristics of that person? Bishus said coldly. He is a student from Hanlin Elf Academy, named Zhang Feng. This is what I heard from his classmate who was tied up at that time. It is not ruled out that there are false elements. He has the strength of a king at a young age, and has the power of a Kuai Long. Maybe he from that family. Hearing that family, Bishus's face was also rare to reveal a trace of inexplicability. Okay, get out. You know the consequences if you fail the mission next time. Bishus said coldly. Yuyun's face was full of gratitude and quickly stood up from the ground and bowed and said, Okay, thank you, boss. After saying that, Yuyun turned around and left this place that scared him. Quick Dragon, Hanlin Elf Academy? Zhang Feng? Will it have anything to do with the Yulong family? Bishus sat in a high position, holding his chin and thinking. The next day, the sun was shining, and the light blue sky was like a clean velvet, inlaid with yellow gold edges. Zhang Feng woke up a little late, and he didn't sleep well yesterday because of the rockets. After waking up, Zhang Feng found that Hao Yu and the other two had left early. Perhaps they were afraid of facing Zhang Feng. Lu Menghan woke up much earlier than Zhang Feng. After ate some breakfast, they bid farewell to the trainers and continued. Let's go. This time, the two of them took out the mountain bikes in the space ring. They now need to rush to Tianlan City to contact the Elf Association in Tianlan City, and return the bag of elf balls back. In the next 3 days, Zhang Feng also leveled up while rushing. With the system, he could find the elf group on every road without any trouble. When he arrived in Tianlan City, his MK and Ibrahimovic were both. There has been a different degree of improvement. Ibrahimovic's level reached Level 20, and Mgabert's level reached Level 17. Tianlan City is also a first-tier city in China. It has many big families and good economic strength. This city has also produced several water kings. The city is adjacent to the estuary of the river in the north, Kaihuang City to the south, and Moon Canyon to the west. Tianlan City is one of the only 2 cities in the China region that are connected by roads on all sides, and the other is Kaihuang City. Moreover, Tianlan City has one of the goals of Zhang Feng's trip, Shuilin Gymnasium. Entering the sky blue city, the bustling street scenes and the pedestrians coming and going also made Zhang Feng and Lu Menghan relax a lot. The days of outdoor life made the two of them feel a little nervous. The two of them first found a high-end hotel to stay in. Lu Menghan couldn't wait to take a shower, and Zhang Feng's single room was opened opposite Lu Menghan. Zhang Feng also sorted out himself well and changed his clothes. Bored, Zhang Feng also turned on the TV in the hotel and watched the King of Heaven's performance competition, and waited for Lu Menghan to finish it. About 2 hours later, Zhang Feng was a little impatient and finally knocked on the door. Zhang Feng opened the door and his eyes lit up slightly. At this time, Lu Menghan changed into a white short skirt and put on some light makeup on his face, which looked particularly charming. Have you finished it? Yes, let's go, you can go out. After a simple exchange, the two left the hotel. Zhang Feng carried the elf ball with the backpack and Lu Menghan advanced to the Elf Association in Tianlan City. Along the way, there were coyote dogs shopping with the old man on the street, Pikachu dressed up, and there were many insect elves in the flower beds, and there were many trainers in some open spaces fighting against elves. The prosperity of big cities is clear at a glance. The handsome couple Zhang Feng and Lu Menghan also attracted a lot of attention. Soon, the two found the Elf Association Center. After Zhang Feng explained his purpose to the staff at the window, the staff were arranged to wait in a lounge. In a short while, a beautiful, neat and generous blonde police officer appeared in front of the two. Mr. Zhang Feng, my name is Sheng Guanwaner, the Special Search Officer of Tianlan City Elf Association. Can you tell me in detail about your experience in Changpan Forest? Sheng Guanwaner spoke. Hearing the woman's self-introduction, Zhang Feng was stunned. He remembered that the Fishan mantis who spent 50 million to bid him away at the Xia family auction was also named Sheng Guan. I don't know what it has to do with the woman in front of him. Seeing that Zhang Feng did not respond, Sheng Guanwaner patiently continued to ask, Mr. Zhang Feng, can you tell me? Lu Menghan, who was standing beside him, was stunned when he saw Zhang Feng looking at Sheng Guanwaner, and pouted angrily. Okay, no problem. Zhang Feng reacted and told Sheng Guanwaner about all the experiences he had encountered with the rockets in Changpan Forest in detail. But he just omitted the experiences of meeting the women of the Flash team and the Flash Ibrahimovic before that. After listening, Sheng Guanwaner pondered for a while and looked at Zhang Feng with a smile and said, Thank you for saving these people. We will also hand over the elf balls we handed to ours to their masters as soon as possible. Zhang Feng waved his hand and said nothing. Then, Zhang Feng and Lu Menghan left the Elf Association Center. As for what measures the association will take next, he shouldn't be worried about. 27 Live Broadcast, Shuilin Gymnasium. After solving the problem of where the elves go, Zhang Feng also accompanied Lu Menghan to visit the mall. All the things he bought this time were paid by Zhang Feng. This is also the favor that Zhang Feng had before returning Lu Menghan to him. On the way, a very strange scene appeared. Whether it was in a department store or walking on the street, occasionally a trainer looked at Zhang Feng and whispered. In this way, Lu Menghan's good mood was completely destroyed, and the two returned to the hotel early. Hotel, at the door of Lu Menghan's room. I don't know what's going on. Zhang Feng spread his hands. Okay, then go to bed early today. Don't you still have to challenge the gym tomorrow? Lu Menghan seemed a little depressed and went back to the room. Zhang Feng, who returned to the room, lay on the bed and picked up his laptop and clicked on the Elf forum, and started shopping. As soon as he entered the forum, he saw a prominent post that was topped by the forum. A boy with a 16-year-old Kui Long, one person fights against the evil organization, another Dragon King in China, Zhang Feng. Damn! Seeing the content, Zhang Feng couldn't help but swear in his heart. He just looked at the title and found that the tone of this post was very similar to the group of people he rescued from the rockets before. Click in, the content is probably Zhang Feng, about 16 years old, has a terrifying fast dragon. His strength should be at the King of Heaven and an elite qualified mecha bird. He saved a large number of our trainers from the terrorist organization. Seeing that there were photos of himself in the forum, Zhang Feng was a little helpless. No wonder there were trainers who occasionally pointed at him on the street just now. Zhang Feng looked at the comments below again. Really, false? It's not the young head of the Yulong family, right? He defeated the evil organization alone, he is such a fierce man. People are so angry that people are more popular. People have fast dragons at the age of 16. I am still leveling up my green caterpillars at the age of 16. Does the little brother lack a girlfriend? I want to hug you, and I guess I can catch a lot of powerful elves with him. For a time, the name Zhang Feng became a hot topic. Elf forum basically, as long as you are an elf trainer, you will come in and browse in your spare time, and there are also many trainers who trade secret treasures through Elf Forum. Moreover, there are various rare elves sighting sites on the Elf Forum. Although they are not very reliable, there are many people who believe in it. Thinking of his current situation, Zhang Feng rubbed his head with a headache. To be honest, if he had known this, he would not have saved those people at the beginning. He took Kui Long and flew away with Lu Menghan, which was easier. Next, Zhang Feng looked at the information about the owner of Shuilin Gymnasium. This was the first gym he would challenge tomorrow. The owner of Shuilin Gymnasium was a middle-aged man named Mu Han. The next day, Zhang Feng and Lu Menghan arrived at the Shuilin Gym very early. The Shuilin Gymnasium is very big, and there are many trainers gathering at the entrance, as if they are all here to challenge the gymnasium. After entering the gym, Zhang Feng and Lu Menghan quickly found the battlefield. At this time, there were already many trainers watching the game around the venue, and the game was broadcast live by the Shuilin Gym on the Elf channel. A pool with a diameter of about 20 meters was built in the central location. There are many floating platforms on both sides of the pool for the elves to stand, and the high platforms on both sides are standing with the challenge trainers and the gym owners. Several shooting machines in the air are hovering in the air, broadcasting the battle live. This is a venue that is very consistent with the elements of the water-based gymnasium. Zhang Feng's arrival attracted the attention of a small number of people. Hey! This seems to be the trainer with Kui Long exposed on the forum. Yes, I've seen his photos, and I'm really young. Did he come to challenge the owner of Muhan today? Some of them have seen it, and we will have a chance to see the charm of Kuang Long. Zhang Feng ignored the on-site trainer's comments about him and looked directly at the battle in the field. The Gotha duck, the owner of the museum, grabbed the trainer's kami turtle with his mind and threw it off the battle stage. The camele loses its combat ability, and the winner is Mu Han, the owner of the gym. The referee on the side also spoke, and the defeated trainer walked off the platform with a dull look on his face. The referees in the gym competition do not need professionals from the league. Generally, the gym owner chooses his own people to serve. After all, the responsibility of the gym owner is to test the trainer, not a must-win. Even if some trainers fail, you can get the badge as long as you play wonderfully enough. If the challenger if you have any objections, you can ask the Elf Association to come forward and arbitrate. If the owner of the gym is found out, the gym will be blocked immediately. But this kind of thing is generally impossible to happen. Wow! The owner of Muhan is really strong. I don't know if anyone can force his second elf out today. The owner of Muhan Hall is so handsome. 666. Those who can't afford to raise elves like us can only watch the live broadcast. The live broadcast platform of the elf, Mu Han, the owner of the Schwillen Gymnasium in Tianlan City, is currently broadcasting live. The number of viewers has reached 500,000. Most of them are ordinary people who have no conditions to become trainers. Whenever the owner defeats a challenger is a live broadcast room full of 666 and various gift rewards. The money for these rewards was obtained by the owner of Mu Han, so although being a bit tiring to be a stadium owner, it was a fat man. Then, Mu Han quickly killed 2 challengers and finally it was Zhang Feng's turn. The aerial shot of the machine was given to Zhang Feng, and Zhang Feng walked up to the platform, and Lu Menghan also shouted, "Come on!" Another trainer came. "This one is too small, right? It's boring, it's boring. I guess he's a boy who doesn't know how to be tall and rich. Why do I think he looks so familiar?" Someone discussed the live broadcast platform. Most of the live broadcast rooms are ordinary people and cannot enter the elf forum. Naturally, they don't know Zhang Feng. Only a few people have some impression of Zhang Feng. The challenger is Zhang Feng from Hanlin City. He fought in 3v3 in this game until all 3 elves on one side lost their combat capabilities. The referee said loudly, "Zhang Feng, I have heard of you. It seems that I will fight you seriously." The owner of the museum, Mu Han, said with a smile, the battle ahead made him very bored, and now he finally met a powerful one. "Okay, Master Muhan." Zhang Feng replied, took out an elf ball from his waist and threw it into the air and shouted, "Prepare for battle, MK bird." MK. Looking at the mook bird hovering in the air, Mu Han smiled and said, "Isn't it a fast dragon?" Zhang Feng said calmly, "You will see it later." "Then come out, starfish." Mu Han's first elf was a starfish. 28. Lock and solve the stars, seeking flowers. Qualification, blue, level, leave 25 starfish. Zhang Feng touched his chin and looked at the starfish of the owner of Muhan. The first time its detailed data was transmitted into Zhang Feng's mind by the system. The responsibility of the owner of the gym is to assess the strength of the trainer, so Mu Han chose the elf whose level is not too different from the Muka bird. As long as Zhang Feng fights him to satisfy him, he can give it to him directly even if he loses. His badge. "You can attack first, Zhang Feng." Mu Han waved at Zhang Feng and said lightly, "As you wish, MK bird." Lightning flashes. MK. As soon as Zhang Feng finished speaking, the MK bird instantly turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the starfish. So fast! Mu Han praised the speed of the mook bird and ordered, "Starfish, water spears to meet the enemy." In the water, the starfish exposed and aimed directly at the mook bird water gun in the air to fire. Seeing that the water gun was about to hit the MK turned around in the air and directly avoided the water gun. With a flash of lightning, the star was hit on the front. The starfish staggered in the water, and the damage caused to it was still caused by this blow. Wow! Seeing this scene, the trainers on the scene were in an uproar. Some of them watched the game here for several days, while others were defeated by Mu Han. During the battle, the challengers were basically crushed by Mu Han. Zhang Feng gained the upper hand from the beginning. Lu Menghan in the audience also showed a happy look when she saw Zhang Feng showing an advantage. It's well trained. You're MK Bird. Mu Han said slowly. Zhang Feng smiled and said, it's okay, MK Bird continues to attack and use the swallow to return. MK. The MK Bird flipped in the air, and its body was covered with white light and rushed straight towards the starfish. Stars, the enemy is facing the front, the spiral ball. Mu Han said slowly. The body of the starfish began to rotate at high speed, turning into a spiral light ball, colliding directly with the mook bird in the air. With a bang in the air, both sides were bounced away by huge force. The MK bird adjusted its balance in the air, and the starfish returned to the water. Seeing this scene, Mu Han's expression finally couldn't help but be surprised. His starfish was still much higher than Zhang Feng's mook bird, but Zhang Feng's mook bird just returned. The power is no less than that of his spiral ball of the starfish. Zhang Feng continued to issue an order, MK Bird, don't give it a chance to react, there is a flash of lightning. In the air, the MK Bird turned into a starfish that rushed towards the pool again. Mu Han smiled and said slowly, although it's not very brilliant, just dive into the water. Starfish. Hearing Mu Han's words, the starfish dived directly into the water. The MK Bird rushed to the water and lost its attack target and stopped suddenly above the water. Seeing this scene, Zhang Feng raised his mouth slightly and smiled, play this with me? The water surface is at 3 o'clock in the east, and the storm is output with all his strength. Seeing Zhang Feng smiling, Mu Han was a little confused. He could not even determine the exact position of the starfish at the bottom of the water. What is Zhang Feng trying to do? Hearing Zhang Feng's inexplicable instructions, the trainer watching the game was also stunned. What is this to do? I can't see the bottom of the water at all. What do Zhang Feng want to do? MK. The mook bird, who was parked above the water, aimed at the direction Zhang Feng said and began to flap its wings violently with all its strength and storm forming. The strong wind directly rolled up all the nearby water, and the violent storm was swept out of the power of the water tornado by the mook bird, and the starfish hiding at the bottom of the pond was caught off guard by the water tornado. What? Seeing the starfish that was swept into the air by a tornado, Mu Han looked surprised. He really didn't understand why Zhang Feng was so sure that the starfish was in that position. The trainer off the stage was also excited to see it. Stars, break free! Mu Han shouted loudly at the starfish in the water tornado. Zhang Feng smiled and said, no problem, as you wish, MK Bird, stop the violent storm, and the swallow returns to the starfish for the last blow. Hearing Zhang Feng's words, the MK Bird stopped the violent storm, and his body was wrapped in a gust of white light and rushed towards the falling starfish in the air. Starfish, use a spiral ball directly in the air! Mu Han shouted loudly. But at this time, the starfish that was swept by the water tornado could not hear Mu Han's orders at all, and the swallow of the mook bird returned to the front and hit the falling starfish. The starfish flew directly out of the water sight, hit the ground on the wall of the gym and fainted. The referee glanced at the star that had lost its combat power, suppressed the surprise in his heart and slowly announced, Star lost its combat ability, and MK Bird won. Pretty. Lu Menghan was also very happy to see Zhang Feng's mook bird beautifully defeating Haixingxing, the owner of the gym. After Haixingxing lost his combat ability, Mu Han's live broadcast room was in a panic, with various comments and gifts flying, causing the live broadcast room to stutter. Damn, this Zhang Feng is too powerful. How did he know the location of the underwater starfish? She's Hawaii. I finally saw that the elf of the owner of Muhan Pavilion was defeated. He's a ruthless man. At the scene, Mu Han took back the starfish that had lost its combat power and frowned and asked Zhang Feng, can you tell me how you just determined the position of the starfish underwater? Zhang Feng thought for a while and said, I have had the ability to determine the direction in the smoke since I was a child. It is not difficult to see the elf under the water. Zhang Feng also made up an excuse casually. He couldn't tell Mu Han that he had locked the position of his starfish with the system. Mu Han was relieved when he heard Zhang Feng's explanation. The scene just now was too puzzling after all. If he had known that Zhang Feng had such ability, he would not have let the star hide in the water. 29 Kui Long appears, please ask for flowers. The battle continued. Mu Han took out an elf ball from his waist and slowly said, Lantern fish, come out to fight. In an instant, elves with blue body and 2 luminous tentacles on their heads fell into the pool. The system scanned and this was a lantern fish with a level, Leave 24, qualification blue. Seeing the detailed information of Mu Han's elf, Zhang Feng took back the mook bird hovering in the air. Throw out Ibrahimovic's Pokemon. Ibrahimovic. The white light dissipated, and a purple Ibrahimovic appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, not only the trainer in the audience, but also the owner Mu Han's face was full of shock. This color? Ibrahimovic is it? The purple Ibrahimovic looks so handsome. The number of people in Mu Han's live broadcast room is also rising wildly. Less than a while after Ibrahimovic came out, the number of people in the live broadcast room has exceeded 1 million. Brothers, I'll come to see Ibrahimovic. Good, be brave, he has such a rare elf, too. The MK bird he just now also solved the starfish of the owner. The live broadcast room was full of barrage. Mu Han looked at Ibrahimovic and said, Zhang Feng, you are indeed surprising, let's start. This time Mu Han didn't let Zhang Feng's Ibrahimovic attack first. After all, he was a flash elf and he became a little serious. Lantern fish, 100,000 volts. Mu Han shouted. The lantern fish in the water flashed at the antennae of the tentacles, and a powerful 100,000 volts headed directly towards Ibrahimovic. Ibrahimovic, move at high speed and dodge it, then ride on the floating platform to approach the lantern fish and use the iron tail. Zhang Feng, who was absolutely confident in Ibrahimovic's speed, directly issued a series of orders. Ibrahimovic ran away, leaving only a afterimage on the spot, and 100,000 volts hit the floating platform, directly shattering the floating platform. Next, Ibrahimovic approached the lantern fish at a shocking speed, and leaped high with the force of the floating platform and flickered the white light at his tail, falling from the sky and swept heavily on the lantern fish. The lantern fish showed a painful expression and was directly hit by Ibrahimovic's iron tail and fainted on a floating platform. Damn it! What the hell? I'm not mistaken. A trainer who was watching the game started to question 3 times. Ibrahimovic killed the lantern fish of the gym owner in one blow, and it gained slightly less experience than the MK bird. Ibrahimovic, who had dealt with the lantern fish, jumped quickly on Zhang Feng's shoulder and rubbed Zhang Feng's face. Zhang Feng rubbed Ibrahimovic's little head with his right hand and smiled and said, Good job, little guy. Many viewers in the live broadcast room also took screenshots and captured this handsome Ibrahimovic. At this time, Mu Han's face was a little ugly. He also knew that he was still running a live broadcast room, so it was too shameful to be killed in seconds. He saw that Zhang Feng's elves have a little low level, so he has never had the nerve to join his main elves, for fear that he would not be able to perform the assessment. It turned out to be like this. Mu Han looked at Zhang Feng and said, I will use my main force for the last elf, you can prepare. After saying that, Mu Han threw out the elf ball, a white light flashed by, and a majestic Gotha duck appeared, and the Gotha duck was all blue. There is a red bead on the forehead, with large and vivid eyes, narrow and pointed duck beak, and 4 sharp bulges on the top of the head. The limbs are slender, the hands have 3 fingers, and the feet have 4 toes facing backwards. The webbing between the fingers and toes is white, with white nails, a long tail. It seems that the owner is serious. He took out the Gotha duck and Zhang Feng is going to be miserable. The Gotha duck, the owner of Muhan Pavilion, is his ace elf. In the Phantom system, Gotha's data was also presented to Zhang Feng. Talent, purple, level, leave 52, which should be the strongest opponent Zhang Feng has ever encountered so far. Zhang Feng took out the elf ball from his waist and threw it out helplessly and said, "Prepare for the battle. Quick dragon! Ba." The moment Kuai Long appeared, he roared and stopped on the floating platform. The trainer on the scene was stunned. "Here, come, finally, it's Zhang Feng's fast dragon. The dragon-type Quasi-God, this fast dragon is the one who defeats the evil organization alone. I love you, it's so handsome." After Kuai Long appeared, the number of people in Muhan's live broadcast room was completely raised to a peak of 5 million. More than half of them were heard that the water system owner was challenging the owner of the museum. Seeing Kuai Long appear, Mu Han also had a serious expression. The orange qualification fast dragon with level leave 55 is against the purple qualification Gotha duck with level leave 52, and the battle is about to break out. 30 Plot, Gemini Island, please ask for flowers. Gotha duck is frozen in the light. The blue light from Gotha duck's mouth gathered and shot directly at the fast dragon in the air. Quick dragon, avoid it and use 100,000 volts. The fast dragon accelerated slightly and avoided the aura of ice that made it hate in the air. The arc flashed, and a lightning as thick as a bucket rushed towards the Gotha duck. Gotha duck, shadow clone! Mu Han shouted quickly, he could feel the pressure from the fast dragon in front of him. Just hit Gotha duck with the power of 100,000 volts, probably he would either die or be injured. He also challenged the king level. Trainer, Zhang Feng's fast dragon is very strong. The Gotha duck directly divided into 6 clones, and the 100,000 volts were empty, hitting one of them. The powerful thunder attribute attack directly shatters the floating platform where Gotha duck stands. Gotha duck jumped to another floating platform. Seeing this scene, Mu Han's palms were a little sweaty. Gotha duck, maximum power and mind power, control the movement of the fast dragon. Mu Han shouted. Gotha duck pointed his hands and his eyes flashed red. It tried to directly control the fast dragon with its mind power. The fast dragon in the air only felt its body stiff. Zhang Feng said lightly, "Break free from it." The dragon god swooped. Although the Quasi-Heaven King and the Heavenly King are only one word different, their strengths are very different. The fast dragon roared and directly broke through Gotha's mind power. The blue light was shrouded in his body, turning into a dragon shape. The dragon god dived and rushed directly towards him. Gotha duck! Gotha duck, frozen light, aiming at the fast dragon for the greatest power. Mu Han shouted as he looked at the battlefield. The Gotha duck in the field showed fear on his face, and the blue light gathered in his hands failed. The deterrence of the dragon god's dive made it feel scared. The Kuai Long directly hit Gotha duck with the supreme dragon power. The energy splashed everywhere on the scene and an explosion occurred. The Gotha duck was knocked out and fainted, and his body was embedded in the wall. Gotha duck! Mu Han exclaimed and rushed towards Gotha duck. Gotha duck was his initial elf, who accompanied him to become the main elf of the museum owner. This was the first time that Gotha duck was injured so severely after he became the museum owner. The Kuai Long also landed on the floating platform again. Quick Dragon defeated the Gotha duck experience of the gymnastic owner 55,000/117360. Coupled with the experience gained by the rockets defeated by Kuai Long before, Zhang Feng also saw hope for Kuai Long to upgrade. The Gotha duck loses his combat ability, and the winner is the challenger Zhang Feng. The referee looked at Zhang Feng and said, "Damn it, the dragon is mighty. Quick God's evil, Zhang Feng is so fierce. I thought it was a hard battle." As a result, Kuai Long directly killed Gotha duck in seconds. The audience in Mu Han's live broadcast room started to discuss wildly, and the name Zhang Feng became popular like this. Lu Menghan also looked at Zhang Feng, who looked calm on the platform with a look of surprise. After all, Mu Han is a gym trainer, and his character is beyond the reach of ordinary people. He smiled bitterly and took back the Gotha duck who had lost his combat ability and looked at Zhang Feng. The two of them got off the platform, and Mu Han also directly ordered the remaining challengers present to leave. The museum was closed and no longer accepted the challenge today. Zhang Feng came to Lu Menghan, and Mu Han also walked towards the two of them. Congratulations, Zhang Feng, this is the water drop badge, the badge I designed myself. Mu Han took out a water drop shaped badge from his pocket and said. Thank you. Zhang Feng also took the badge and responded. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the water drop badge, activating the plot, and obtaining the permission to open the Gemini Island on the map. The moment he took the badge, the system sounded directly in Zhang Feng's mind. Zhang Feng's face remained unchanged. After chatting with Mu Han, he left the Shuilin Gym. After leaving the Shuilin Gymnasium, the two walked on the street. Zhang Feng, I didn't expect that little guy Ibrahimovic to be so powerful. Lu Menghan danced and depicted the scene of Zhang Feng fighting just now. Zhang Feng. Lu Menghan continued to talk about the power of Kui Long. Zhang Feng chatted with Lu Menghan, but his heart seemed to be caught by a cat. The system prompted him just now if he guessed correctly, it would be the darkness of the system interface that Zhang Feng saw before. The plot column that cannot be selected. As for Gemini Island, Zhang Feng also knew very well that the game was the cave where the divine beasts and frozen birds lived. Now he wants to go back to the hotel immediately to check the system situation. On the other side, Hanlin City, in a high-end villa. Zhimu, is this the trainer you like? Shining Ibrahimovic, Kui Long, has unlimited potential. A blue-haired woman sat on the sofa staring at the replay of Mu Han's live room, and said to Xiaozhimu on another sofa. Xiaozhimu smiled and said, I didn't lie to you, Ching Cheng, what do I say this time when my dad said? Murong Ching Cheng looked at Lu Menghan under the high stage, thought for a while, and slowly said, Zhimu, such an excellent little brother, you should move faster, don't be taken by other girls first. What are you saying? Ching Cheng. Xiaozhimu glanced at her best friend. 31 Gemini Cave, Frozen Bird, please ask for flowers. After fighting with the owner of Shuilin Gymnasium, Kui Long was completely exposed to the world, so it doesn't matter to Zhang Feng. After all, this is an internet information age. Some things are difficult to hide. After strolling with Lu Menghan, the two of them also returned to the hotel. Sitting on the bed, Zhang Feng couldn't wait to open the Pokemon system, and the familiar virtual interface appeared in front of Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng saw at a glance that the column of plot was lit up like the previous options. After thinking about it, Zhang Feng directly chose the plot. After clicking on it, there is only one option to choose from, Gemini Island. Zhang Feng was a little curious about what this meant. He couldn't figure it out, so he just clicked it. It was simple and direct. The Gemini Island dungeon is activated, and the host gets the number of entry times once. The host is only allowed to conquer one elf from the dungeon and embody it. Telecomming is turned on after 10 seconds. Damn! Hearing the system's voice, 10,000 grass and mud horses floated by in Zhang Feng's heart. What the hell? Only one chance? I just wasted it. 10.9.82.1. Before he could express his feelings, the countdown ended. In an instant, Zhang Feng felt the darkness in front of him and lost consciousness. When his body was regaining consciousness, Zhang Feng found that he was already lying on a beach, and what caught his eye were the fields of small stalls and the sand filled with parasols. Zhang Feng first sighed at the rudeness of the system and then took out a elf's ball from his waist. He wanted to know if there were any restrictions on this so-called system dungeon. Isn't it nonsense if the elves cannot be released? The Kui Long was released by Zhang Feng. After confirming that he could summon the elf, Zhang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the beach in front of him, Zhang Feng directly clicked on the system and opened the map. The map shows that there is only one landmark, that is, the Gemini Cave. It is systemic, and it is not too difficult to find the Gemini Cave. Under the guidance of the system, Zhang Feng walked through a forest and suddenly the Gemini Cave appeared in front of Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng cheered up. He remembered that the system had said before that he could only catch one elf in the Gemini Cave, and he also remembered this limitation. When he arrived at the entrance of the cave, Zhang Feng felt a chill coming. Gemini Island has a tropical climate, but this Gemini Cave is so cold that it is worthy of being where the frozen birds stay in the game. The fast dragon is in front and Zhang Feng is behind. As soon as he entered the cave, Zhang Feng was blocked by a white sea lion. Without saying a word, a sudden freezing light came towards the fast dragon. Kui Long's reaction was quick and he flew straight up. After avoiding the frozen light, Kui Long waited for his master's order with a fighting look on his face. The Baihai lion blocked Zhang Feng's way, as if he didn't want him to enter the cave. Zhang Feng did not take action immediately, but looked at the attacking Baihalia with a hint of surprise on his face. The data qualification of the Baihalia given by the system was actually purple, and the level was Leave 51. Zhang Feng also had to sigh that he was worthy of being a copy of the system. Any elf actually has purple qualifications and is of such a high level. You must know how much resources it takes to cultivate such a white sea lion in the outside world. If the system had not limited this copy to only capture one elf, he would have conquered the Baihai lion without saying a word. After all, even if he didn't use it, the auction value would be extremely amazing. Quick dragon, the dragon god dives. Zhang Feng shouted with regret that he had to go deep into the Gemini Cave so he could only deal with the white sea lion first. The dragon god dived into shape, and the white sea lion spit out the frozen light again. The fast dragon directly sideways and avoids the frozen light. Then the dragon god dived into the white sea lion and killed in one blow. Although the Baihai lion has the ice-type attribute of restraining the fast dragon, its strength is still a bit far from that of the fast dragon. After solving the Baihai lion, Zhang Feng's expectation of increased experience did not sound, and the elf in the system copy was defeated, but there was no reward for his experience, which made Zhang Feng a little depressed. Originally, Zhang Feng had the dream of leveling up the Kui Long in the system copy when he saw the Baihai lion at the first glance, but now it was obviously shattered. After thinking about it, Zhang Feng continued to explore the Gemini Cave. To be honest, the Gemini Cave is very big. Zhang Feng walked for a long time but couldn't find the second Pokémon except the white sea lion. The temperature difference inside and outside the cave is very large. Zhang Feng didn't wear much clothes and was already trembling with cold. Kui Long also disliked the ice elements in the air. Zhang Feng gritted his teeth and continued walking in. Finally, he saw an ice chamber in the deepest part. When he thought of the frozen bird, he might have been in it. Zhang Feng rubbed his frozen hands and continued walking in. The closer you get in the ice room, Zhang Feng could already hear the chirping of frozen birds. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Feng went straight into the ice room. I saw a blue body with a crown made of 3 dark blue prism feathers and a round red eyes. Its beak is short and grey, the same color as its long and thin legs. A bird elf with a long, colorful flag-shaped tail appeared in front of Zhang Feng. The fast dragon looked at the frozen bird as if it was facing a great enemy. The frozen bird stared at Zhang Feng silently and spoiled him. Zhang Feng clicked on the system and looked at the data of the frozen bird. Frozen bird, ice/flying system. Body size, 1.7 m/55.4 kg. Talent, level 3 God. Level, Leave 50. Feature, Snow Hidden. When the weather on the field is hail, the Pokémon with snow hidden characteristics increases by 20%. The trick, Blizzard, Drilling, Feathering, Fine Snow, Frozen Light, Absolute 0 degree, Mind Eye, High Speed Movement, Reflective Shield, Steel Wings. Seeing the data of the frozen bird, Zhang Feng was a little lucky. Fortunately, it was level 50. If the level was at a high point, Zhang Feng ran away. 32 Conquer, the frozen bird that is defeated, please ask for flowers. Looking at the frozen bird flying in front of him, Zhang Feng was a little excited. Although the 3 gods birds are really low in the anime, they are also level 3 gods after all. You should know that there are very few trainers in the entire Chinese region who are sure to possess divine beasts. Most of them are level 3 gods. As for level 2 gods being subdued by humans, there is currently no one. Moreover, those evil organizations are always dreaming of using technology to control divine beasts. Although the frozen bird in front of Zhang Feng has not yet truly entered the level of a divine beast, the lack of pressure is showing its status. Frozen bird, fight me. I want to conquer you. Woo woo. Hearing Zhang Feng's words, the frozen bird obviously had a bad expression. Quick dragon, pay attention to its movements, dragon claws. Zhang Feng also took action directly. The frozen bird is not only a divine beast, but also just restrains the fast dragon. There was no way. When the system teleported him in, he was unprepared and could only give it a try now. The green light of the fast dragon's right claw gathered, and the dragon's claw formed and rushed directly towards the frozen bird. The frozen bird reacted quickly, and the blue light directly gathered in his mouth. The frozen light shot towards the fast dragon rushing towards him. The fast dragon avoided the frozen light and the frozen bird and was also pulled apart again. This time, Zhang Feng was facing the frozen bird, so he couldn't use the unrestrained fighting style of Gotha Duck, the owner of the Schwillen City Gymnasium. When facing Mu Han's Gotha Duck, the fast dragon can try to release it. It can avoid its skills while trying to avoid it, but the frozen bird's frozen light is fast and powerful, and it is a bit difficult for the fast dragon to avoid it, not to mention that it can counterattack while dodging. The battle continued, and the frozen bird was obviously a little impatient. The metallic luster flashed across its wings, and the steel wings rushed directly towards the fast dragon. Zhang Feng said coldly, "Quick dragon, just use the flame fist like this." Zhang Feng chose to let Kuai Long face the enemy Hedan. Kuai Long stood firm, clamped his right hand into a fist, and the flames burned, and the two figures collided with each other. Bang bang, the frozen bird's wings hit Kuai Long's shoulder, and Kuai Long's flame fist also hit the abdomen of the frozen bird. Woo! The frozen bird wailed, and the fast dragon also showed pain, but the characteristics of multiple scales helped it remove the damage of the steel wings this time. With the addition of fire and ice, the frozen bird suffered even more damage in this collision. The frozen bird was about to fly away from the fast dragon and used the frozen light. Zhang Feng shouted. "Want to open the distance? No way, wrap it around. Fast dragon, flame fist." The fast dragon shook his head, and the flame fist formed again, rushing towards the frozen bird in the air. The inside of the cave is not spacious. In the air, the fast dragon and the frozen bird fought together. Under Zhang Feng's command, the fast dragon did not give the fast dragon any chance to open up space with the fast dragon. The fast dragon's close combat is obviously much better than the frozen bird. The frozen bird wanted to use the frozen light several times and was interrupted by the fast dragon, and in this way, the injuries on both sides became more and more. In a confrontation, the frozen bird accidentally hit the abdomen by the dragon's flame fist again. In an instant, the frozen bird flew backwards. The dragon fell to the ground and gasped, and it was also very tired. The pursuit of the frozen bird in the air, and the frozen bird already has a cold air that it hates the most, this battle consumes a lot of energy. On the other hand, the frozen bird was also very miserable at this time, because once the steel wing was caught by Zhang Feng, he was beaten up with a blow, and he was hit by 2 quick dragon's lightning punches and 3 flame fists in a row. This is because the divine beast has strong physical strength, and ordinary elves of the king level have long been unable to withstand and faint. It has to be said that except for the first level gods who destroy the world, other elves can burst out with stronger combat power under the command of the trainer. The frozen bird obviously hadn't reacted from that flame fist and was still lying on the ground. Zhang Feng also took the opportunity to throw out the few high-level balls in his hand. The elf ball hit the frozen bird, and a red light directly brought the frozen bird into the elf ball. The high-level ball fell to the ground and began to shake violently. When the third shaking, it exploded with a bang. The frozen bird with an angry look flew out from inside. The blue light gathered in his mouth. Zhang Feng only felt it. The temperature around was starting to drop, and I thought to myself that it was not good, so I quickly shouted to Kuai Long. "Quick dragon, use all your strength to destroy the light." The frozen bird almost used up all its strength and released the last one. I set-type ultimate move, Absolute Zero. The yellowish light faced the dark blue light, destroying the light for only 2 seconds and was swallowed by Absolute 0 degrees. A bang sounded like an Absolute 0 degree and hit the fast dragon Hedon. The fast dragon flew backwards and hit an ice rock. "Quick dragon!" Zhang Feng rushed up to see Kuai Long's condition, but Kuai Long soon stood up with his body. Seeing that the fast dragon was fine, Zhang Feng felt a little relieved. The power contained in this blow was terrifying and almost killed the fast dragon with one blow. Sure enough, this world is still a bit different from that in the game. The frozen bird, which had released Absolute 0 degrees, lost its power to use Meiju and fainted directly. The last counterattack just now used all its power. Seeing that the frozen bird really fainted, Zhang Feng felt relieved, and the fast dragon sat directly on the ground. Zhang Feng threw a high-end ball at the frozen bird. The frozen bird was at it again, and the advanced ball began to shake violently. There was no way, even if the frozen bird fainted. The internal space of the advanced ball still couldn't bear the power of the divine beast, which made Zhang Feng frown. After all, this was already the best elf ball in Zhang Feng's hands. Finally, with the high-level ball splash, the frozen bird was successfully subdued. After the frozen bird was subdued, the temperature in the twin cave also warmed a lot. Zhang Feng picked up the elf ball belonging to the frozen bird. At the same time, the system sounded again. "Congratulations to the host for subduing the strongest elves of the dungeon, and all the elves of the host have received a 100,000 experience reward and an ice stone. The host will automatically exit the copy after 10 seconds. 33 Pearl Diamond number, please ask for flowers." Hearing the huge reward given by the system, Zhang Feng lost consciousness before he could even be happy. Damn it, system! This is Zhang Feng's last sentence of losing consciousness. Tianlan City, Hotel, Zhang Feng's room. At this time, Zhang Feng suddenly opened his eyes and immediately looked around. After confirming that he had returned to the hotel, Zhang Feng calmed down and touched the elf ball on his waist. Sure enough, there was an extra high-level ball. After confirming, Zhang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Next, Zhang Feng was immersed in the joy of subduing the frozen bird. Although the frozen bird is currently at the level of the Quasi-God level, its strength cannot be beaten even by Zhang Feng's fast dragon. It was able to win the frozen bird before. Birds, Zhang Feng also took advantage of the frozen birds that had no combat experience. Then Zhang Feng entered the system's elf interface and looked at it, and was instantly surrounded by huge surprises. Frozen bird, LV51, experience value, 23457/90,000. Quick dragon, Leave 56, experience value 37640/134,000. Emka Hawk Leave 33, experience value 200/25,000. Ibrahimovic, Leave 35, experience value 137/28900. The levels and experience values of all the elves were clearly presented to Zhang Feng. Among them, the MK bird has the greatest improvement, which has been directly upgraded to more than 10 levels and evolved into MK Eagle. Zhang Feng had to sigh that the reward of the system is simply to call him his feelings. There is really little experience added in this world, and the level of elf is very slow to upgrade. This kind of experience value reward is very suitable for Zhang Feng now. Immediately, Zhang Feng looked at Ibrahimovic's skill bar again. This level improvement allowed him to learn new skills, sacrificing himself and acting spoiled. After the evolution of Muqing, he learned the close combat between the Bing Bird and the fighting system, which made Zhang Feng a little happy. After reading everything, Zhang Feng also quit the system and fell asleep. The Gemini Island dungeon consumed a lot of energy. The next day, early, Zhang Feng was woken up by a knock on the door. "Zhang Feng, you're up, there's something urgent." Lu Menghan's voice came. In the room, Zhang Feng stood up, rubbed his eyes, and opened the curtains. The dazzling sun made Zhang Feng realize that it was indeed late. Zhang Feng covered his eyes with his hands and shouted impatiently, "Wait a minute, I will soon all right." Zhang Feng walked to the door in his pajamas and opened the door. He saw Lu Menghan standing at the door holding two similar tickets in his hand. "What are you doing? It's almost noon, Zhang Feng, you are too lazy." Lu Menghan pouted and expressed her dissatisfaction with Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng directly signaled Lu Menghan to come in first and said, "Miss, a gym battle yesterday consumed too much energy, there is no way." The two entered the room and Zhang Feng sat on the bed, while Lu Menghan sat on the sofa and looked at each other. "Zhang Feng, tell me, Menghan, what's the matter?" "Lu Menghan, there are two things, one has something to do with us, and the other has nothing to do with us. Which one do you want to listen to first?" "Zhang Feng, let's talk about it first." Lu Menghan looked at Zhang Feng inexplicably and said, "Shang Guanwaner, please go with me to the Pearl Diamond number in Kaihuang City." Hearing Lu Menghan's words, Zhang Feng was stunned. "Shang Guanwaner? How could that woman think of him?" "Menghan, I'm not very familiar with her. Did she say why she invited me when she gave you an invitation letter?" Zhang Feng really couldn't figure it out, so he asked Lu Menghan. "Don't you know yet? Everyone knows that you defeated the Lord Mu Han. The Elf Association ranked you first in the Heavenly King's potential list based on the strength you showed." Lu Menghan said with a smile, and she was also very happy that Zhang Feng was selected as the list of the King of Heaven potential. The King of Heaven potential list is based on the elves of the trainer. Potential judging whether he has the potential to advance to the King of Heaven. All of them are young trainers, and they will also be the targets that major families compete to win over. "Oh, it turns out that woman wants to win me over. Then do we want to get on the boat?" Lu Menghan asked. Zhang Feng smiled and said, "Go, why not? We just happened to go to Kaihuang City and go along the way. What about the second thing?" Zhang Feng looked at Lu Menghan and continued to ask. When Zhang Feng asked about the second thing, Lu Menghan blushed and said with a stuttering voice, "Is this the second thing? It's my birthday in a few days." Zhang Feng pretended to be surprised and said, "Is that true? In this way, I will send you on your birthday." Hearing Zhang Feng's slightly slutty tone, Lu Menghan's eyes turned and said, "Okay, it's a matter of determination. You said, don't cheat. That's natural." Zhang Feng said indifferently. Next, Lu Menghan also left Zhang Feng's room. Zhang Feng changed his clothes and set off with Lu Menghan on the way to the Pearl Diamond. Sky Blue City, Port. A huge and luxurious giant cruise ship was parked at the port, and the boarding office had security checks, and only those who held the invitation letter could board the ship. Zhang Feng and Lu Menghan looked at the crowded port and said helplessly, "Menghan, are we here too early? We should wait for less people to come again." "Menghan? Zhang Feng, are you here too?" As soon as Zhang Feng finished speaking, a slightly familiar voice sounded. "Li Yun." Lu Menghan shouted with surprise, she didn't expect to meet her best friend here. Zhang Feng nodded without saying much. Only Xiao Tian was following Li Yun, and their companion Hao Yu was gone. 34 Recruitment from Shangguan family, Please ask for flowers. The four of them tacitly did not mention Haoyu's incident. After Zhang Feng guessed what happened last time, Haoyu was probably kicked out of the team. That's right. Even if Xiao Tian and Zhang Feng are completely incompatible, they understand that people like Haoyu cannot be kept. Letting him be a travel companion is simply a pain. Maybe one day they will sell you. This boat belongs to the Shangguan family. Li Yun and Xiao Tian were able to board the boat because Xiao Tian's father Xiaojing is a gym trainer in Kaihuang City, which is quite famous. As soon as the four of them arrived on the deck, they found that there were also many trainers on the boat fighting, and there were also many gorgeously dressed wealthy people watching the battle around the venue. Zhang Feng found that the elves of these combat trainers generally have high potential, and they are basically all from the three masters, such as the fire dragon, the fire beast, and the water arrow turtle, which can all be seen on the deck. These trainers are either rich or noble. At this time, Xiao Tian, among the four, couldn't help but find an opponent and started the battle. Li Yun naturally followed. Xiao Tian's initial elf is an electric shock beast with a blue qualification level leave 25. His opponent is a green-haired young man who uses King Nido. Xiao Tian has a very small chance of winning and has no interest in pecking at each other. Zhang Feng came to the bow of the boat and summoned his own MK Hawk. MK. The evolved Mook Eagle does look much more handsome. From the white-head Mook Eagle, it has transformed from a white-head man to look like an eagle. The head crown has a big protrusion, and the eyes and pupils evolved very differently, turning into red eyeballs and very sharp. The narrative of it in the anime is that it has a very brave and hideous personality even when facing an enemy whose body is bigger than itself, but it can gently grab the little Pokemon and fly in the sky, which is why Zhang Feng likes it. After the evolution of the Mook bird, Zhang Feng has not seen it yet. Zhang Feng summoned it while he was free. If possible, Zhang Feng wanted to freeze the half-baked level divine bird he had subdued from the system's Gemini cave. The bird is released and see if it is convinced. However, if it weren't for the half-baked level, the Kui Long wouldn't have a chance to kill it. Zhang Feng's frozen bird is at most a teenager. As long as its level is improved, its strength will also rise slowly. The Kui Long is definitely not its opponent at the level. In the air, Muqing shouted at Zhang Feng intimately. Lu Menghan also waved at Muqing. The elves were all extremely intelligent species. They could see that the humans in front of them were extremely close to their masters. Muqing also flattered them and shouted at Lu Menghan. Zhang Feng said with a little funny look when he saw this scene, "Okay, Muqing, let's move freely, just remember to stay too far away from this ship." MK. Hearing Zhang Feng's words, Muqing happily circled in front of Zhang Feng and flew to the sky. Then, Lu Menghan also released his six-tail and Bobo. These two guys obviously had to hold on for a long time and they even held a battle match for themselves. This made Lu Menghan laugh and cry. After all, Lu Menghan is not like Zhang Feng. Normal trainers will travel to enhance their strength in the first year, and the second year when the elves have good strength, they will start challenging the gym and get the opportunity to participate in the biennial World Elf Championship, but Zhang Feng has the strength of a main gym owner in the first year. Moreover, even in the wild, Zhang Feng's elves will solve the problem. Lu Menghan's elves have never come out, and basically it is Lu Menghan who has prepared new flavors of elves for them. Relax today is the only way to get them. At this time, Shang Guanwaner, who was wearing a long skirt, walked towards Zhang Feng with a smile on her face. The beautiful woman attracted a lot of attention along the way. Zhang Feng also looked at this woman in surprise. Today, she and the police officer uniform last time I saw her was a completely different style. Mr. Zhang Feng, thank you for defeating the evil organization for its contribution to the Elf Association. If you hadn't handed back those elves to their original owner, this matter would have been a long time. Shang Guanwaner said softly in her voice. It's nothing, let's call me Zhang Feng. The sir calls me old. Zhang Feng thought about the purpose of this woman coming. To be honest, she represents the Shangguan family, and Zhang Feng does not want to have too much involvement with any family. Shangguan Wanner greeted Lu Menghan again. Lu Menghan still has a good impression of this beautiful and generous woman in front of her. Zhang Feng, I'll tell you that I want to ask for help if I have something. Shangguan Wanner hesitated for a while and said. Let's listen. After hearing Shangguan Wanner's words, Zhang Feng knew that she must have made up her own ideas. But it doesn't matter if you don't listen in advance. I want you to become the honorary elder of our Shangguan family. Shangguan Wanner said calmly. Lu Menghan, who was listening, was shocked. Although she had never heard of the Shangguan family, such a large ship belonged to their family. This family must be very strong, but now she is inviting Zhang Feng to be honorary elders of their family. No need. Although he sighed that this woman was really direct, Zhang Feng still refused. Don't you want to hear my reasons? Shangguan Wanner asked directly at Zhang Feng. No need. Zhang Feng said with certainty. What a joke, Zhang Feng never works as a migrant worker. No matter what the reason Shangguan Wanner is for, Zhang Feng is not interested. Okay, I have something to do. I'll lose my companion first. You guys have fun on the boat. Hearing Zhang Feng's answer, Shangguan Wanner looked a little sad and chose to leave directly. Zhang Feng, are you so heartless? Don't you listen to her reasons? Lu Menghan asked as she looked at Shangguan Wanner's back as she left. Zhang Feng smiled and said, You don't know these family children, they are strong. Inside the boat, VIP room. Wanner, what did he say? A middle-aged man asked Shangguan Wanner who had just returned to the cabin. Second uncle, I asked him to join the Shangguan family, but he didn't want to listen more. Shangguan Wanner felt angry when she recalled Zhang Feng's refusal. She lowered her figure and begged Zhang Feng. He actually did no face at all. 35 prize, super rare true dragon's tooth, please ask for flowers. The middle-aged man who was called the second uncle by Shangguan Wanner smiled and said, Can we still be rejected with our Wanner's charm? I want to meet this Zhang Feng. Uncle second, this elf championship is really important to me and even my mother. I want to fight. Shangguan Wanner ignored the jokes of the second uncle Shangguan Ming and said seriously. Hearing Shangguan Wanner's words, Shangguan Ming's expression gradually became serious. Are you sure you want to do this? Shangguan Ming asked seriously. Shangguan Wanner nodded affirmatively and looked at Shangguan Ming again. Shangguan Ming looked at Shangguan Wanner with a serious look and smiled bitterly, Okay, you are like your mother. No one can change the decision. I'll arrange it for you. Then thank you, Uncle Second. After making this decision, Shangguan Wanner actually had a complicated look on her face. Turning around, King Nito did quickly deal with Xiao Tian's electric shock beast. The level of King Nito is higher than that of Xiao Tian's electric shock beast and has a restrained attribute. If the electric shock beast is less, it is difficult to compete with it. Xiao Tian seemed a little depressed when he lost the first game, but Li Yun kept persuading him to see more. After losing the game, the two of them met with Zhang Feng again, and Kaiying returned from wandering around. And then the sound of the broadcast sounded. All passengers on the Pearl Diamond number are welcome to eat on the second floor. Hearing the radio, the trainers on the deck also headed to the second floor one after another. In the cabin, there is a magnificent hall filled with tables of delicacies. And there is a platform similar to a speech on the far right. The trainers sat down one after another, and Zhang Feng and the other two found a table to sit down and eat. I have to say that the dishes here are indeed delicious, and Zhang Feng commented while eating. At this time, Shangguan Wanner, who slowly walked up to the high platform, attracted the attention of the trainers who were eating. Hello everyone, I'm really embarrassed to delay everyone's meal time. I'll introduce myself to my name Shangguan Wanner first. Shangguan Wanner said calmly looking down on the stage. The trainer in the audience saw that it was Shang Guanwaner, so he had no complaints. Zhang Feng, don't just eat. What do you think Miss Shang Guan is trying to do? Lu Menghan patted Zhang Feng's hand and said to Zhang Feng, who was still lowering his head to eat. Zhang Feng said vaguely while eating, I don't know. Shang Guanwaner was a woman who was very troublesome at first glance, so Zhang Feng naturally didn't contact her without contacting her. Seeing Zhang Feng looking uninterested, Lu Menghan rolled his eyes and continued to look at the platform. Shang Guanwaner on the stage glanced at Zhang Feng, who was still eating, and didn't look at her at all, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. After you have eaten, the Shang Guan family will hold an elf battle. Those who win the championship will be rewarded with a real dragon's tooth and a special reward. Shang Guanwaner slowly looked at Zhang Feng in the audience and said. As soon as Shang Guanwaner finished speaking, the scene was in an uproar. When all the trainers heard the true dragon's teeth, they couldn't believe it. He looked at Shang Guanwaner. Zhang Feng raised his head in surprise and looked at Shang Guanwaner on the stage. He didn't understand what this woman wanted to do. The system was turned on, and the data of the true dragon tooth appeared in Zhang Feng's mind. The true dragon tooth, the cave of Dragon God, was born in the self-imposed banishment, and it is extremely rare. It is the most precious stone slab among the dragon-type treasures, and can increase the attack power of the dragon-type elves by 20%. Seeing this terrifying bonus, Zhang Feng admitted that he was moved. He had seen it in the book at the Elf Academy. The dragon scale is a secret treasure that can increase the power of the dragon elf by 10% of the dragon series tricks. And this true dragon tooth is actually terrifying and directly increasing the attack power and is 20%. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng looked at Shang Guanwaner on the stage. Did this woman take out the real dragon's teeth when she knew her fast dragon? At this time, Shang Guanwaner was also looking at Zhang Feng with a proud look on her face. Miss Shang Guan, are you sure? It's not that I question you. The true dragon tooth is a super rare secret treasure that can only be born in the deepest part of the Dragon God cave. A luxuriously dressed young man asked excitedly. Due to the heavy shock of the true dragon tooth, everyone naturally forgot the special rewards attached to Shang Guanwaner. Of course, I guarantee it with my personal reputation. Anyone who wants to participate in the competition can sign up later. Shang Guanwaner said seriously. Hearing this, the people in the audience believed it and immediately started to rush to the point. We the Lu family want this vacuum tooth, so everyone can give you a face. Get out, you guys, are you Liu's best friends? What a secret treasure is the true dragon tooth. Bai Yan, if you can get this true dragon tooth, the family will definitely have a great reward. Although most of the people present do not have dragon-type elves, this super rare dragon-type secret treasure is still enough to make them crazy. Zhang Feng looked at the trainer with an excited look on the stage, and looked at Shang Guanwaner on the stage and felt helpless. He had to participate in this game. At this time, Xiao Tian's face looked a little ugly. His strongest electric shock beast was abused, and all the trainers present were all famous. This true dragon tooth had nothing to do with him. At this time, the second uncle Shang Guanming, who was standing beside him, looked at Shang Guanwaner on the stage and showed a hint of kindness in his eyes. With the shock of the true dragon tooth, everyone shouted to start the war quickly and the mood to eat was gone. Under the arrangement of Shangwen's family, everyone came to the third floor of the cabin and saw that the third floor was a huge circular space. Similar to the viewing seat of the Colosseum, and in the middle was a conventional elves against the battlefield. Seeing the third floor, Zhang Feng had to sigh that the Shang Guan family was really rich. Next, all the trainers who signed up for the competition found a seat and sat down. They just waited for the radio to call their names and went on the court. Zhang Feng naturally signed up. The referee also took the position soon, and the first round of the game is about to begin. On the east side, the auditorium. Waner, who do you think can win the championship? Shang Guanming asked with interest. Shang Guanwaner did not like Shang Guanming and said lightly, "You know, second uncle, there will be no variables, with his strength. What a pity, what's the point of this kid worth treating him like this? He is not the only one who has the dragon god. If the old man knows about the true dragon tooth, I can't take it." Shang Guanming looked unhappy with a look of unhappiness. Zhang Feng, who looked at the audience, completely forgot that he had just shouted that he wanted to meet this interesting Zhang Feng. "Uncle, don't mention him in front of me in the future." Hearing Shang Guanming's words, Shang Guanwaner's face turned completely cold. "Okay, I won't mention it." Seeing Shang Guanwaner getting angry, Shang Guanming said helplessly. His niece is very outstanding, but she has no sense of belonging to the family. If it weren't for her mother, she might not have wanted the surname Shang Guan. 36 Honglian City, Baijia, please ask for flowers. The game adopts a 3v3 battle mode until all the elves on one side lose their combat capabilities. The first match against both sides was against Lu Xian of Tianlan City against Ye Hong of Wakaya City. With the referee's reading, the game officially began. "Zhang Feng, who do you think they can win?" Lu Menghan looked at Zhang Feng. Recently, Lu Menghan always liked to chat with Zhang Feng on his own initiative. "Maybe it's the one named Ye Hong." Zhang Feng pointed to Ye Hong, who was commanding the Battle of the Flame Chicken, and said. He could see that Ye Hong had been here for at least a few years, and his tacit understanding with the Flame Chicken was also excellent. As expected, Ye Hong did not disappoint Zhang Feng, and he solved the opponent in a few seconds. It is not easy to meet a very powerful trainer in the preliminary round. Zhang Feng fought for 3 rounds and only relied on one elf of Mook Eagle to crush the opponent to win. Such a high-profile fighting method naturally attracted a lot of attention. Everyone regards Zhang Feng as a strong enemy on the road to winning the championship. In the audience, the second uncle Shang Guanming was a little surprised when he saw it. "Waner, this Zhang Feng is a bit powerful. His MK Eagle is not simple." Shang Guanming thought Zhang Feng would choose to crush his opponent with a fast dragon, but he did not expect that he would use a more common flying elf. Can be beaten like this? Is it just a Mukebird fighting the owner of Muhan Pavilion? Is it just a few days since the MK Eagle? Zhang Feng, I am becoming more and more interested in you. Shang Guanwaner ignored her second uncle, but instead looking at Zhang Feng and thinking in his heart. When she saw Zhang Feng summoning Mook Ying, the combat effectiveness shown by Mook Ying surprised her because she also watched Zhang Feng's battle against the owner Mu Han. At that time, she thought Mukebird was Zhang, the weakest among the 3 elves of Feng, but now the weakest one has shown such combat power. At this time, the battlefield was already bumpy by the elves' battle, and the battle between a powerful crocodile and a moon elves in the field was still continuing. Now that the battle has come, most of the trainers on the scene have been eliminated, and the battle between this pair on the field is after the final 4, all the lists were released. At this time, the powerful crocodile obviously could not hold on to the moon elves' fierce attack. The last evil wave hit the powerful crocodile and exploded, and the powerful crocodile lost its combat ability. Congratulations to Zhao Ling from Kaihuang City for winning. Since then, the semifinals have played against Zhao Ling, who has just advanced against Ye Hong of Rui City, and Bai Yan of Honglian City against Zhang Feng of Hanlin City. The referee announced the list of the semifinals. Zhang Feng was not too surprised when he heard this. He could think that Ye Hong, whom he had commented on at the beginning, was not too difficult for him to rush into the semifinals as long as he didn't meet him. In his eyes, Ye Hong's elf not only had rich combat experience, but also had a very high level. Hi! The first ones to fight were Zhao Ling and Ye Hong. Zhao Ling's first elf was a bow monster, and Ye Hong was a circle bear. At this time, Zhang Feng had already left the audience and was waiting for the contestants' passage. At the entrance of the passage, a strange man blocked Zhang Feng's way. "Mr. Zhang Feng, I am from the Bai family in Honglian City. I hope you can give the Bai family a face and do me a favor. The man said with a smile. Zhang Feng could probably guess what was happening. If he remembered correctly, his opponent was from Honglian City and the surname is Bai. It seems that the Bai family attaches great importance to this true dragon tooth. Seeing that Zhang Feng didn't say anything, just looking at himself, the man thought about it and said, "It's right, the true dragon tooth is very important to the three-headed dragon of our head. I hope you can endure the pain of giving up, and you will win the Bai family's friendship." The man is Bai Zhan, the leader of the Bai family's cruise event. He knew that Zhang Feng, who was listed on the potential list of the Heavenly Kings, was terrible. After confirming that his nephew could not defeat Zhang Feng, he chose to negotiate with Zhang Feng. Hearing this, Zhang Feng said with a hint of mocking on his face, "Oh, let me play a fake game, right? It's not considered a fake game, you can call it a show." The man from the Bai family continued. Zhang Feng said coldly, "What is the Bai family? I will give up the true dragon's teeth with just one sentence." After saying that, Zhang Feng turned around and walked straight into the contestants' waiting area, leaving only Bai Zhan with a gloomy face. Is this really good? The Bai family is the first force in Honglian City. There are 3 permanent kings in the clan. It is said that their first-generation heads obtained the friendship of the divine beast Flame Bird, and their family is protected by the Flame Bird. Shang Guanwaner, who was watching the game in the audience, also appeared in the waiting area of the contestants where Zhang Feng was located, and said with a smile. While watching Ye Hong and Zhao Ling playing on the electronic screen, Zhang Feng slowly rushed to Shang Guanwaner and said, "Are you coming for me with this true dragon tooth?" Shang Guanwaner sat directly on the sofa in the waiting area and spread her hands with a little fun and said, "Who knows? I can only say that this true dragon tooth is very hot for you. Is that true dragon's tooth? But I'm going to settle." Zhang Feng said slowly. Indeed, as the strongest dragon-type secret treasure outside the original stone slab of the dragon system, the true dragon-type trainer can make all dragon-type trainers crazy, even the champion is no exception, and even Zhang Feng is very curious about the real thing in Shang Guanwaner's hands. How did Dragon's Tooth come from? Even if you are against the Bai family and our Shang Guan family for this. Shang Guanwaner put away the playfulness and asked seriously. What does it mean? What does it have to do with the Shang Guan family? Zhang Feng was a little confused. Since it was a secret treasure taken out by the Shang Guan family, would he still be enemies with the Shang Guan family if he took it? Forget it, I'll tell you when you take it. I won't tell you if I say you dare not take it. Shang Guanwaner's face was covered with a hint of playfulness. I'm sick. Zhang Feng looked at Shang Guanwaner with a happy face and slandered her, but he began to think about what she said. Is she scaring herself? Or are you testing yourself? It doesn't matter if he is an enemy of the Shang Guan family. The key is that he must have an additional enemy if he doesn't understand it. Soon, after Ye Hong's flame chicken solved Zhao Ling's moon elf, Ye Hong won the game and Zhang Feng's game was about to begin. Zhang Feng walked towards the venue from the players' waiting area. No matter whether he wanted to understand or not, he got the real dragon's teeth first. Since he had offended the Bai family, he would just offend one more. The debt would not suppress his body. So far, I don't understand why I offended the Shang Guan family. 37 Kui Long, strongly push the team, please ask for flowers. Pearl Diamond number. The match between Zhang Feng and Bai Yan officially began. Come on Zhang Feng. Lu Menghan waved his hand and shouted in the audience. Do you think Zhang Feng can win? Li Yun looked at Xiao Tian and asked. He has a fast dragon. When he chooses to let it play, the one on the opposite side will naturally lose. Xiao Tian said to his girlfriend helplessly, and at the same time sighed in his heart why he didn't have such good luck. On the field, Bai Yan glanced at Zhang Feng and threw out the elf ball directly. What came out was a fire dinosaur full of fighting spirit. Zhang Feng's hand just touched the Mkahawk elf ball on his waist and suddenly stopped. Thinking of Bai Zhan's behavior just now, hesitated and touched the elf ball of Kuai Long slowly and said, "Prepare to fight, Kuai Long." Ba. The white light dissipated, and the Kuai Long fell on the battlefield in everyone's surprised eyes. Seeing the Kuai Long, Bai Yan's face also became ugly. Quick Dragon. Lu Menghan didn't expect that Zhang Feng would choose to go directly to Quick Dragon to appear. Ye Hong, who had just ended the battle with Zhao Ling, also looked solemn when he saw Kuai Long. "Oh! This kid seems to be angry by the Bai family," Shang Guanming said to Shang Guanwaner, who returned to the audience. "Interesting." Shang Guanwaner saw this scene and had a face he smiled and added silently in his heart. Bai Yan gritted his teeth and shouted, "Fire Dinosaur, attack, Flame Vortex!" Bai Yan knew that his Fire Dinosaur and Zhang Feng's Fast Dragon had a huge gap in strength, so he could only choose to surprise him. "Quick Dragon, fly up, the dragon's claws!" Zhang Feng shouted faintly. The Fire Dinosaur aimed directly at the Fast Dragon and sprayed it. Zhang Feng's Fast Dragon flapped its wings and raised waves of dust, directly avoiding the vortex of flames. It was not over yet. In the air, the Fast Dragon's claws were wrapped in green light. The Fire Dinosaur fell from the sky and slammed heavily on the caught Fire Dinosaur. The Fire Dinosaur fell directly to the ground and lost its combat ability. Seeing this scene, the whole audience was quiet. With one move, just one move, an elf from the semifinals opponent was solved, and Zhang Feng continued his usual strength. Moreover, his elf is a Quasi-God level dragon-type existence. In everyone's opinion, this true dragon tooth is likely to fall into Zhang Feng's hands. Tisk 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 tisk, it's true that it's a fast dragon. This destructive power is a bit amazing. Shang Guanming sighed. Shang Guanwaner did not react. In her opinion, this was normal. If Zhang Feng could not even crush such an opponent, she would not win over Zhang Feng at the cost of the true dragon tooth. Great! Lu Menghan in the audience was also very happy to see this scene. At this time, facing Zhang Feng's Kuai Long, Bai Yan's anger had already made his face gradually distorted. If he could bring back the true dragon tooth, the family would definitely reward him greatly and even let him reach the core of the family, but now all this has been destroyed by Zhang Feng and his fast dragon who suddenly appeared. Bai Yan's second elf is a wind speed dog. Zhang Feng opened the system and took a look. It was level Leave 36 and had a blue qualification. It can only be said that it was not bad. Such an elf is qualified to let Zhang Feng subdue it and take it to auction. Now, originally, Zhang Feng would usually choose to let Muk Ying solve such a battle, and he would get more experience points, but there was no way. Zhang Feng really had no good feelings for the Bai family, so he decided to crush Bai Yan. Wind Speed Dog, use it to clear up. Bai Yan also chose to control the weather as soon as possible to enhance the power of the fire-type skills. For a time, the temperature of the site increased a lot. Dragon's fluctuations. Zhang Feng didn't want to pay attention to Bai Yan and other fancy ones. After all, the fast dragon level suppressed the wind speed dog too much, and what he wanted was to crush and win. Ba. The fast dragon roared angrily, and the colorful fluctuations in his mouth turned into a ferocious dragon shape and rushed towards the Feng Shui dog. Hurry, the wind speed dog, spray flames. Bai Yan was obviously frightened by the dragon's fluctuation with such a huge sound, and quickly ordered. The Feng Shui dog squirted out a flame and met the dragon's fluctuation. The dragon's fluctuation pushed the flame and hit the Feng Shui dog directly, causing a violent explosion. The smoke and dust disappeared, and Feng Shui dog was already lying on the ground like a dead dog. Seeing Feng Shui dog's miserable situation, Bai Yan's face turned pale. He hated Zhang Feng, but he had no choice but to do anything. The strong dragon made him desperate. The scene was also quiet and it was instant killing. They couldn't speak anymore. They had seen the horror of the quasi-divine dragon system. Fight well, duck-billed fire dragon. Bai Yan was a little discouraged and released the last trump card, the duck-billed fire dragon with a level of leave 39, the initial elf his father gave him. The moment he saw the duck-billed fire dragon, Zhang Feng was still a little surprised. It was a purple qualified duck-billed fire dragon, which was relatively rare. This shows that Bai Yan's status in the Bai family may not be low. Duck-billed fire dragon, flame fist. Bai Yan shouted. Quick dragon, stay with you to the end, lightning fist. Zhang Feng said with a hint of ease on his face. Suddenly, two yellow and red figures bumped into each other in the field. The lightning fist with an arc flashed and the flame fist hit each other, forming a wave of air that spreads in all directions. Then the duck-billed fire dragon flew directly backwards. Go out! The difference in the power of the skills between the two sides is still too huge. Even if the fast dragon does not use the skills of this system, the duck-billed fire dragon alone cannot withstand that power. The duck-billed fire dragon directly hit the wall and fainted, which showed the terrifying power of the fast dragon. He looked at the standing fast dragon, then looked at the duck-billed fire dragon that fainted, and the referee woke up as if he was dreaming. The duck-billed fire dragon loses its combat ability, and wins. The winner is Zhang Feng from Hanlin City. Hearing the referee's verdict, Zhang Feng took back the Kuai Long and slowly turned around and left. At this time, Bai Zhan in the audience looked at Zhang Feng's back coldly and said to himself, "Accursed are Bai family, boy, you'll live soon." Lu Menghan in the audience on the other side was very happy to cheer with her best friend when she saw Zhang Feng win the game successfully. Xiao Tian, who was standing beside him, had just finished watching the powerful Kuai Long, and looked at Zhang Feng with a little jealousy. The idea that it doesn't matter whether a trainer needs such a powerful elf. 38 Cat Boss vs Mook Eagle, please ask for flowers. After solving Bai Yan, Zhang Feng advanced to the finals, and the organizer also gave the elves on both sides half an hour to recover. With the recovery ability of the elves in this world, staying in the elves for half an hour is enough to recover to its full state. In fact, it can only be said to give Ye Hong time to recover. He and Zhao Ling fought hard for the whole game before they decided to win. From beginning to end, Bai Yan failed to give Zhang Feng's fast dragon some damage is made. Zhang Feng, who was waiting in the contestant area, welcomed another friend. The final opponent Ye Hong. Zhang Feng looked at Ye Hong, who approached and wanted to know what the hell does he want to do. Hello, Zhang Feng. Ye Hong smiled and reached out to greet him to show his friendship. Hello. Zhang Feng replied without slapping the smiley person. Maybe a bit rude, but I want to ask, was your Kuai Long just now your initial elf? Ye Hong asked with anticipation. Zhang Feng thought for a while and said, yes. Okay, the dragon-type elf is arrogant by nature. If you can get the recognition of the fast dragon, you must be extremely extraordinary. Ye Hong said with a slight sigh. Is that true? Zhang Feng also accepted all the praises of himself. Okay, let's have a good fight. Ye Hong stretched out his hand and said. Zhang Feng also smiled slightly and shook hands with Ye Hong and said slowly, no problem. This Ye Hong gave him a good feeling and his words were very comfortable. He was considered a good trainer. Half an hour passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, the final officially began. The trainers who have been eliminated continue to watch the game with the mentality of watching the fun. Many people took advantage of their spare time before the final to check Zhang Feng's identity. After learning that he was the number 1 in the King's potential list ranked by the Elf Association, the audience also hoped to watch his game to see if he could still see if he would take out some rare elves. On the court, Ye Hong took out the elf ball and said to Zhang Feng, although I don't look like I'm not your opponent, I won't give up. After saying that, Ye Hong threw the elf ball into the air, and the white light flashed, and a spirited cat boss appeared in front of everyone. Zhang Feng looked at the cat boss level leave 44, and was qualified as blue talent. Don't worry, as you wish, I won't hold back with you, Zhang Feng said with a smile. Ye Hong is also an interesting person. Zhang Feng threw out the elf ball. MK. Mukok screamed at the cat boss on the ground and circled in the sky. Cat boss, 100,000 volts. MK, dodge the lightning flashes. I saw the cat boss's body flashing, and an electric shock directly rushed towards the Mook Eagle in the air. The Mook Eagle swirled away 100,000 volts. The Mook Eagle who avoided the attack turned into a white light and hit the cat. The boss of the cat showed a hint of pain on the boss. Seeing this, Ye Hong hurriedly shouted, "Boss cat, don't let it distance itself and catch it wildly." No, MK Eagle flew into the sky. Zhang Feng's face also changed a little. Fortunately, Muqing's reaction speed was indeed fast enough. He was avoided by the crazy catch at close range. Zhang Feng did not expect that the cat boss could react so quickly after being attacked. What a pity! Ye Hong said with regret. He didn't catch this good opportunity. We're going to attack, MK Eagle, brave bird. Zhang Feng took the lead in command. MK. I saw flames appearing all over the body of the Mkhav. When the Mkhav rushed towards the cat boss, the flames turned into blue light to wrap the whole body of the Mkhav. Looking at the Mking rushing towards him, Ye Hong said with a slightly narrow face, "Boss cat, you can do your best to 100,000 volts." The cat boss gathered 100,000 volts again, and a yellow lightning rushed into the Mkahawk in midair. It's another 100,000 volts, Mking is just like that. Zhang Feng wanted to complain that Ye Hong made the cat boss feel like Pikachu, but he still decided to let Mking fight directly. In the air, 100,000 volts hit Mook Eagle Hedon, and Mook Eagle showed a painful look, but the courageous bird was not dispersed. Mook Eagle roared angrily and directly dispersed the lightning and hit the cat boss Hedon, causing an explosion. The air current swept across the audience, and the dusty audience couldn't open their eyes. Zhang Feng covered his face with one hand and continued to direct, "Don't give it a chance, close combat to solve it. Boss cat, catch the enemy crazy." Ye Hong couldn't see the clear button and had to grit his teeth and shout loudly. In the smoke, the Mook Eagle flashed all over its body, and it was paralyzed. The rebound damage of the Bing bird just now also made it a little painful, but it still rushed to the point where it was hit by the Bing bird with the fastest reaction, and its injury was heavier than it. In front of the cat boss, he punched and kicked it with his claws, and the close combat of the fighting was used by it. Boss cat was a little too serious, and his reaction was naturally not as fast as Muqing. He was hit by a close combat and fainted directly. Muqing flew high into the sky in everyone's surprised eyes. The smoke and dust dissipated, and the cat boss was already lying on the ground and was unconscious. Boss cat lost its combat ability, and MK Eagle won. The referee glanced at Boss cat and announced it. "Good job, Mking." Zhang Feng said to Mking in the air with a smile. Ye Hong sighed and took back the cat boss and said, "Sure enough, you are very strong. I'm curious that you have just traveled? Your elf has so much experience in fighting against each other. I have loved watching the king's competitions, championship challenges and so on since I was a child. I will understand a little more after watching them." Zhang Feng began to make up with a smile. 39 Ibrahimovic wants to be a fairy, please ask for flowers. Mkahawk won the victory and upgraded to leave 34. Ye Hong's cat boss level is indeed high enough, and after defeating him, Muqing was also directly promoted to a higher level. This Mkahawk has also been well trained. I hope I can see more of you before your Kui Long plays. Ye Hong's face became serious again. "Go on the court, Rosledo." Rosledo. Zhang Feng looked at Rosledo's talent blue, with a level leave 41, and is a good opponent. Then, come back. Mke Ying, prepare to fight Ibrahimovic. Zhang Feng could see that Mking's injuries were not light, and he did not choose to let it continue fighting. When the purple Ibrahimovic appeared, it immediately aroused the audience's exclamation. Ibrahimovic looked at Rosrido with a sense of fighting spirit. Zhang Feng, the Ibrahimovic, was born a warrior. Rosrido, clear up. Ye Hong saw Ye Cloth's hair did not care about being surprised and chose to seize the opportunity. Ibrahimovic, a flash of lightning. Zhang Feng gave the order. Rosrido, tie the weed knot. Ye Hong shouted calmly. Ibrahimovic turned into a white light and rushed towards Rosrido. He saw a green light appearing in Rosrido's eyes. A knot of grass suddenly appeared on the ground where Ibrahimovic advanced and tripped the unexpected Ibrahimovic to the ground. Rosrido, energy ball. Ye Hong chased after the victory. Ibrahimovic, move at high speed. Zhang Feng quickly ordered. The green energy ball that appeared from Rosrido's palm was directly avoided by Ibrahimovic's high-speed movement. Ye Hong saw Ibrahimovic's speed and looked like he was narrowing, and immediately ordered, aim at its landing point, the sunshine is bright. No, Ibrahimovic, use it to keep it. Zhang Feng's face also changed. The sunshine and flames that were sunny could be instantly emitted. At this moment, Rosrido seemed to have transformed into a long-range mobile turret. Rosrido's bud-like hands were facing the sun, and the sunlight and flames instantly formed and shot directly at Ibrahimovic. Ibrahimovic's green protective cover appeared, and he successfully blocked the attack. Rosrido, the sunshine comes again. Ibrahimovic, act coquettishly against Rosrido. In the field, Ibrahimovic made a kiss at Rosrido, and his love hit Rosrido. Rosrido's eyes turned into heart shape, and the energy gathered in his hands disappeared. Take your life while you are sick. When Zhang Feng saw that he acted coquettishly, he directed and said, Ibrahimovic, sacrifice himself to hit him. Rosrido, wake up quickly. Ye Hong shouted anxiously. Rosrido still had no reaction. Ibrahimovic's self-sacrifice hit directly knocked Rosrido away. In the air, the severe pain made it react, and there was a hint of awakeness in his eyes. Ibrahimovic, Iron Tail. Zhang Feng took advantage of the victory to pursue. Ibrahimovic resisted the counter-injury of his own sacrificing self-destruction and accelerated to Rosrido in the air again. His tail was shining with metallic luster, and an iron tail directly struck Rosrido. Rosrido fell to the ground in pain, struggled for 2 times and fainted. Ibrahimovic defeated Rosrido, upgraded to Level 36, comprehend the new skills, the fairy wind. The system prompt sounded, and Zhang Feng looked happy. It seemed that his Ibrahimovic wanted to be a fairy. Ibrahimovic. After defeating his opponent, Ibrahimovic jumped directly into Zhang Feng's arms and started to rub. Ye Hong put away Rosrido's face and looked a little ugly. He had tried his best, but so far he had not even seen the Kui Long face. Auditorium. That Ibrahimovic, what qualification do you think you are? Shang Guanming said with a serious expression. To be honest, after seeing Zhang Feng's quasi-divine dragon, now seeing the flashing Ibrahimovic in Zhang Feng's hand, even though his vision is as high as Shang Guanming, he couldn't help but envy Zhang Feng a little. The worst flash elf is also purple qualification. Zhang Feng's orange probably has nothing to do. Shang Guanwaner watched Zhang Feng's live broadcast competition to challenge the gym. She can be said to be the impression of the purple Ibrahimovic in Zhang Feng's hands. Profound. Wow, this purple Ibrahimovic is so cute and handsome. I really want to touch it. Li Yun said to Lu Menghan excitedly. Lu Menghan nodded and thought to herself, the food for this little guy is prepared by her. In the field, Ye Hong took out the elf ball of the flame chicken and looked at Zhang Feng, squeezed out a hint of ugly smile and said, can you let the flame chicken fight with Kui Long? No problem. Zhang Feng thought about it and took out the elf ball of Kuang Long. The two of them threw the elf ball into the sky at the same time. Flame chicken, come out. Prepare for battle, Kui Long. The white light flashed, and 2 elves appeared in the center of the venue. Chamo. Ba. When the flame chicken looked at the fast dragon, the fighting spirit in his eyes was rising. And the fast dragon also stared at the flame chicken. Ye Hong's flame chicken level leave 49. Use a flying knee kick. Quick dragon, lightning fist. The red and yellow figures hit each other directly together, and the lightning punch hit the flame chicken, and the flame chicken's flying knee kicked the abdomen. The flame chicken flew backwards, and the flame chicken it was just a little painful, and the difference in power between the two sides' ultimate moves was still big. The flaming chicken that fell to the ground cried and stood up again. The flames on his wrist became even stronger, and his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Flame chicken, let it see your perseverance and beautify. Ye Hong was also excited when he saw the flame chicken's fighting spirit. Quick dragon, the dragon god dives. Flame chicken, use a flash charge. Both sides were obviously ready to decide the outcome with one blow. Kui Long and Flame Chicken were all wrapped in blue light, and they collided heat-in the air, and the energy formed a huge wave of air. Kui Long took a few steps back. Then he flew backwards and hit the wall. Chamo! The Flame Chicken struggled and wanted to stand up. The flame on her wrist had disappeared, and she could not hold on and fainted on the ground. The Flame Chicken loses its combat ability, and the champion of this competition is Zhang Feng from Hanlin City. That's great! Lu Menghan in the audience jumped up happily, and most of the audience also applauded. Zhang Feng took back the Kui Long and looked at Shang Guanwaner who was watching the game in the audience. At this time, Ye Hong walked towards Zhang Feng. The two shook hands, and Ye Hong turned around and left. 40 Fiancé, the origin of the true dragon's tooth, please ask for flowers. This competition held by the Shangguan family made everyone a foil because of Zhang Feng's strength. After the competition, all the trainers also returned to the previous lobby. But Zhang Feng is destined to be as low-key as before, so some people's eyes would glancing at Zhang Feng and the other four from time to time, and they would discuss it. Zhang Feng, congratulations on obtaining the true dragon tooth. I just checked the internet. It is said that this thing has hundreds of millions of Chinese coins, but has no market price. Li Yun said excitedly at Zhang Feng. Lu Menghan gave Li Yun a blank look and said, I just know that money is such a powerful secret treasure. Zhang Feng will definitely give it to Kui Long. Xiao Tian didn't say anything. He felt uncomfortable when he saw Zhang Feng now, but he couldn't say anything yet. At this time, Shang Guanwaner had already put on a brand new dress and stood on the platform again. It was beautiful, so beautiful. With her noble and elegant temperament, most of the trainers on the scene were stunned. Xiao Tian looked at Shang Guanwaner with desire, and Li Yun didn't notice it when chatting with Lu Menghan. Zhang Feng was still stunned like a person who was fine. He was just waiting to get the true dragon tooth and then get off the boat to challenge the gym in Kaihuang City. As for Shang Guanwaner, he would never provoke him. Moreover, the first gym made him successfully trigger the Gate Island dungeon. I wonder if the gym in Kaihuang City will be the same. Zhang Feng is looking forward to the huge amount of experience and the divine beasts of the dungeon. Looking at the noisy hall, Shang Guanwaner frowned and then smiled. Everyone, calm down, now I will tell you what is the special gift besides the true dragon tooth. When most of the people at the scene were stunned when they heard Shang Guanwaner's words, yes. They all forgot that the true dragon tooth was so shocking that they all forgot that there was a special reward, but then everyone looked at Zhang Feng. After all, this reward belonged to Zhang Feng. What the hell does this woman want to do? Zhang Feng frowned, and suddenly he had an unknown premonition. At this time, Shang Guanwaner on the stage blushed slightly and said with a smile, that's right, the true dragon tooth is actually the relic of my father. This is the dowry he gave me. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience was in an uproar. What does it mean? Could it be that the special reward was Shang Guanwaner herself? Everyone was shocked. They really didn't understand what the Shangguan family was doing. Puff! Hearing Shang Guanwanner's words on the stage, Zhang Feng, who was drinking water, couldn't help but spray it out. After hearing Shang Guanwanner's words, Lu Menghan's face also turned pale. Looking at the shocked people, Shang Guanwanner continued, I will become the fiancé of the champion of this competition. Damn, this woman is crazy. After hearing this, Zhang Feng started to complain wildly. For a moment, everyone looked at Zhang Feng, who was about to become Shang Guanwanner's fiancé, with his eyes either jealousy, envy, or full of hatred. Next, under everyone's eyes, Shang Guanwanner slowly walked from the platform to Zhang Feng's table and took Zhang Feng's hand under the cheers of everyone. Zhang Feng had a stiff smile on his face and left the scene with Shang Guanwanner. At this time, Lu Menghan's face turned pale. She didn't expect that the woman who had had a good conversation with her before would give her such a move in the blink of an eye, as if she was bolt from the blue. She didn't understand how she felt about Zhang Feng, but now she felt very painful when she watched Zhang Feng follow Shang Guanwanner away from her. Menghan, are you okay? Li Yun asked with some concern at the pale face of Lu Menghan. As Lu Menghan's best friend, Li Yun could probably feel her feelings for Zhang Feng. Li Yun was a little confused when this happened at this moment. It's okay, I'm a little tired. Let's go back to the room to rest first. Lu Menghan said with a dim expression. Okay. Li Yun also replied immediately. At this time, on the other side, just after following Shang Guanwanner into the VIP room, the smile on Zhang Feng's face disappeared, and he shook Shang Guanwanner's hand away and said coldly, Tell me, what do you mean by acting just now? It's nothing, I like you. Shang Guanwanner didn't care about Zhang Feng's face change and said with a smile. Speak straight. Don't go around the corner. I've already saved you face in front of everyone. Zhang Feng said lightly. He didn't like the feeling of being plotted against by others. Hearing Zhang Feng's tone of being polite, the smile on Shang Guanwanner's face also disappeared. I saw Shang Guanwanner took out an exquisite box from her arms and handed it to Zhang Feng and said sincerely, This is the true dragon's tooth. For the sake of this true dragon's tooth, I hope you can listen patiently. I'll tell a story. Zhang Feng took the box containing the true dragon tooth, looked at Shang Guanwanner with a sincere look, and also signaled her to continue. You should know that I am a member of the Shang Guan family, but the one I hate the most in my life is also this family. Shang Guanwanner said coldly. Looking at the hatred in Shang Guanwanner's eyes, Zhang Feng felt that what she said was not fake. When I was a child, my father and mother loved me very much. My first elf, Piku, was given to me by my father. Shang Guanwanner's eyes were filled with warmth when she talked about her parents. My father belongs to the Shang Guan family, where he married into the family. The men in the family look down on him, but because of his father's strong strength, no one dares to gossip, but everything changed on my 10th birthday. Speaking of this, Shang Guanwanner the eyes were filled with grief. That time, my father was sent out a few days ago because of family missions. It was my mother's 10th birthday with me. As a result, that night, my father's initial elf Lucario appeared at my house and gave the true dragon tooth to after I got it, it disappeared. The next day, the family heard from me that my father died in the depths of the Dragon God cave. Speaking of this, Shang Guanwanner was already a little crying silent. Zhang Feng's face was also a little heavy. He didn't expect that the true dragon tooth in his hand had such a origin. The cave of Dragon God Zhang Feng also knew that the dragon-type elves had countless secret treasures, but it was also the place with the highest mortality rate in China. Even champion-level trainers dared not go deep into the cave of Dragon God because it was inside. There are too many powerful dragon-type elves, so they are listed as forbidden by the Elf Association. Zhang Feng patted Shang Guanwanner's shoulder and comforted her. Zhang Feng felt a little guilty. His attitude towards her has always been too bad. There is no way. The impression of Shangwen's family in his eyes at the previous auction can be said. The difference is extremely bad, so Zhang Feng didn't have a good impression of Shang Guanwaner when she first met her. 41 World Elf Championship, please ask for flowers. Did you say you have a grudge with the Shang Guan family because of your father? Zhang Feng asked out loud. Shang Guanwaner wiped her tears, and endless hatred burst out in her eyes and said, gritting her teeth, later, for some reasons, I discovered that my father died in the cave of Dragon God for another reason, he was killed by someone. Shang Guan family? For the sake of the true dragon's teeth? Zhang Feng asked after thinking for a while. According to Shang Guanwaner's performance, she hated the Shang Guan family so much, so the Shang Guan family must have directly or indirectly caused the death of her father, and the one that can cause the greed of other people in the Shang Guan family is undoubtedly the true dragon teeth. That's right, my father is a king-level trainer, and he also has a dragon-type Dubba X Battle Dragon. How powerful is the real dragon tooth? After obtaining it, the Quasi-Heaven Elf can directly compete with the king-level elf. This also aroused the greed of the Shang Guan tribe members who were walking with my father. Shang Guanwaner paused when she said this. In fact, after talking about this, Zhang Feng has basically figured out the general situation. Shang Guanwaner continued, then, my shameless uncle Shang Guan Tianxing and a king in the clan commanded the elves to sneak attack my father while my father was fighting with a king-level wild three-headed dragon in the cave of Dragon God. I never expected that I would be betrayed by the so-called family. Then they wanted to kill people to silence my father's elf one by one. Only Lucario, who had reached the Quasi-Champion level, escaped, but he was also unbearable. The heavy blow to recover. The most terrifying thing is that Shang Guan Tianxing can continue to play a kind uncle in front of me after killing my father, which is really disgusting. Shang Guanwaner said with hatred. How did you know all this? Zhang Feng raised his own question again. Since the Shang Guan family did such a thing, how could she let her know? Shang Guanwaner had a hint of mocking on her face, maybe God can't stand their disgusting behavior. That day I played hide-and-seek with my cousin, and accidentally heard the conversation between my uncle and grandpa. Only then did I know how dirty this family is. Humph. The two of them only focused on the whereabouts of the true dragon tooth in their words, and they treated their father as an outsider from beginning to end. After my father died, my mother was also under house arrest in the family. My grandfather arranged for me to marry the young head of the Liu family as an adult. In order to avoid their arrangement, I found a way to join the Elf Association after graduating from school. Searching the officials, they can't force me. Shang Guanwaner also finished everything. Zhang Feng was silent for a few seconds and said, so you said I took the true dragon tooth and directly met the Shang Guan family. I'm sorry, I've plotted against you for this matter. If you don't want to, I can take back the true dragon's tooth and face the Shang Guan family by myself. Shang Guanwaner said sincerely with his slightly red eyes. This pear blossom is covered with rain, and Zhang Feng's pitiful appearance makes him feel thumping. After thinking a little, Zhang Feng threw the box containing the true dragon's teeth into the space ring and said with a smile, since I won the championship, this thing is mine. Thank you. Shang Guanwaner was a little moved when she saw Zhang Feng's actions. When she said everything, there were really a few people who dared to take the real dragon tooth. No, tell me how you want me to help you. Zhang Feng spoke directly. In this World Elf Championship, if you can win the top 3 seats, you will be vigorously trained by the China Elf Association, and no one in all the Chinese families dares to disobey the orders of the Elf Association. At that time, I need you to help me with my mother is going to come out of Shang Guan's family. Shang Guanwaner said in an affirmative tone. Okay, as long as I can make it into the top 3, I will definitely help you. Zhang Feng agreed happily. The World Elf Championship is not just a country in China. The country, the United States, Lulin and various small countries will send top trainers from the country to participate, so Shang Guanwaner is also gambled, a big bet. In this competition, the family will definitely know about the true dragon tooth. Although she dare not touch her because she works in the Elf Association, the second uncle who helped her hide the news could not escape the family's punishment. Maybe she is the mother who was under house arrest and the clan would suffer. At such a great risk, she was just betting that Zhang Feng could enter the top 3 in the world competition. There is no way, she has been waiting for too long. Zhang Feng is the most talented trainer she has met in so many years, so she naturally doesn't want to miss it. Well, do I need me to explain to your girlfriend about the fiancé? I see that she looks very angry. After Zhang Feng agreed to herself, Shang Guanwaner also returned to her previous appearance. Hearing Shang Guanwaner's words, 3 black lines appeared on Zhang Feng's forehead. Meng Han, not my girlfriend. Zhang Feng said. Is that true? Shang Guanwaner teased. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes. He said to Shang Guanwaner, if you have any intentions to me in the future, just tell me things directly, don't make these messes. After saying that, Zhang Feng turned around and left. He didn't pay attention to Lu Menghan's appearance when he left. He heard Shang Guanwaner say this, he immediately prepared to go back and take a look. Looking at Zhang Feng's back as he left, the smile on Shang Guanwaner's face gradually disappeared and turned into endless loneliness. At this time, the second uncle Shang Guanming also appeared behind Shang Guanwaner, looking at Shang Guanwaner with a complicated expression. Zhang Feng came straight to Lu Menghan's door without stopping. I knocked on the door, but there was no response inside. He knocked on the door again, and Lu Menghan's slightly melancholy voice came over, Yun Yun, I said I'm tired, you go and play with Xiao Tian. I'm going to sleep. Hearing Lu Menghan's words, Zhang Feng's expression was stagnant. Was he really jealous because of his own affairs? She really likes herself? This is from our straight man Zhang Feng. Meng Han, open the door, it's me, Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng continued. Zhang Feng? Why are you here? Why don't you go with your fiancé? Lu Menghan's slightly aggrieved voice came out. Hearing this, Zhang Feng was also sure that Lu Menghan might be interested in him. No, Menghan, she was joking with me. You open the door first. Zhang Feng stood at the door and shouted loudly. A few seconds later, the door opened and Lu Menghan, who had a calm face, walked out. 42 Forum News, please ask for flowers. Seeing that Lu Menghan looked in good condition, Zhang Feng felt relieved. Immediately, Zhang Feng also told Lu Menghan about the real reason why Shang Guanwaner was looking for him. After listening to it, Lu Menghan looked complicated. She didn't expect Shang Guanwaner to have experienced so much. After the matter was explained clearly, Lu Menghan was naturally much happier, and Zhang Feng returned to his room. The room prepared by Shang Guanwaner for Zhang Feng was very luxurious, and the living room was also very spacious, so Zhang Feng directly summoned Kuai Long. He took out the box of the true dragon tooth from the space ring, opened the box, and a faint dragon power attacked, and a white fang was lying quietly in the box. Looking at this fang, the fast dragon's eyes were full of desire. It seemed that it could feel the power contained in the true dragon's teeth that could make it stronger. Don't worry, it was prepared for you. Seeing Kuai Long's longing look on his face, Zhang Feng smiled and said to Kuai Long. With this true dragon tooth, the combat power of the fast dragon may be able to catch up with the third-level divine beast of the same level. Zhang Feng threw the true dragon's tooth directly to the quick dragon. The quick dragon, who took the true dragon's tooth, closed his eyes. Suddenly, a burst of dragon roars came from the true dragon's tooth, and then the true dragon's tooth turned into a stream of light. Jumped directly into Kuai Long's body. At this moment, the dragon blood in the Kuai Long's body seemed to be completely activated, and his body exuded a faint pressure that made Zhang Feng feel a little scared. This feeling only appeared when he faced the frozen bird in the copy space. Ba! Kuai Long opened his eyes again and shouted intimately at Zhang Feng. It could feel the improvement of the real dragon's strength, which made it very excited, and it wanted to fight with the big blue bird that made it uncomfortable immediately. After all, it was in the room, and the noise of the fast dragon fusion of the real dragon's teeth was a bit big. After the fusion was over, Zhang Feng still put the fast dragon into the elf ball first. Next, Zhang Feng also opened his mobile phone and found the Trainer Trading Network. This is a website specially provided by the Elf Association for trainers for goods. Even the elf can exchange elves as long as the agreement between the two parties is successful. This is the largest elves item trading website in China. It only trades elves items. Through it, you can buy what you need, various elves balls, evolution fossils, energy blocks, and even rare mage evolution fossils occasionally appear, but it is usually bought by the rich at the first time. Basically, as long as the secret treasures produced in the whole of China are traded, they will go through this website. It is rare that secret treasures that can improve the combat effectiveness of the elves are rare. Even if there is conditions, they will exchange goods for goods rather than money. After all, who gets that when growing good things, you will give priority to your elves? Because his Ibrahimovic has learned the skills of the fairy, what he needs now is to find something that can increase the intimacy, such as sweet tree fruits, leisure bells, etc. Log into his Elf Association account. Clicking on the search engine, Zhang Feng entered the Ancien Bell. It was a result soon. If you buy a blue qualified elf for an leisure bell, you can witness the transaction through the Elf Association. The seller of the news found by Zhang Feng happened to live in Kaihuang City. The blue qualified elf is not difficult for Zhang Feng, who has a system. Click on the seller chat bar and Zhang Feng started typing. Xiao Feng, how is this? Is this bell sold now? One night of romance, you caught the blue qualified elf? What kind of elf is it? Xiao Feng, not yet, but it's too soon. As for what kind of type, don't you say it doesn't matter. One night of romantic, brother, aren't you teasing me for fun? Do you think the blue qualification elf is a cabbage on the roadside? Xiao Feng, I'm almost here in Kaihuang City. Just prepare for the transaction. Remember not to sell it in advance. I will give you a good elf. One night romantic, brother, okay, no problem, be serious, I want to evaluate the elite trainer in the league, but I am one with a blue qualification. Xiao Feng, no problem, just wait. After the chat, Zhang Feng visited the trading website again to see if there were any rare secret treasures and the like. Then Zhang Feng saw that the top of the evolutionary fossils was a complete set of big needle bees mage stones, including keystones. The seller's price is more, it has reached an outrageous 300 million Chinese coins. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at the outrageous price and quit the website. Then, Zhang Feng started to visit the elf forum again. The Shangguan family used the real dragon's tooth and Shangguan Wanner as the competition prize, aiming to win over the top person in the Heavenly King's potential list, Zhang Feng. This eye-catching title was directly topped by the elf forum. And Zhang Feng couldn't even see it. I clicked in and there were more than 100,000 comments. I also ate dumplings when I sleep, the front row of melon seed drinks, wait for everyone. My name is Pikachu, damn, I remember this Zhang Feng, a newcomer trainer. The initial elf is a fast dragon and a flash Ibrahimovic. The Shangguan family also invested a lot of money. Teacher, yes son, I have seen Shangguan Wainer. That appearance is so good, tisk, it's absolutely goddess level. My Chinese New Year blue bird, it's a pity that the Shangguan family did not release news. Otherwise, it would be impossible to get a bunch of kings with the attraction of the true dragon tooth. If you take advantage of this Zhang Feng, or let me get on the boat, the true dragon tooth must be mine. Brother Juri, what do you think of the ones upstairs? I wonder if you are a dragon-type trader, Kixie Blue Bird, matched with the real dragon's teeth? Are you talking about how you have done someone's fast dragon? Explorer, play memes moderately, Keep your mind sensible. Liu, we can't say that the Shangguan family is irrational. It is almost a foregone conclusion that the top player in the Heavenly King's potential list becomes the Heavenly King, and it is even possible that the champion is possible. Xiao Ibrahimovic, that's right, these big families have never been able to get up early. After reading these comments, Zhang Feng was a little helpless, but this also made the Shangguan family know faster that the true dragon tooth they had been looking for so long had fallen into their hands. I guess they would come to trouble him soon. 43 Tinted Land Shark, Ice Type, please ask for flowers. After a day of sailing, the Pearl Diamond finally stopped at the port of Kaihuang City. After saying goodbye to Shangguanwaner, the four of them got off the boat. Originally, Zhang Feng expected to find a hotel to stay in and then solve the problem of Angxian Bell, but at Li Yun's repeated invitation, the two of them moved into the Kaihuang Hall of Xiao Tian's father's house. This is also the first time Li Yun has seen her future father-in-law, so I hope Lu Menghan can accompany her. The design of the autumn zodiac is very retro, and the roof also has a lightning sign. Unfortunately, Xiao Tian's father Xiaojing was sent out to an event against evil organizations 2 days ago. After becoming a gym trainer recognized by the Elf Association, he was obliged to assist the Elf Association in capturing members of the evil organization. Maybe the evil organization is committing the crime not far from Kaihuang City. The owner of the gym is not here, so Zhang Feng can only put the challenge on hold for the time being. Xiao Tian just returned home and said that there were a lot of things to be dealt with, so he left alone. Li Yun took Lu Menghan shopping, and Zhang Feng took Kuai Long to the Platikodon Forest in Kaihuang City. Platikodon Forest, a famous scenic spot in Kaihuang City, is one of the top 10 treasures along with Changpan Forest. Among them, the number of elves in the fighting system and the electric system is the largest, and the risk is much higher than that of Changpan Forest. After all, there are no electric and fighting system. Few vicious and irritable elves. Kaihuang City also has the most electric and fighting trainers. The purpose of Zhang Feng's trip to Platikodon Forest was to grab an elf with blue qualifications for the seller of an Xianling, so as not to trade an Xianling in advance. Zhang Feng, who was riding the fast dragon, opened the system directly in the Platikodon Forest and started scanning. The Platikodon Forest is not smaller than that in Kaihuang City. All kinds of elves were placed in front of Zhang Feng, including many of them. The leader of the tribe. But it is a problem for the elves who are doing this ethnic group. Finally, Zhang Feng found a blue qualification level Leave 31 in the deep forest. It's also a good elf, Quick Dragon Flame Fist. Zhang Feng looked at Haoli and chose to fight quickly. The fast dragon took action, and Haoli saw that the fast dragon rushed towards it immediately used the tile to attack. The fast dragon directly punched Haoli out. Haoli's attack power was not on the same level as the fast dragon. Zhang Feng throwing out the elf ball and directly conquering Haoli. After putting away Haoli's elf ball, Zhang Feng nodded with satisfaction, and an Xianling had obtained it. Boom! Suddenly, a forest in the north exploded. And the loud noise attracted Zhang Feng's attention. Zhang Feng took Kuai Long to the place where the explosion occurred. It was impossible to cause such a big explosion. I think it was not an ordinary thing. Following the explosion, Zhang Feng saw 4 people wearing Team Rocket's blue uniforms commanding his elves to attack a strong and light blue elves in an open space. The Rocket's team members themselves. He was also attacking the blue elf with an electric stun gun. Zhang Feng had only seen the blue uniform in Yu Yun before. It seems that the 4 of them are at the same level as Yu Yun in the Rockets. It was a little far apart and the vision was not very good. The elf was surrounded by the Rocket's elves. Zhang Feng could not be sure what kind of elf it was, but Zhang Feng knew that the Rockets were planning was definitely not a good thing. Feng didn't rush forward either. The system scan was directly turned on. When the blue elf data appeared in Zhang Feng's mind, Zhang Feng was stunned for the first time. Fingerland Shark, Male Dragon / Ice System. Body size, 1.4 m/56 kg. Talent, Level 3 God. Level, Leave 35. Features, Demonic form. The ultimate move, Dragon's Claw, Tornado, Cut, Roar, Reverse Scale, Dragon's Breath, Metal Claw, Sword Dance, Ice Needle, Urgent Freeze Fist, Dig Holes. What does it mean? Zhang Feng patted his forehead and wanted to calm himself down. The blue elf was a fanged land shark? But when did the fanged land shark turn blue, the flashing elf? But what the hell is the Dragon Bing dual system? And the fanged land shark, who was chased by the rockets, had its talent actually reached the level 3 god? This is simply a fantasy. This fanged land shark simply subverted Zhang Feng's perception. Not to mention the talent of the 3rd level god, the dual attributes of the ice dragon alone made Zhang Feng a little unacceptable. So should he be called the earth dragon or the ice dragon in the future? And what the hell is that demonic form? The rockets seemed to have not given Zhang Feng a chance to think more. The special cage had already grabbed the special fanged land shark and moved it into the truck. Li Xian, this elf is the precious property of our rockets. It is an irrepeatable miracle. Don't kill it. If you kill Dr. Dark Moon, you will definitely go crazy. A purple-haired rockets member looked at him. Said Lu Shark, who was in the cage inside the truck. The man called Li Xian said slowly, Lu Yuan, the one who hit the most is obviously your Nido King. Okay, stop making trouble, leave quickly. Those guys from the Elf Association have been searching very seriously recently. This time the noise is a bit big. Go back to the secret base first. The middle-aged man in charge said seriously. As soon as the middle-aged man spoke, everyone stopped chatting and got into the car. Come on this truck, Kuai Long. Looking at the truck slowly leaving, Zhang Feng got on Kuai Long. With full of doubts, Zhang Feng decided to track the rockets' trucks. He had 100% trust in the system. After all, this is something he has always relied on, but Zhang Feng was still resentful of the icy attributed fanged land shark. Why, even if you are a flash elf, the flash elf cannot change its own attributes. Although Zhang Feng has not yet figured out his special abilities as a flash elf, Ibrahimovic's attributes are still normal. In order to prevent the fast dragon from being discovered, just let it follow from a distance. The truck turned left and right and slowly drove into the deep mountains of the Platycodon forest, and finally stopped in front of a big mountain. Zhang Feng landed not far away, took back the Kuai Long and leaned on it. I saw a cave appearing in front of Zhang Feng, and there were guards of the rockets at the entrance. If Zhang Feng was right, this must be the rocket's secret base. After a while, an old man dressed in white researcher walked out from behind a pair of young men and women wearing black rockets uniforms. The rockets were watching the fanged Lu shark discussing something. At this time, Zhang Feng only regretted that he did not have a ghost-type elf, and that there seemed to be no elf in his hand suitable for infiltrating. After they discussed for a while, the 4 people in blue uniforms summoned the elf and carried the cage of the fanged land shark into the cave. 44 Get the leisure bell, please ask for flowers. Looking at the entrance of the cave that was calm again, only 2 rockets guarding the goal were left. Zhang Feng was a little helpless. He couldn't command the Kuai Long to attack directly. Although the Kuai Long now has the real dragon's tooth and its strength is terrifying, it is still too difficult for Zhang Feng to attack the rocket's secret base alone. If you summon the frozen bird and go together, you may not have a chance. However, since you subdue the frozen bird, Zhang Feng has not had a chance to summon it. Whether the frozen bird listens to it or not will it be said. Even if you are obedient, there is no absolute before his strength. Zhang Feng will still not easily expose the frozen bird. At this time, Zhang Feng thought of the ghost-type elf. If there was a Gengui, he would have solved the 2 guards quietly and determined the exact location of the rocket's secret base in the system. Zhang Feng left directly. Although Zhang Feng really wanted to know the mysterious Isa-type fanged land shark, it seems that it is not the time now. After riding on the fast dragon, Zhang Feng flew directly back to the Chu Zodiac Hall. As soon as he returned to the gym, Zhang Feng found that Li Yun and Lu Menghan were still shopping, so he returned to his room. In the room, Zhang Feng picked up his mobile phone and clicked on the Training House Trading Network again. He found the seller and started chatting all night. Zhang Feng, are you still there? One night of romantic love, here, have you arrived in Kaihuang City? Zhang Feng, that's right, I've prepared the elf you want for you. How to trade it? One night of romance, brother, so fast. So powerful, what little elf? Zhang Feng, Haoli, level leave 31, is it enough? One night of romantic love, enough, absolutely enough. See you at the Zikin District Elf Association Center, and set off immediately now. I wear a green Quasi dog hat. In this way, the two of them said one by one, and the transaction was successful. You should know that a blue talented flying mantis on Zhang Feng sold 50 million. Although this wealth is a bit worse than the flying mantis, but at least it is a transaction of over 10 million. The speed of a powerful trainer burning money is absolutely proportional to the speed of his making money. Zhang Feng put down his phone and had to go out. It seemed that the seller was more anxious than him, but it was also good news to get the Angxian bell. After leaving the Chu Zodiac, Zhang Feng took a taxi directly. Zikin district was not far from here, so Zhang Feng naturally chose a more comfortable way to go there. In the afternoon, at 3:30, Zikin District Elf Association Center. After getting off the taxi, Zhang Feng saw the seller at the door at a glance. After all, the green Quasi dog hat was really not conspicuous. This man is not very old. He looks about 25 years old and has fair skin. He doesn't look like a trainer who often travels abroad. Zhang Feng he walked up to him and asked tentatively, "Are you the seller a night of love?" When the man heard Zhang Feng's inquiry, his eyes lit up, "Hali's seller." Zhang Feng nodded after confirming that it was a romantic night. The seller looked at Zhang Feng a few times, and a thoughtful look appeared on his face. He seemed to have seen this person somewhere. "Brother, are you still going to trade?" Zhang Feng said slowly at the dazed seller. "When, of course, let's go, we'll go to the Elf Association to witness the transaction," the man said generously after confirming that he had never seen Zhang Feng. The two walked into the Elf Association Center and signed under the witness of the staff responsible for online transactions. Then, under the witness of the staff, the two checked each other's leisure bells and the elf balls equipped with great power, and the transaction was successfully completed. After completing the transaction, the seller also walked up to Zhang Feng and smiled and said, "Brother, thank you for your strength. I am very satisfied. Remember to find me if you have any transactions in the future." Zhang Feng smiled and said nothing. After the transaction was successful, Zhang Feng also returned to the Kaihuang Hall. In the hall, Zhang Feng happened to see Xiao Tianzheng quarrel with a middle-aged man with a somewhat similar appearance to Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian left in anger after seeing Zhang Feng. Xiao Jing was a little angry when he saw his son leaving. The blue qualified electric shock monster he had spent a lot of effort to catch for his son was now dissatisfied and clamored to ask Xiao Jing to give him a dragon-type elf. You should know that even if the children of a large family were given to the initial elves, the remaining elves had to be obtained by themselves. Xiao Tian's attitude made his father, who was a gym trainer, a little angry. Zhang Feng was not interested in their family affairs. If it weren't for Lu Menghan, he wouldn't have lived in the Kaihuang Hall. At this time, Xiao Jing walked over and said with a smile, "It makes you laugh. If Tianer can have half of your talents, I will be relieved." "Do you know me?" Zhang Feng said with a little question. "You are quite famous, boy, the son-in-law of the Shangguan family. And the initial elf was a Kui Long, and now many families know you." Xiao Jing said with a smile. Zhang Feng looked at Xiao Jing's smile and had a headache, but it was indeed because of that. "Owner, I want to carry out a gym challenge." Zhang Feng also led the topic to the main point. The gym badge is doing more to him at the moment, and he needs to rely on it to activate the next dung. "It's getting late today, why don't the fight start tomorrow morning? After all, I'm not ready," Xiaojing said slowly. His face looked a little serious when he looked at Zhang Feng. After all, he also watched the battle between Zhang Feng and Mu Han before. When Xiaojing faced Zhang Feng, he also wanted to prepare well. "Okay," Zhang Feng said lightly. In the evening, Xiaojing also called the four of them together for dinner. Xiaojing seemed quite satisfied with Li Yun, and Lu Menghan was also sincerely happy for her best friend. Zhang Feng curled his lips and thought about the Ise-type fanged land shark he encountered during the day, and he didn't care about Xiao Tian and Li Yun at all. 45 Autumn Zodiac, Xiaojing. After dinner, after chatting with Lu Menghan for a while, Zhang Feng returned to his room and handed the Angxian bell to Ibrahimovic with him. Zhang Feng also slept with peace of mind. The next day, the Autumn Zodiac. The gymnasium challenge was also held in the morning. Zhang Feng is now a famous trainer and has accumulated a lot of fans. Many viewers also started to wait in the live broadcast room of the Kaihuang Hall in advance. "I finally waited for it, and I can see Zhang Feng's big dragon again. I want to see that handsome and cute Ibrahimovic, it would be even better if it evolved into a thunder elf. Contracting Master Zhang Feng, I want to travel with him. Come on, upstairs, stop dreaming. He is the son-in-law of the Shangguan family, and Shangguan Wanner is very careful. No, I remember that the girl next to Master Zhang Feng doesn't seem to be Shangguan Wanner." At the scene, Zhang Feng's challenge is about to begin. There were also many people coming to the audience. Although they were very early, when they heard that it was Zhang Feng who challenged the owner of the museum, many people came to watch. Xiao Tian looked at his father in the battlefield, and he looked forward to his father teaching Zhang Feng a lesson. The two sides of the battle are Xianjing, the main hall of Kaihuang City, and Zhang Feng from the challenger Hanlin City. The game adopts a 3v3 battle method until all the elves lose their combat capabilities. The referee shouted loudly. "Zhang Feng, I know your strength. I will attack with all my strength. Let's play a battle that satisfies me. Come out, Lai Kaihu." Xiaojing threw out the elf ball after saying that. "Ibrahimovic, prepare for the battle." Zhang Feng chose to let Ibrahimovic take action. In the venue, two figures, one yellow and one purple, appeared. Looking at Zhang Feng's Ibrahimovic, Xiaojing also had a hint of admiration in his expression. The flashing elf, he had always longed for one. Qualification Blue. Lai Kaihu with level leave 41. Lachel, 100,000 volts. Ibrahimovic, move at high speed. Both sides took action at the same time. Laicha's 100,000 volts were directly avoided by the fast-moving Ibrahimovic. Lai Kaihu, a flash of lightning. Seeing that Lai Kaihu's 100,000 volts were empty, Xiaojing continued to command. Half reflection. The moment Lai Kaihu's electric light flashed and hit Ibrahimovic, Ibrahimovic's body flashed red light, and after being hit, the electric light flashed, he only took a step back. Ibrahimovic, Iron Tail counterattack. Looking at Lai Qiu who was so close to him, Zhang Feng also ordered. Lai Kaihu, the Qi fist is combined. Xiaojing's face changed and shouted hurriedly. Lai Kaihu's hand flashed with white light, and he swung his punch towards Ibrahimovic, who was rushing towards it, only to see the one in front of him. Ibrahimovic jumped high with his feet and avoided the kick combining fist. After a punch, he thrust his iron tail firmly on Lai Qiu. Lai Qiu took a few steps back and showed a look of pain. Lai Kaihu? Are you okay? Xiaojing asked. Thunder thunder. Lai Qiu shook his head and screamed that he was fine. Xiaojing then looked at Zhang Feng's Ibrahimovic and praised, your Ibrahimovic's speed and reaction are very fast, especially the movement of avoiding the Kihi fist, he deserves to be a flashing elf. Thank you for your compliment, Ibrahimovic, I sacrificed my life to hit you. Zhang Feng continued to shout. Lai Kaihu, volt attack! Xiao Jing shouted decisively. Lei Chu was covered with lightning and rushed towards Ibrahimovic. The two pets collided together. Bang! Ibrahimovic was knocked away, and Lei Chu also showed a painful look. This time, the ultimate move was better in Lei Chu. Ibrahimovic, is it okay? Zhang Feng shouted. Ibrahimovic, who was knocked away, also stood up again. Zhang Feng's expression changed. He didn't expect this Lai Kaihu to attack Volt just now. Ibrahimovic, the lightning flashed and approached Lai Kaihu and used the iron tail. Raichuer, don't let it get close, 100,000 volts. Ibrahimovic jumped in the air to avoid the powerful current and directly pulled the iron tail on Lei Chu. Many trainers in the audience were also amazed by Zhang Fengji's speed. Beautiful, get rid of it and sacrifice yourself to the impact. Zhang Feng continued to order by following the victory. Ibrahimovic hit Lai Kaihu again, and Lai Kaihu staggered a few steps and fell to the ground and fainted. Ibrahimovic stood still again, his body shaking a little. He took a volt attack and repeatedly used his self-sacrifice to hit Ibrahimovic. The audience in Xiaojing's live broadcast room was chanting 666 when Ibrahimovic and Lai Kaihu watched the wonderful battle. Sure enough, it seems that Zhang Feng will be able to challenge all the gyms this year. Zhang Feng's goal must be next year's World Championship. It's over, I'm falling. Ibrahimovic is so handsome. I'm going to catch one. Zhang Feng, a very strong Ibrahimovic. Xiaojing also said with a smile. Seeing this scene, Xiao Tian, who was sitting in the audience, gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Even his father could not cure Zhang Feng. It's on the court, Thunder Elf. Xiaojing threw out the elf ball. As soon as he finished speaking, an elf with yellow spike-like hair appeared in the field. Level LV42, Blue Qualification Thunder Spirit. Zhang Feng glanced at Ibrahimovic, who was a little unsteady, and directly took it back the elf ball and threw out the fast dragon's elf ball. Thunder Elf, discharge. Seeing that Zhang Feng was playing, Xiaojing took the lead in attacking. Quick dragon, take it down. Zhang Feng said lightly. The lightning struck the Kui Long's body, and the Kui Long did not move at all. Thunder Elf, a flash of lightning. Xiaojing still commanded calmly after seeing Kui Long withdrew the discharge directly. Close into it. Quick dragon, dragon claw. Zhang Feng shouted with a smile. The Thunder Elf that turned into a stream of light hit the fast dragon directly, but this collision did not hit the fast dragon, but instead bounced the Thunder Elf. The green light of the fast dragon's right claw increased sharply, and the dragon that had been amplified by the real dragon's tooth, the claw slapped heavily on the Thunder Elf. The Thunder Spirit fell straight to the ground and fainted. The terrifying power even caused the ground to collapse slightly. This is the terrifying attack power of the fast dragon after obtaining the true dragon tooth. Even the calm Xiaojing couldn't accept this scene. He knew that the fast dragon was very strong, but he did not expect that Zhang Feng's fast dragon could kill the Thunder Spirit he had carefully cultivated in one blow. 46 Fierce Battle, the King Level Electric Shock Monster, please ask for flowers. Xiaojing wiped the sweat that did not exist on his forehead and took out a spoil ball with the lightning logo from his waist. Come out, my strongest partner, Electric Shock Monster. A fierce yellow electric shock monster appeared in the center of the venue. Isn't this the ace elf of the museum owner, the electric shock monster? It seems like it's rarely seen appear. The purple qualification and electric shock monster with a level leave 58 is an elf of absolute king level. This should be Xiaojing's strongest elf. Zhang Feng narrowed his eyes and said slowly, Quick dragon, be a little serious. When Kui Long heard his master's words, he also put on a fighting posture. Electric Shock Monster, Thunder Palm. Quick Dragon, Flame Fist. The figure of the electric-shocked monster and the fast dragon were instantly entangled together. The thunder palm and the flame fist collided violently. The electric-shocked monster took a few steps back, and the fast dragon remained motionless. Electric shock monster, continue to attack and use the tile to chop the tile. Xiaojing lost to Kuai-Long in terms of his first offensive power, but Xiaojing was not discouraged. Quick dragon, dragon claw, attack with all your strength. Zhang Feng replied coldly. The two elves fought each other again, and the Kuai-Long still relied on his strength to steadily suppress the electric shock monster. In an attack, the thunder palm of the electric shock monster hit the shoulder of the Kuai-Long, and the Kuai-Long's flame fist was also he directly knocked the electric shock monster out. No, I can't continue to fight this fast dragon in close combat. Xiaojing obviously found that the close abilities of the electric shock monster and the fast dragon had been investigated a lot. He was originally planning to rely on the excellent close abilities of the electric shock monster to defeat the fast dragon with the excellent close abilities of the electric shock monster. Electric shock monster, don't let it get close to you, thunder. Quick dragon, the dragon's fluctuation strikes back. The electric shock monster stood up, the antennae arc flashed, and the fists touched each other and a loud thunder rushed towards the fast dragon. The fast dragon also spat out the dragon's fluctuations and counterattacked. The two energy collided in the air and directly exploded. The air waves blowing up dust. Quick dragon, dragon god dives. After the thunder and the dragon's fluctuations offset each other again, Zhang Feng chose to attack. The fast dragon flapped its wings and flew into the sky, turning into a blue streamer dragon god, diving and rushing straight toward the ground with an unrivaled force. Electric shock monster, fast dragon guard it. Xiaojing also shouted with a serious face as he looked at such a terrifying attack. Under the pressure of the dragon, the electric shock monster still barely supported the green light protection cover to block the dragon's move. The fast dragon hitting the protective cover slightly stagnated. Seeing this, Xiaojing immediately shouted, "Electric shock to the monster, grab it with his tail." "No, hurry up, dragon flew up." Zhang Feng's expression changed suddenly when he heard Xiaojing's order. The two electric wire-like tails of the warcraft in the field suddenly stretched out and tied up the hands of the Kuai-Long who was just about to fly into the sky. Seeing this scene, Zhang Feng also admired the owner of the electric gym. Although his son Xiao Tian was terrible, he, as a man, did take advantage of the physical characteristics of the electric shock monster to the extreme. This scene made Zhang Feng remembered that Shinji's electric shock monster in the anime was also like this. Zai's flame monkey finally ran away and defeated it. It's like that, it's over. The electric shock monster aims directly at the fast dragon and uses thunder. Xiaojing's face showed the joy of victory, as if he had seen the ending of the fast dragon. "Quick dragon, take it down!" Zhang Feng shouted coldly. It was too late to use other moves at such a very close distance. The powerful current hit Kuai-Long directly, and the expression of pain appeared on Kuai-Long's face. The lightning dissipated. Kuai-Long gasped and the electric arc flashed on his body but did not fall down. What? Xiaojing's eyes were full of disbelief. His Heavenly King-level electric shock monster thundered with all his strength, but it seemed that it did not cause too much injury to the fast dragon, which made him completely unacceptable. "Quick dragon, destroy the light!" The light of destruction gathered directly from the mouth of the Kuai-Long, whose hands were entangled with the tentacle-like tail of the monster. "Electric shock to the monster, thunder again!" Xiaojing immediately reacted from surprise and ordered. The destruction light collided with the thunder again. The destruction light of the fast dragon was obviously stronger, and the explosion point was also very close to the electric shock monster. The air wave generated by the huge energy directly lifted the electric shock monster out, and it was entangled quickly. The dragon's tentacles also let go, and the Kuai-Long also retreated repeatedly. The adjusted electric shock monster was half squatting, and its physical strength was consumed a lot. Quick dragon, fly up, the dragon's claws solve it. Electric shock monster, stand up, and strike back against the thunder palm. Hearing Zhang Feng's words, the fast dragon flew up directly, and the dragon's claw slapped the electric shock monster that had no strength to stand up for a while. The electric shock monster fainted with a wail. The electric shock monster has lost its combat ability, and the winner is Zhang Feng's fast dragon. After repeated confirmation, the referee shouted out with difficulty. Ding! The fast dragon defeated the electric shock monster and level was upgraded to level 57. After 2 battles, especially the second battle against the electric shock monsters of the same king level, the experience gained by the Kuai Long is enough to improve it to a level 1. Zhang Feng, you are really amazing. I thought Mu Han had let you go, but it seems that they are indeed your strength. Xiao Jing took back the electric shock monster that had lost its combat ability and said with a wry smile. Zhang Feng, you are so awesome. Lu Menghan came to Zhang Feng at the first time and praised him. Along the way, the one who knows Zhang Feng's strength best may be Lu Menghan. In her eyes, Xiao Tian's father showed that no matter how strong his strength is, he will never be Zhang Feng's opponent. After praising him, Lu Menghan felt a little uneasy in her heart. Zhang Feng became more and more outstanding, and naturally there were more and more girls around him in the future. Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, "Good luck." "Boy, I'm embarrassed to say that. Your fast dragon is so strong," Xiao Jing said with a wry smile when he saw Zhang Feng. In fact, Zhang Feng himself was also very dissatisfied with his command in this battle. Kuai Long's ability is 1 level higher than that of the electric shock monster, and he was trapped in Xiao Jing's trap. In the end, he could win was relying on Kuai Long's own strength. "Boy, your badge." Xiao Jing looked at Zhang Feng who was stunned and shouted directly and handed the badge to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng showed a hint of excitement when he saw the lightning-shaped badge in Xiao Jing's hand. Perhaps the second dung could be opened. Zhang Feng took the badge from Xiao Jing's hand, and a familiar voice suddenly rang in his mind again. "Congratulations to the host for obtaining the lightning badge, the plot is activated, and the permission to open the old power plant in Fenglaicheng, map. 47 The wind comes to the city, seek flowers. Fenglaicheng? Could it be that Fenglaicheng?" Thinking of this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but think of an elf, and was a little excited. "My son Xiao Tian and Li Yun's engagement ceremony will be held in 2 days. Why don't you guys play for 2 days? Xiao Jing said to Zhang Feng with a smile. He wanted to make some friends for his son and give him more connections. He would be the king of heaven in the future with unlimited potential, and being a classmate with his son is perfect. Really? Congratulations, Li Yun. Lu Menghan asked in surprise, grabbed the hand of her best friend Li Yun. Lu Menghan's question made Li Yun's face blush. Yesterday, my parents agreed yesterday. Li Yun said softly, and Xiao Tian, who was standing behind Li Yun, frowned and didn't know what he was thinking. This matter seems normal to Zhang Feng. No matter how much Xiao Tian's father is, the owner of a major museum in China is strong and has great power. With such an in-laws, I don't think anyone will refuse. What do you think? Zhang Feng. Xiao Jing also looked at Zhang Feng. He cared more about Zhang Feng's opinion. The shock he had just fought with Kuai Long. Zhang Feng glanced at Lu Menghan with a slightly anticipated look and said slowly, "Then I will disturb you in the next 2 days. It doesn't matter in the autumn zodiac, after all, a new copy has just been opened, and this new copy is for." Zhang Feng said it was quite interesting. Next, Xiao Jing also refused to accept the challenge in the past few days on the grounds of preparing the engagement ceremony for his son. Sure enough, although the Elf Association stipulates that the owners of the Taoist temple must accept the challenge of trainers at any time, these owners are still so loose. However, when they think about the policy above and the countermeasures below, they say that their son is engaged. Just a legitimate reason. This also made the trainers who came early in the morning to prepare to challenge the gym owners very distressed. Although they dared not say it openly, they must be cursing in their hearts. Li Yun, a classmate who just graduated, was about to get engaged. Lu Menghan sighed a little. Although Xiao Tian is not very good, he is really good to Li Yun at least. It is not easy for a girl to meet someone who is really good to him. Thinking of this, the figure of Zhang Feng popped up in Lu Menghan's heart. Then her face became a little dim, and she didn't know if Zhang Feng felt about her. Menghan, go, accompany me to go shopping, there will be no more opportunities in the future. Li Yun did not pay attention to Lu Menghan's changes and directly took Lu Menghan's hand and left. As they said that, the two went out to play again, and Xiao Tian followed his father to prepare for the engagement. Zhang Feng naturally returned to the room. He took out his mobile phone, clicked on the Training Home Trading Network, and found the elf ball. Zhang Feng directly ordered 2 insulated balls, spent 600,000 yuan, and delivered them directly to the Kaihuang Hall for express delivery. The insulating ball is one of the elves specially studied by the Silov Company. The insulating material is used. The elves used by the owner of the daytime hall, Xiaojing, to install the electric shock monster, is an insulating ball. The insulating ball can increase the capture rate of electric elves. If Zhang Feng was right, Fengleicheng is the plot in the theater version and the first place where the fantasy beast Jiraura appeared. If it is the handsome and cool Jirala in the anime, Zhang Feng must prepare it in advance. He can't be half-baked like he went to Gemini Island last time. Last time, thanks to the frozen bird, he was also half-baked. 1 p.m. Zhang Feng signed for the express delivery of the insulating ball, then paid the money, and returned to the room with excitement. Lying on the bed, Zhang Feng clicked the Pokemon system with ease and found the system column. Sure enough, there was another Fengleicheng old power plant that could be selected behind the Grey Gemini Island option. Zhang Feng calmed down and clicked on the Fengleicheng dungeon. The old power plant copy in Fengleicheng is activated, and the host gets the number of entry times once. The host is only allowed to subdue one elf from the copy and embody it. Telecomming is turned on after 10 seconds. Listening to the countdown sound, he would lose consciousness anyway, so Zhang Feng simply closed his eyes. Perhaps with the first experience, Zhang Feng was not surprised this time. When his eyes opened again, he had already appeared in Fenglai City. Fenglai City, this is a city where people coexist with the wind, and the Fengtian festival is held annually. According to legends that have been passed down from ancient times to the present, the legendary elf Lokia will come on the last day of the wind festival and bring a wind of favor. It is also the venue for the wind festival, with many entertainment projects, such as Ferris wheels, roller coasters, etc., and a laboratory where Torito studied and delivered speeches in the film. Pikachu, Pokemon and large balloons in the shape of Lokia were floating in the sky. You need to take a tram from Fenglai City. At this time, the Fenglai City in Zhang Feng's eyes was just an empty city, with no one, and he was not surprised at all. This was the system copy world after all, and even the elves inside and the elves in the outside world had direct contact with each other. Zhang Feng didn't know. Zhang Feng thought about it and took out the elf ball of Kuai-Long and flew directly on Kuai-Long and flew towards the old power plant in the back mountain of Fenglaicheng. I flew to a destroyed house and stopped, which was located on the back mountain of Fenglai City. Although the house was seriously damaged, it seemed that it was once very luxurious. After thinking about it, Zhang Feng threw out another elf ball directly. Woo woo! The white light dissipated, and a big bird with blue body emitting ice powder appeared. It was the frozen bird that had never had the chance to come out to meet after being conquered by Zhang Feng. The moment the frozen bird appeared, the temperature at the scene suddenly dropped a lot. Hello, frozen bird, my name is Zhang Feng, and it is your partner. Zhang Feng waved his hand at frozen bird with a smile. Woo woo! The frozen bird looked at Zhang Feng in confusion first, then shouted intimately at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this scene, and also signaled that Kuai Long should not be nervous. It seems that the divine beast from the system was still close to the trainer after subduing it. He was just thinking about whether he would give him a frozen light on the spot if he would let the frozen bird go out. The frozen bird landed in front of Zhang Feng, and Zhang Feng leaned over and touched its crown made of 3 dark blue prismal feathers. Woo-woo, the frozen bird seemed extremely enjoyable. Zhang Feng touched the head crown of the frozen bird, but could not feel the slightest coldness. This was also a symbol of being recognized by the frozen bird, just like the flames on the flaming horse would not hurt the owner, he admitted. 48 Jalala vs Kuai Long, please ask for flowers. Starting from the destroyed house, Zhang Feng led the fast dragon and the frozen bird toward the old power plant. Along the way, I also encountered many electric elves blocking the road, such as the Thunder Lion, the Electric Shock Beast, and the Little Magnetron, which is unlikely in the real world. There are anxious frozen birds and fast the powerful pressure of the dragon will not be able to come up to provoke it in the real world. Zhang Feng also asked Kuai Long to solve them one by one, basically all of them are purple qualifications, which also made Zhang Feng sigh slightly. If he could conquer them all, he would send it. Abandoning the unrealistic ideas in his mind, Zhang Feng opened the system to detect and found traces of Jalala in the old power plant. It's really Jalala. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng was happy and immediately accelerated his speed. Old power plant. Jalala looked at the uninvited guest in front of her, her eyes full of anger. Its dislike of humans was real. Zhang Feng also looked at Jalala in front of the power plant with excitement. Jalala's appearance looked like a cat walking upright, yellow and blue lightning-shaped bearded. I finally met you, Jalala. Zhang Feng shouted with a smile. Jalala seemed to understand Zhang Feng's words, and her expression was full of anger. She saw Jalala's hands were covered with lightning, her forehead and beard flashed blue light, and she disappeared in an instant and appeared in the next second. In front of the unprepared Kuai Long, an exclusive skill plasma lightning punch hit Kuai Long. Kuai Long looked painful and took a few steps back. So fast! Zhang Feng exclaimed. Just now, Jalala's speed was already difficult to capture with the naked eye. Zhang Feng was very satisfied with this Jalala. Quick dragon, destroy the light, frozen bird, frozen light. Zhang Feng gave orders to the 2 elves at the same time. The powerful icy attribute energy in the frozen bird's mouth gathered, and the destructive light of the fast dragon shot towards Jalala at the same time. Oh! Faced with the siege of 2 powerful elves, Jalala also felt the crisis, and her hands flashed and glittered directly from the spot and took off into the sky to avoid the attack. Quick dragon, frozen bird, catch up with it! Zhang Feng shouted hurriedly. Seeing the fast dragon and the frozen bird Zhang Feng working together to siege Jalala in the air, he felt a little moved, and he couldn't help but think of a first-level god who could not fly in the anime. The main attacker of this battle with Jalala is obviously the more powerful fast dragon, while the frozen bird uses the frozen light to limit Jalala's range of movement. The dragon's claws and Jalala's plasma lightning punch were extremely hard to fight, but Jalala also left many wounds on the dragon's body with its superior reaction ability and speed than the dragon. The frozen bird also hit Jalala several times. Jalala deals with 2 elves at the same time, and his physical strength is consumed very quickly. Quick dragon, the dragon god dives, the frozen bird is ready to be absolutely zero at any time. Zhang Feng shouted loudly. I saw the fast dragon in the air being wrapped in blue light and rushed towards Jalala. The frozen bird beside it also began to gather in absolute 0 degrees. After fighting for so long, Jalala's speed has dropped a lot. What's more, it also needs strength to maintain its flight in the air. But it still struggles to escape the dragon god's dive lock. The frozen bird on the other side also hit the absolute 0 point in an instant. This absolute 0 point consumed almost all the power of the frozen bird, and the attack directly hit Jalala. Zhang Feng had no time to be surprised, but Jalala appeared in the back of the frozen bird again. The frozen bird had just used its ultimate move to absolutely zero. It was the emptiness period, and the plasma lightning fist was directly solid. It hit the back of the frozen bird. The frozen bird whined and began to fall from the sky. Dangerous! Looking at the frozen bird falling from midair, Zhang Feng took out the elf ball and pointed it at the frozen bird. A red light suddenly retracted the frozen bird back into the elf ball. Then, Zhang Feng breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the Jirala and Kuai Long who fought in the air. To be honest, this Jirala is not only extremely powerful in combat, but also very smart. Because they fought in high altitude and were astonishingly fast, it was difficult for Zhang Feng to see when Jirala used the substitute to block the absolute 0 degree of the frozen bird's kill. I saw 2 yellow figures coming and going in the sky. Every collision was accompanied by a violent explosion. The air waves pushed the 2 elves away, and the next second the 2 elves fought into a group again. Jirala seemed to realize that fighting in the air consumed more of himself, so she gradually pulled the battlefield back to the ground. In front of the power plant, Jalala directly flashed and hit Kuai Long with an electric light, and Zhang Feng's eyes lit up at this time. Quick dragon, hold it and give it a dragon's claw. BA. After blocking the lightning of Gerala, the green light of the fast dragon's right claw flickered and directly slapped at Gerala. Gerala's fist also gathered white light to launch a close-up battle, continuing to attack the fast dragon at high frequency. 2 pets, you have 1 claw, I have 1 punch and 1 punch, but it is obvious that the Kuai Long is more resistant to beating, and Jirala is gradually unable to hold on. Quick dragon, use reverse scales. Zhang Feng shouted in a deep voice. Hearing Zhang Feng's voice, Kuai Long's roared and his eyes immediately turned blood red. The strength of the fast dragon in the reverse scale state exploded again, and the dragon's power became even worse. Another dragon's claw hit Jirala. Oh! Jirala shouted in pain. At the same time, there was a hint of confusion in his eyes. He didn't know why the fast dragon, which was originally evenly matched with him, suddenly burst out with its power that it could not resist. The fast dragon under the reverse scale was no longer obeying Zhang Feng's command. He hit Jirala with a fire punch, and Jirala also struggled to fight. Finally, at a very close distance, the readied Kuai Long shit the destructive light was used at a very close distance, and the energy exploded directly beside the 2 of them. Kuai Long and Jirala both screamed and flew out. The painful Kuai Long seemed to have a trace of clarity in his eyes, while Jalala couldn't hold on with the madman-like madman-deserved fighting style and fainted directly. Seeing that Jalala finally fainted, Zhang Feng also wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead. Zhang Feng took back the weak Kuai Long and threw the insulating ball in his hand directly at the fallen Jirala. An electric arc flashed from Jirala's body and slashed on the insulating ball. The insulating ball still hit Jirala without any injuries, bringing Jirala, who turned red. The elf ball that fell to the ground began to shake violently. Once, twice. Finally, after shaking about 5 times, he successfully conquered with a splash. Zhang Feng picked up the insulating ball and smiled. Fortunately, the insulating ball he prepared in advance, otherwise the ordinary elf ball might have been destroyed by Jirala. Ding! The system's voice sounded again. Congratulations to the host for subduing the strongest elves of the dungeon, Jirala. All the elves of the host have received a 100,000 experience reward, and a Jirala Z bracelet. The host will automatically exit the copy. Fuck, this time the countdown for 10 seconds is gone? This is too casual. Before Zhang Feng could have time to be surprised, he instantly lost consciousness. 49 The real world, please ask for flowers. When Zhang Feng regained his consciousness again, he had returned to his room. Zhang Feng immediately stood up and looked at his right hand impatiently. Sure enough, a white watch with a lightning logo inlaid in the middle was worn on Zhang Feng's wrist. Zhang Feng was a little surprised. The system reward this time was actually Jirala's Z move. The Z move was a special move that was used by trainers to activate the Z power of the natural force to enhance the elf's moves into a powerful special move. The power of moves is much stronger than the elf's moves so far, but it will cause a huge burden on trainers and elves, so it is restricted to use once in each game. This is something that only existed in the 7th generation in the original comics. It was a great pleasure to conquer Jirala and get its bracelet. Immediately, Zhang Feng opened the system interface and opened the elf column. He saw that only one of the 6 locations was left, and Jirala was under the frozen bird. Zhang Feng suppressed the joy and directly clicked on Jirala's data. Jirala, electrical system. Body size, 1.5 m/44.5 kg. Talent, level 3 God. Level, leave 59. Properties, storage of electricity. Pokemon with this characteristic is not affected by electric property moves. When hit by electric property moves, it will return 1/4 of the maximum HP. The trick, grinding the claws, flashing lightning, snatching wildly, volt replacement, roaring loudly, high 5 surprise attack, charging, thunderbolt punch, volt attack, plasma lightning punch, 100,000 volts, stand-in, guard, shadow clone. Looking at Jirala's skill combination, Zhang Feng's eyes lit up, and the level was as high as leave 59. No wonder the fast dragon and the frozen bird joined forces to fight so hard. After reading the data of Jirala, Zhang Feng couldn't help but think of the hard battle just now. Then, Zhang Feng looked at the status of other elves again. Quick Dragon, level leave 57, experience value 134876/160000. I have to say that Kui Long now has a little lack of experience in upgrading to 100,000 yuan. Frozen Bird, level leave 52, experience value 33457/99,000. Emka Hawk, level leave 36, experience value 11100/41,000. Ibrahimovic, level leave 38, experience value 51,000/50999. Finally, Zhang Fenglong felt a little worried when he saw Ibrahimovic's experience. What the hell is it? It's a little bit of experience. However, due to the upgrade, the intimacy between Ibrahimovic and Zhang Feng is about to be full. If nothing unexpected happens, you will probably be able to upgrade in a battle, but this time all the elves did not learn new skills. Zhang Feng was also very satisfied when he saw that all the elves had made good progress. Next, Zhang Feng took out the insulating ball from his waist. In the bedroom, Zhang Feng threw out the insulating ball directly, and the white light flashed, and Jirala, with an angry face, appeared in front of Zhang Feng's bed. But when the angry Jirala saw Zhang Feng, the anger in her eyes gradually turned into doubt, and intimacy in a while. Oh! Jirala screamed at Zhang Feng with a proud look on her face, and looked at Zhang Feng with his right fist. Zhang Feng smiled and fisted with Jirala. Jirala also agreed in his own way. Zhang Feng. After contacting Jirala again, Zhang Feng took Jirala back into the elf ball. Immediately, Zhang Feng lay down on the bed, clicked on his laptop and searched for information about Jirala online. As expected, just like Zhang Feng guessed, there was no information about Jirala at all on the elf encyclopedia. The only one when I clicked in, I was an elf doctor from the United States called Jirala. Jirala is so famous from his frozen bird. It is a divine bird. As a phantom beast, it can be said to be very low-key. No one seems to have witnessed it in this world, so it is normal to have no news about it. This is good news. At least Zhang Feng doesn't have to be as careful when using Jirala as he uses a frozen bird. Even if it is released in front of a person, it will attract a lot of attention, at least everyone will not associate it with the rare phantom beast. Together, Zhang Feng visited the elf forum again and saw today's headlines. Many trainers who capture elves in Platycodon Forest were sneak attacked and snatched away by evil organizations. Seeing this, Zhang Feng showed a thoughtful look on his face. I also met the rockets in Platycodon Forest. And I also knew where their secret base was. The most important thing is that there is the mysterious Isa-type fanged land shark, but the rocket's defense is too strict and Zhang Feng can't get in without revealing his strength. After thinking about it, Zhang Feng clicked in and saw that the comments were all about trainers who denounced the rockets. These guys who do everything evil must be gone. My starfish was stolen by the rockets. When will the association solve them? Come on, the association will always be full of thunder and rain. It's no different to expect them to solve the rockets. Damn it, what kind of person will join the evil organization? Scum! The more I saw the trainers, the more I tried to curse the rockets, and some excited trainers even scolded the Elf Association. Zhang Feng doesn't think the association really wants to eliminate the rockets. Although the rockets are strong enough, Sakagi even controls the underground forces of the entire China, so what? The most popular person is the Elf Association. I believe that with the order of the Elf Association, the president of the Elf Association will have 2 champions, 4 invincible kings, countless ordinary king trainers, and even ordinary trainers in the entire China will fight against the rockets. It is not difficult to uproot the rockets by shouting and killing. But in Zhang Feng's opinion, the association does not want to do this. There will be darkness in places with light. It is also beneficial for the Elf Association to be able to rule the underground forces in an orderly manner. At least Sakagi is a sensible person. He knows that he will not cross the bottom line of the Elf Association by abiding by the rules of the Elf Association. This is also the reason why the rockets can continue to exist. In fact, it is not just the association, just like Shang Guanwan'er's family, it is very deep. The ideas of the people on the Elf Forum will never be conveyed to the ears of these big names. It would be better to delete the comments that are unfavorable to the association. Although they are cruel, this is the truth. 50 Meeting on the road, Xiaohimu, please ask for flowers. Autumn Yellow City, Autumn Yellow Hall. After witnessing the engagement ceremony between Xiao Tian and Li Yun, Zhang Feng and Lu Menghan were also ready to set off again. Of course, before the parting, Li Yun also talked a lot with Lu Menghan. After walking out of Kaihuang City, Zhang Feng and Lu Menghan decided to walk north from Plati-Kodan Forest to the location of the next gymnastic fantasy city. Outside the Plati-Kodan Forest, Lu Menghan seemed a little excited. Perhaps because she had not felt the smell of the forest for a while, her trip with Zhang Feng was easier. On a forest path, the two of them slowly walked side by side, and from time to time they could encounter a weed hanging on the tree. It was said that they were rushing, but in fact they were a bit of a walk. After all, the two of them were not in a hurry to rush to Fantasy Color City. Do you know? Zhang Feng, in fact, when he saw Li Yun's happy smile on his face when he got engaged, I was happy for her. Lu Menghan said to Zhang Feng with sighs as she walked. Obviously, she is still a little envious of her good friend's engagement. Although she has always kept her distance from boys in the academy, it does not include Zhang Feng. She has had a different kind of favoritism towards Zhang Feng since she was a child, but he is a little slow. Especially when she saw Zhang Feng's attitude towards the elf was even more jealous than her. Entered. Zhang Feng's head tilted, and he looked at Lu Menghan with a little puzzled look. To be honest, he was a little distracted just now. He was thinking about what kind of posture was the most handsome when he launched the Z move of Jirala. He didn't even have any hearing Lu Menghan's words. After all, he remembered that there was a lot of shameful actions in the anime, and he felt that he couldn't do anything. What are you thinking? Seeing that Zhang Feng didn't listen to his words, Lu Menghan also rolled her eyes. Traveling with Zhang Feng was already very common, and he was always distracted for no reason. I'm thinking about how to prepare a birthday gift for you. Zhang Feng responded in a hurry. Zhang Feng, what's going on over there? Following Lu Menghan's words, Zhang Feng looked at the grassland not far away, and a girl was surrounded by several figures. What a coincidence! It's them again. Zhang Feng sighed a little when he saw the rocket's uniforms on these people. Isn't this the evil organization that attacked us last time? They wore this outfit. Lu Menghan asked with a little confusion. Although nothing happened to the last attack by the rockets, Lu Menghan was deeply impressed by this organization. After all, when she was in school, she only occasionally heard about the evil organization in reports. It's okay, this is just a group of small people from that organization. Zhang Feng said with a little disdain when he looked at the white uniforms on these rockets' personnel. Zhang Feng, don't we go to help? There are so many of them, that lady is afraid that she can't beat them. Lu Menghan looked at the surrounded girl with a worried look on her face. No need, wait and see the show. Zhang Feng shook his head, then a hint of confusion appeared in his eyes. How could she be here? With dazzling blonde hair, tall figure, and blue dress, if Zhang Feng looks right, it is Xia's Himu, who is looking for him to trade for evolution fossils in Changpan Forest. Zhang Feng was a little confused about why she appeared in the Platycodon Forest, but there was no doubt that this was a rockets team, which would definitely not be the opponent of Xia's Himu's monarch snake. Who is she? You seem to know her very well. Lu Menghan looked at Xia's Himu and asked a little suspiciously. There is no doubt that Lu Menghan can see that Xia's Himu is a great beauty, and her temperament may be better than her. He is very good. How do people like Qi Zhangfeng who are unexpressive know this kind of beauty? Did you forget? Isn't it her, the girl who brought the monarch snake in the square when we were camping? Zhang Feng said with a faint smile. Although Zhang Feng had not used the system to see the level of Xia's Himu's monarch snake, the level that can evolve to the monarch snake will not be lower than level 36. Besides, Xia's Himu's courage to rush around deep in Changpan Forest naturally proved her strength. Miss, it's your fault if you meet our rockets. I honestly hand over all the elf in my hand and shouted to you, maybe I'll let you go when I'm happy. The leading rockets team member saw that Xia's Himu had a curvy figure and said maliciously. In the past, they were trainers at the bottom before joining the rockets and could not even afford to raise a carty dog, but now they can not only raise powerful elves, but also tease such a beautiful beauty, and they are also very proud. They have done such robbery many times, and they have succeeded in relying on the number of people. The one who robs this is a beautiful beauty, and they are even more unscrupulous. You bosses dare not treat me like this. Since you encounter it, let's solve it together. Looking at the guy in the lead's obscene eyes, Xia's Himu was also angry. As the daughter of the Xia family, she was always guests of major forces wherever she went. Even if the evil organizations treated her, the Xia family adopted the method of winning over her. How could she have suffered this? He planted energy and threw out the elf without saying a word. The monarch snake, Sun Coral, teach them a lesson. Xia's Himu said with a cold expression. Humph! The monarch snake? It has some origin, but it's useless. Before, the four of us brothers also solved a trainer with a water arrow turtle. The rockets member said in a gloomy tone. In fact, they are very resistant to encountering such trainers who can evolve the three Yujia into the final form. Not to mention that this kind of elves are powerful in combat, even if they fight, it is not their turn to use the elves they snatched. Immediately, the four rockets members also threw out their elf balls one after another. A white light flashed, and various elves appeared. Big Mouth Bat, Double Bomb Gas, ABO Monster, Rumble Stone. Zhang Feng sighed at these fancy elves. Sure enough, these elves are better than most students' elves when they graduated from school. No wonder some people take the risk of joining the evil organization. As for the origin of these elves, it is worth pondering.